Hello everybody and welcome to the Virtual Endurance Championship. This is round 6 of season 16 at Division 1 here this afternoon for the 6 hours of Road America. We continue our American leg of this season, coming off the back of 24 hours of racing at last time out. That was at Daytona, and a great race it was too. Now we're back to Road America though, once again for the second season in a row. Last season, in fact, it was Sim3 Meat Sports who managed to take the race win, and only a 19-second gap between themselves and Race Clutch. We're in for a good one today. Myself, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Zach Sweeney for the first couple of hours. Good to be back on VEC again at Zach. The rounds are going to come thick and fast from now until the summer, and this American leg will continue on with the 1,000 miles of Sebring, of course, next month. But it's Road America here today, and we're back again at what's becoming a VEC stalwart. At least it has been for the last couple of years.
Yeah, a really good circuit. I always love coming to Road America. Always provides some fun, fast racing action, and yeah, it's been on the calendar since I think season 13. Before that it was season 5, the last time Road America was on the VEC calendar, so for whatever reason there was a huge gap, but I'm glad it's been back for the last few years. Definitely should be a lot of fun. Undulation changes, very technical circuit, and very punishing for the mistakes as well.
Yeah, third year in a row that we are here, and as I mentioned, 19 seconds last year, 14 seconds the year before. It does produce some close finishes, but a race that we were going to do well to see a close finish at was the 24 hours of Daytona, Zach, the previous round, coming up to this one, round 5 of our championship here this season. That was won by a whole lap by Race Clutch, and they are on pole for this race, by the way, as you're seeing the grid go through on the bottom of your screen at the moment. Race Clutch were the race winners from the 24 hours of Daytona, and that's a pretty big step forward for them as far as the championship is concerned. And it was for Scuderia Ferrari Esports as well. They're on pole in LMP2 here today, as you can see on the grid there. The championship leaders, in fact, in all 3 categories, Zach, had a very good time a month ago.
They did, absolutely so. I mean, all of them taking not only the victory, but also their 3rd win of the season in sort of some awesome sort of mirroring of each other. It's really going well for all 3 of our championship leaders. They're all running a really good race. It was quite tough, obviously, for Race Clutch at the front of the hypercar, because coming into that race, they did seem to be sort of on the back foot as such, or at least pace-wise, they definitely did seem to be. But Winchik, obviously having that mistake, Hanyovsky during the night, dropping the car, DNFing, Race Clutch then stepped up, took that opportunity with both arms, and then didn't really look backwards, taking the win by nearly a whole lap in typical Race Clutch fashion, really.
It was typical Race Clutch fashion. These are the GT3s who'll be starting at the front, by the way. Visceral Esports have beaten Thomas Enger Sim Racing to pole, with Wanako and Simfreem on the next row. GT3 has the biggest championship margin of those at the front, top of the standings. It's 15 points in hypercar. It is 19 points in LMP2, but it's a massive 50 points in GT3. Thomas Enger Sim Racing are going to have to do well to lose the advantage from here, lose that championship advantage that they have. I don't think they finished outside the top 5 all season long. Their worst positioning of the season was at the 3rd round of the season, at the 4 hours of Bahrain, which was chaos in its own right. They actually finished 7th on that day, so they have been outside the top 5. But for that to be their worst result so far says a lot about them, as we get this, what I believe is the formation lap underway, and it is indeed. That's crept up on me a little bit, actually. But there we are. We're underway for the formation lap of this race. GT3, yeah, certainly with the biggest margin. And I was actually most enthused by the LMP2 margin. I know that Hypercar is closer, but I feel like LMP2 is a little bit more
150
open.
kilometers an hour, 150, single file, 150, thank you.
Just interrupting myself for the race direction message there. I was most enthused by the LMP2 battle. However, Team Iris have qualified way down in this race, I think it's fair to say, from this one. They'll be starting the race all the way down in not only 20th in class, but 48th in the overall standings, because they didn't qualify at all. Now that is not good news at all for Iris. A long day for them to recover since they're 2nd placed in the LMP2 standings.
Yeah, and of course with Scuderia Ferrari Esports starting on pole, that's dangerous territory, because we know what they're like when they start from pole, or basically start from anywhere really. They're always really strong just getting off the start really well, getting into a consistent rhythm, and actually, to be fair to them, nailing the strategy as well. So of course for Team Iris, if they want to sort of maintain any chance of that championship going into already, after today, the final 3 rounds of the season, which is crazy to think anyway, that how quick this season has gone. But for Team Iris, it's, I mean, 6 hours is still a fairly long time as such. So there is a chance for them to get through and into class, but their first step has to be to overtake the rest of the fields between them to then obviously be amongst the LMP2s and then to nail the strategy and effectively limit the damage as such. I mean, they have to just maximize their point score, but even then, I wouldn't be able to really see them, unless Ferrari make a drastic mistake, gain any points on them. It's mainly going to be to limit how big that gap is after today.
It is quite a pacey formation lap at the moment, I've got to say. From
so at the end of
the
back straight, that is turn 12. The one you are approaching now. Please go on to pit limiter. Everyone else should catch up now. So you are allowed to go off the pit limiter to catch up.
That's everyone's just forming up now. In the final moments, Jake Dennehan going to slow off the exit of the Canada
okay
corner.
With a couple of seconds in between the classes, but do not make it too big. Thank you.
And we're going to be single file to the start of this race by the looks of things, with a bit of a gap, as Jimmy says, to LMP2, and then a bit of a gap back to GT3 as well. Race Crutch very much in control of this championship fight. They were half a second in front of everybody else in qualifying, and now they've got the chance to begin this race from the front as well and take the initiative from the very start. It will be Jake Dennehan who will take the field to green, with Patrick Schindler from Simfreem, the race winners 1 year ago, just behind, followed by CMT Go Team Racing, in the 3rd position. They come up towards the line, and Jake Dennehan will get us underway pretty shortly. He'll pull to the inside, in fact, as if to motion the defence already. We're underway for the 6 hours of Road America. Round 6 of the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 16 is underway, and it being a single file start, it will stay that way towards turn 1. Alex Siebel will be the LMP2 driver who will get us underway, and it will be single file here too, with Hyperion in 2nd position, followed by On-Off Racing to round out 3rd. And it seems they've already maybe been problems for Netrex on the formation lap here in LMP2 as well. Meanwhile, the GT3s get underway. Visual Esports are off from the front with Wanako in 2nd position. Where on earth have Thomas Enger Sim Racing disappeared to is my next question. I can't see them anywhere in these standings any longer, but it is Diogo Silva who will get the field underway nicely in GT3. Single file starts, and so it's single file through turn 1 in all 3 classes as well.
Yeah, everyone, of course, understandably keeping it nice and clean, but still the responsibility on the pole sitter to get a good launch and to build a big enough gap so that they aren't really challenged for the rest of the lap. Jake Dennehan doing a really good demonstration of that here, building about 3/4 of a second back to, of course, the reigning Road America winners of Simfreem, Patrick Schindler at the moment at the wheel, but trying to just manage the gap, settle themselves into a clean race. No major overtakes at all, but a huge drama, of course, as to what has happened to Thomas Enger.
That is the big question here, and I'm not sure what the answer is to it. Let's have a look at what happened to Netrex. Now, this is off the start. I noticed they were a DNF immediately, and what has happened to them and why? Here's my question. Well, that's pretty conclusive. They've had a technical problem very clearly, and they are down into the garage already, so they're at the very back of the field, and so yeah, we have lost a car from the GT3 field, and I can't see Thomas Enger Sim Racing anywhere, which is a real worry for them. They have the biggest championship lead coming into today's race, but it's never that easy in the Virtual Endurance Championship.
No, it's not. There's always drama around the corner, and always opportunity for things to go wrong. So Enger have, if they can obviously get themselves back and going again, have got a really tough job ahead of them in order to sort of limit that 50-point margin to Blackhawk, who again are going to have to take this opportunity with both hands side by side here momentarily. You can see Jorzinski trying to move past and up into 4th place, going into turn number 5, push the fellow hypercar a little bit wide up the hill into 6. Jorzinski through up into 4th, pretty easy overtake.
That's the first of them inside the top 5 actually in Hypercar. Kiełczynski makes his way through as Diego Silva leads the first lap in GT3 as well. So a good start in Hypercar. In LMP2 it's Alex Siebel who's gotten things underway very nicely in the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car, but he's not that far ahead of everybody else, I've got to say. Robert Pone is pretty close to the back of the car in front, Nicolas Lemoine in the on-off racing car. There is the view looking backwards from Alex Siebel at the front here in LMP2. Same car, of course, all the way throughout this class, which keeps things nice and close together. And there's a little bit of slipstreaming chance at Road America as well, which is maybe helping tow everyone along a little bit here, but clearly it's a bit too fast for some. Only the top 4 are getting away and with this front group for the moment.
Yeah, and of course Hyperion really not letting Scuderia Ferrari Esports get away too well at the start of this race, and yeah, the top 4 nice and close. But Cyber falling off the back a little bit, and that's why it's so important to stay in the slipstream, because it is sometimes so powerful. Really kicking off though in the GT3 class is Visceral trying to launch an attack to the outside of Black Hawk, and then also on their inside they've got one of the Porsches trying to find their way through before they head their way in towards the carousel. What have we got? 6 cars here nose to tail in the fight for 4.
Absolutely remarkable battle back here in GT3. One long line from back from Black Hawk to, well, everybody in the field really, as they go through the kink here. That's going to be a point of discussion. Jimmy Allison made that absolutely clear in the briefing, by the way. Prototypes going through on GTs especially there will have to do it either before or after the sort of turning portion of that corner. That's been made clear from the start. Whether they'll follow that or not, or whether we'll see the aggression turned up, still remains to be seen. But it's going to be a big talking point throughout today's race, especially for these GT3s. Out onto the start they'll go again. Silver's made a good start, but it's this battle from 4th place on backwards that we're really focused in on.
Yeah, it's really enthralling to see so early on, of course, with Black Hawk, both of their cars wanting to make the most of today. If Thomas Enger having sort of a backwards one, of course they're having a backwards one because they didn't actually make it to the start. So today's their golden opportunity to score some really, really good points and at the very least close that gap in the championship. So I'm sure we're not going to be overly interested in allowing Visceral to have an easy passage through. But of course, the more they battle, we've already spoken as to how strong the slipstream is going to be. Fuel saving, tyre saving, being in the slipstream, being a part of the lead group is always going to be a little bit more beneficial to you. However, Magnus Bohr once again having to go defensive.
Let's see into turn 5, as this is called. Magnus Bohr has been going backwards early on here, but diving back down the inside again of the Porsche. It will remain side by side with one of the satellite McLarens just in behind as well. Up over into Corvette they'll go, still round the outside for the Porsche, and it looks like that will be settled. It's Erdem Akyol in the Caspian car he's battling with, and Yimi Nisila just in behind. They are all in one long line, 2 McLarens actually behind these guys. So that's where the battling really is in GT3, and it's actually let the 4th place Black Hawk car get away here early on. So a good fighting here in GT3, but the only real leading battle, the ones where the leaders are still fighting, is in LMP2 for the moment. Alex Siebel not necessarily under pressure, but in fact it's for 3rd place where we're seeing that the real battles. Nicolas Lemoine has just been overtaken by Robert Pone, as we've got a yellow flag briefly in Sector 1, probably for one of the LMP2s, but they all seem to be doing okay as of right now. So there's your first position change inside the top 4 of LMP2. Gold Racing Esports making their way up onto the podium places for now.
Yeah, nicely done. And Gold Racing Esports once again moving forward in what has already been quite a fairly strong season for them. Of course, not perfect by any means, but still fighting firmly inside the top 5 in the LMP2 Championship, and of course still fighting for, of course, second with Team Iris not a million miles behind them, and of course with Iris not having the best of days in terms of not qualifying, again could be a good opportunity for Gold Racing Esports to make further inroads to a high position in the championship. But LMP2 definitely looking promising in terms of the racing. Of course, Ferrari Esports settling in well, but again, not breaking away. Sort of not exactly what I expected. I didn't expect them to sort of build an early lead, similar to what Race Clutch are doing in the hypercars. I sort of expected Ferrari to emulate that as such, but the rest of the field, they aren't letting them go.
Well, We're about 8 minutes into this one now, and Jake Dennehan is still leading the way, but we're into traffic. We're just about to be anyway. So this is the interesting moment of the race. We haven't seen this for the opening 8 minutes of the event, but now it's time for the real race to begin. Jake Dennehan will be first into the traffic. Then it will be Patrick Schindler, who is just in behind and working his way through. But the reason why I mention him is because he's got pressure from behind. Zoltan Varkany in the Go Team racing car putting that pressure onto him right now, but this is where the race will be won and lost, in the traffic, and this first run through, as always, will be the interesting one.
Yeah, and of course they've caught them right at the tail end of the circuit through the carousel. Never really going to be easy, especially as those GTs are really expected to wash out with the exit. The hypercars, of course, got a ton more downforce than them, and then now obviously Schindler under a little bit of pressure from Varkany in the Go Team car just in behind, but through the carousel and obviously the kink, they've been able to not encounter any GT traffic going in, which is always a good start. Then towards Canada Corner, a huge chunk, I think that's that fight for fourth that we were looking at of cars. Actually no, it's not, a little bit further down than that, so they've still got plenty more GTs to clear, but so far they're keeping it nice and clean, just being decisive, and fair play to the GTs as well, being really consistent and predictable as well, despite the fact they're battling quite hard for position. However, Varkany getting a little bit of a twitch because he's obviously pushing really hard to stay with Schindler for second.
Yeah, this is going to be a gap that's going to remain for the moment down the straight. Slipstream for Varkany, and there'll be another GT separating them through turn one. They'll both overtake at least one on the way down towards turn three, but Varkany can't quite overtake as many. That was a big dive down the inside, maybe a little bit too big, but he's made it work. He's pulled it up in time, and so he stays on the road at least. Jimmy Nisler seems to have gotten ahead of Erdem Akil there as we were just watching that, and there they are. That was the battle that was sort of being infiltrated by Varkany in the GT3 field, but Akil not able to find his way back down the inside again, and for whatever reason the GT is staying a lot closer than in any of the other classes actually, but they seem to have survived the opening load of hypercars going through pretty well.
They have done, which is always a promising start. Let's see how they do in about 5 hours' time when it's towards the tail end of the race. But at least for the first run through traffic, where everything is nicely, densely compact, everyone's done a really good job as to keep it nice and clean. So promising signs ahead, and of course a couple of hypercars running through, pushing the McLaren ever so slightly wide, but I don't think there's going to be too much harm done there. Yiminis just trying to keep it nice and close. There's Guillaume Mas and the other Go Team hypercar finding his way through as well, and it's so sketchy for the hypercars to go around the inside of the carousel there. And again making a good example of how to lap at the kink, which is firmly very much before, because it's so easy, and we've seen it time and time again as to how quickly things can go very drastically wrong when you've got hypercars and GTs going into that corner.
A bit of an unfamiliar livery in front of Guillaume Mas at the moment, but that is Michi Hoyer in the 6th position at the moment, part of MX10 sim racing team. Of course, after the fallout from Burst Esport, they weren't able to take part at Daytona for, well, that being one of the reasons anyway, and so they've reformed, if you like. It's the same driving lineup, just under a different name, and they do still hold a championship position as well. They are 11th though, as a result of missing out on Daytona and not even starting the race. They've scored 0 points from that one, so they lost 90 to Race Clutch. Their chances of winning the title for a second time are probably over, realistically. However, they are still going to be competing in the final 4 rounds by the looks of it.
Which is good. Of course, there are 4 incredible talents that took part of Burst. Obviously, Hoyer, Skovron, Maricek and Simoncic, all 4 of them are very accomplished in the world of sim racing, in the world of rFactor 2. And yeah, of course, we were never going to see the end of him after the end of Burst, so it's nice that they've all banded together and again, kept going in the VEC, of course under the new name, and a very, very nice livery, it must be said. I do love Hoyer's sort of colours and his whole brand. It looks very, very nice on the front of that, or the whole of that band wall, I should say, and at the moment running quite nicely in 6th. Again, the championship firmly out of their minds, I'm sure, but again, it's nice that they've got the passion and got the spirit to at the very least complete the season.
And speaking of which, by the way, they didn't score any points, these guys, because they didn't attend at Daytona. However, if you remember back to it was one of the early rounds, maybe Spa or Monza, maybe the first round of the season actually at Monza, one of these Seawolf net race cars didn't wasn't brought forward after qualifying and into the race. So when that happens, you can't rejoin, like what happens with a disconnection during the race. You can't rejoin, but you have to. Well, you can't join at all. But because Seawolf did qualify, they did get 45 points, the minimum points for that round of the championship. Now, just speaking to Michal Sedlacek of the Thomas Enger sim racing team in GT3, as Hoyer comes under a little bit of pressure here, he'll be okay. I was just talking to Sedlacek, as I say, from Thomas Enger. He was saying they weren't brought forward in a very similar way to what happened to Seawolf actually at round 1. They weren't brought forward into the race, so they can't join at all for this race, but they should score 45 points. And the maximum they can lose in that case is 30, although it may be a little bit more than that because there are more GT3s than there are hypercars in each field. However, I believe that no matter what happens today, Thomas Enger Sim Racing will hang on to their championship lead as long as they do score some points from today's race, which I believe would be the case. Still very disappointing for them though, because a really well-earned lead after the first 5 rounds has been built up here, and it's going to go away, most of it.
Yeah, what was it now? 50 points. So yeah, over half of it gone. Of course, their 3 victories so far this season have given them that lead, that position, and yeah, it's of course it's going to be very tough for them. All that practice, all that preparation. Adam Taylor going very, very wide on the Monaco car, going to open the door for the Simframe Ferrari up the hill in towards turn number 6. However, the Porsche going to try and at least give it a go to the outside, gets forced wide and edge to the outside of the circuit. Mike Veet, of course, in the 91 Black Hawk. This is the car that needs to capitalise most. They're the car that's 50 points behind on Thomas Enger in that fight for the championship lead. So sort of their expectation for this race sort of has to be to win, to make the most out of this, and even then they're only going to gain 30 on Enger, but at the very least it's 30 that's going to help them. It's going to over half that gap, and with 3 rounds to go, who knows what's in store for the rest of the season.
Well, you say that. I'm going to do some digging about that, because I reckon Seawolf scored 45 points in that round because there were only, what, 10 hypercars or whatever. So I think it could be a few more, because at GT3s there are a few more cars. Now at LMP2s are working their way through, or indeed Alex Siebel is. There's a yellow flag at the second sector, and I fear that, there's been a big crash. There's been a big crash through the kink, I'm afraid. It's been a bit of a disaster back here. Oh, no.
Oh.
Ricky Jimenez is on his roof for MC Motorsport, and he's in the middle of the road. The LMP2s will be onto them very shortly. We'll have a replay shortly.
Coming to a code 80 in 10 seconds.
Code 80, first of the day.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
And it's code 80 out at Road America. Ricky Jimenez can't seem to get turned back around again at all at the moment. He was the one of those involved. I believe that Stefan Ruop might be involved. Oh, he is as well. The Netrex car has not only disconnected off the very start, but it's also missing its front right wheel now.
Not the day they would have wanted by any stretch of the imagination. Did wonder as to whose wheel that was bouncing down the circuit, and of course it is this one, Netrex, who can still bring it into the pit lane, of course change their tyres and go again, but realistically any chance of a meaningful position after the disconnect, and of course after that, are firmly now gone, but they're limping at home into the pit lane. A shame for those involved, but it was bound to happen at some point.
It unfortunately was.
What did I say about the kink, guys? I'm gonna have a replay on the broadcast very soon, and that's gonna show you how bad you are at reading. I'm sorry.
And there you go. The kink was sort of outlined by Jimmy Allison at the start of the day as a place where things can go wrong, and unfortunately it has done for LMP2's trying to lap GT3 traffic. Here we go. It's the so it's already happened in front of them. My goodness, that's a big accident. The Gold Racing Esports car is also already down the middle of the road for some reason, and so there was already a kerfuffle at the kink before then. So Alex Siebel had gotten through. I'm trying to work out where this really started from. It was Gold Racing Esports who will have been involved. It looks like the MC Motorsport car has actually been disqualified in sim at the moment, which is a bizarre one. We've got a bit of digging to do here to try and find out what on earth has gone on in the last few minutes. However, the LMP2s have been involved no end. Nicola M1 also, the 30 on-off racing car, has been involved. There he is. There's the initial crash So he's been involved with one of the Ferraris, one of the satellite McLarens as well. That is a huge, huge accident at the kink, and exactly why everyone was warned at the start of the day.
Yeah, it wasn't for
Back
nothing.
to green in 10 seconds.
As heading yourselves back
Five,
off the code 80.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Back to green once again. So, of course, the brief pause thanks to the to drama. I don't really know how we can phrase that. Just the incident that happened at the kink and sort of almost the inevitable one. But again, it is always difficult with how much speed you're carrying through and the discrepancies in terms of how fast each of the classes can take that corner. But surely with a 6-hour race, 5 hours 40 of it left to go, you take a certain air of caution going in. You'd back off slightly if you can see it's busy, and you wouldn't go into their full speed. But at the end of the day, how much can you do once you've committed? It's almost impossible to react as such, as Netrex even more difficulties today.
Victor Ivanov in the gravel at Canada corner, and he's having trouble getting out of it as well. Now he finally does, but that was an incident involving, I think, maybe a GT3 as well, though I can't be sure. They're still lapping the GT3s, by the way, which is why I mention it. But what a disastrous start for some in this race today. Ivanov back down to 10th position then, and struggling out there on the circuit. Meanwhile, the hypercars are working their way through the carousel right now, and Jake Dennehan still has a 2.5 second lead or so. They're about to lap the LMP2s and the GT3s all at once here, so we'll look forward to that. But another incident, unfortunately, and a little bit of a more difficult start to this race than maybe some were hoping for. But 20 minutes in, 15 minutes in, I think it did give a couple of drivers a chance to come into pit lane, although I believe that only those drivers who came in were actually damaged, so maybe it didn't really have that much of a bearing on the outcome of this race after all.
I don't think so. I think it was, yeah, solely those that unfortunately suffered some form of damage, and unfortunately it was quite a few. Of course, the 3 LMP2s and of course the GT3s that were involved as well. It was a huge incident, and thankfully no one else was really involved in it. But yeah, huge news for those that were involved, particularly obviously Gold Racing Esports on off as well, who were sort of almost front runners at the front of the LMP2 field. So yeah, a difficult pill to swallow for a lot of people. The start of the race has boasted a lot of drama, and once again, going into the kink, you've got to be so careful with the LMP2s running their way through on the GT3s, because again, the discrepancy in terms of downforce into Canada corner, and everyone just has to be so careful, because it doesn't take a lot for things to go drastically wrong.
Here we go into the final corners of this circuit, with the LMP2s and GT3s interacting with one another again out of the final turn for Mark Vape, who's actually lost a bit of time to Adam Taylor there in all of that, and it's pretty close in LMP2 as well. So many close battles going on up and down the field right now, and I've got to say, what a fantastic start from Felix Neuberger. Qualified 20th, started last of the LMP2s, last of the field, didn't even qualify in fact. He's already into 5th position. What a remarkable start from him.
Yeah, I mean, making the most of every opportunity that's come his way. Absolutely insane stuff. And Iris, of course, straight out of the gates, punching, fighting their way through, of course, making their way through the GT3 field first. That was obviously the first milestone to tick off, making the most of the Code 80, and any dramas that have sort of worked in their favour as such. Haven't made any mistakes, kept their nose clean, and fought their way through. And they aren't a million miles away from what could potentially be a fight for the podium in 5 hours and 38 minutes time. Definitely an opportunity for them to improve. Will it be enough to top Scuderia Ferrari Esports? That's a question that will be answered at the end of the race. But once again, we've still got this fight rearing on in the GT3s now for 3rd, of course, fighting away amongst from 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th this fight here with Caspian at the back of the field now. Of course, they've been up and down this field multiple times, but GT3's keeping it nice and close.
And they are, and it will be a bit closer in a hypercar as well as they battle their way through the traffic. It will be LMP2s and GT3s here, and Patrick Schindler has been slightly held up by those in front, and so Dalton Varkini and Benjamin Gilsinski will be able to close in. And there they are, all over the back of the GT3s. There's contact. Oh, they all hang on and just about work. Oh, no, they don't. There's a wheel off as well. One of the Porsches flashes its lights in fury as they are sent into the wall, I'm afraid, there. What a shame that is for Ruben Correa Alves. I think it is. No, it's not. It's someone just up in front of that. Oh, it's the Deuces car that's got no wheel. We might need another stoppage here to get this car back to pit lane safely. But
coming to code 80 in 10 seconds.
And we do need our second code 80 of the day.
That's in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
Felix de Cruyff it is for Deuces Motorsport Club. They were pretty unlucky at Daytona and at Road Atlanta. They've not had very much luck in America as far as getting sent off the road goes, and this is another episode in that story.
Yeah, huge drama. That is the last thing we want to see, but again, I hate to say it, but it can easily happen, but at the same time so easily avoidable when you've got two GTs fighting. The Simfrim car goes on the inside, bit of contact there, sends them wide, then everyone closes up again. And
Varkini,
how was it was side-to-side contact, so I'm surprised as to sort of how it sent them off sort of at such a sharp angle. But yeah, still, of course, the Deuces car rejoining, and unfortunately the hypercar then taking the race line, bit of contact between them and sent them off. Let's just have a look again. The Go Team car, oh, it was tagged actually by the front right of the Ferrari as well.
he was tagged before that, but then Varkini delivered the hammer blow which sent him off the road. And look at the amount of stops in hypercar. Goodness me, everyone's in here. Jake Dennehan stays out actually, but Gilsinski, is into or staying out there, and then there is Patrick Schindler, and everybody else in hypercar is in, apart from Zolt Prebeck, who's not had the chance to yet, I don't think. Now Felix de Cruyff will be into the pit lane. Not many LMP2s at all came in.
Green in 10 seconds.
But some GT3s did, by the way. We'll chat about that in a second.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And we're back to green again at Road America. Now, some pit stops in GT3. Interestingly, even Mark Vape came in from the pretty far up in the order, in all honesty. He came into the pit lane just for what I can only presume that is half a tank or so of fuel. I don't really know why, though, in a 6-hour race you'd want to offset yourself like that in GT3.
No, I can't see the benefit. Of course, they're fighting away with the other Juices car now for fifth, but it's throwing them sort of... I mean, I suppose if they can get rid of the Juices car, they've got a bit of clear air to work with, but was it worth you losing the track position for? It's not exactly like it was a completely free stop. They still lost time by doing it. And yeah, only half a second. I really don't understand that. I mean, the GTs, we usually see them go sort of an hour or so, 55 minutes or whatever before their stop. I mean, I can get it for the hypercars because obviously they go sort of about 40 minutes or so. So they're sort of slightly closer to their pit window than the GTs are. It's a huge offset for V, and this is going to get busy through the kink. Bit of grass keep being kicked up, but at least for now, I think everyone's made it through nice and cleanly.
We are all okay, thankfully, on this occasion. Stein Prince gets dived by one of the armed Cyber cars down the inside at Canada corner. Oh, and there's contact ahead! Oh no! Oh dear, and it's a stack in front of them as well. The LMP2s just up in front of these GTs fighting away have gone off the road, I'm afraid, there. And I couldn't tell you which of them it was. I think it was maybe a Valle Corsa car by the looks of things, that went off right in front of Stein Prinz, and another incident, unfortunately for those LMP2s. Thankfully, they at least get away from the scene of the accident on this occasion, but dearie me, what a messy start to this race we've had at times.
Yeah, I mean, we've had, what, three huge crashes in the span of the first sort of 26 minutes or so.
Oh.
Tag there sends the valet car round, and then, of course, they park horizontal.
It wasn't all LMP2, excuse me, it was one of the Seawolf cars. Or the Seawolf car, I should say. There's only one now in Division 1. But yeah, so it was Hypercar on LMP2 to spin it in front of the GTs.
Well, yeah, that's unfortunate. Juice is going to the outside of Black, of course, the fight for fifth. and now obviously we've got Simfream still under pressure from Go Team, so it's all action-packed, all carnage and chaos, but unfortunate incident once again, 3 within the span of the first half an hour of this race. Not exactly what we particularly want to see, but still some good battles happening. 3-way fight here for second place, because also the Widget car behind not too far as well. Of course, Hanyovsky at the wheel for that fight for 4th, but yeah, it easily happened. You get tagged round, you basically block most of the circuit, and then of course the GTs have to slam their brakes on, and contact at that point definitely inevitable. It's just a shame as to how things have happened. I mean, I get Road America is a difficult technical circuit, but surely, coming off the back of a 24-hour race at Daytona, these drivers would know the importance of longevity.
Well, maybe, or maybe, given that they've got 4 times less time, or whatever it is, of the equation, they've decided, well, we haven't got as much time anymore, so we better get on with this. And it has been a messy start to the race. And indeed, I was just thinking, actually, when we got underway, it was single file start, of course, and it made the first 10 minutes pretty single file as well. I was just thinking, it's been quite a quiet start to the race, certainly the first 10 minutes. But since then, it's been all action, and we've had 2 Code 80s already, I'm afraid to say. Already strategical interest too. The race clutch car now is the only one out front to have not stopped. In fact, the Seawolf car also didn't stop under that Code 80. However, Benjamin Gilsinski, as a result of that crash we just saw, is now in with the pack anyway. So Jake Danahan's very much on his own in this alternate strategy, if you like.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this develops, of course, for Race Culture. I think they're just going to hold firm on their normal strategy as such, and not take the benefit of what could be a free pit stop, but also, knocking them off sequence. So yeah, they definitely are the outliers, out in front, 20 seconds clear of Simfream, so a decent bit of clear air for them to work with. At least they're not in amongst the pack, because those that did pit, we've got Simfream, Go Team, Winchick, and now obviously Seawolf Net Race, who haven't pit but are still amongst the pack, all fighting with each other, all sort of tripping over each other as such, and all that's doing is allowing Race Clutch and Jake Danahan to pull away.
Felix Neuberger is having the drive of his life at the moment. He's just set a new fastest lap time in LMP2, as you can see at the top of your screen. Now into the kink again, and everyone exercising a bit more caution here. Varkany just stays behind one of the LMP2s, as did Patrick Schindler on the way in, as you're meant to. Gilsinski gets very close to the back of the car in front of him, which is driven by Erhan Yayovsky at the moment, the Winchick racing car. Good to see Yayovsky back in the VEC on a more permanent basis at the moment, isn't it? He's in 4th at the moment. Will not be sharing with Marcel Chinchik today. He's not racing today, that's for sure, because he was in Poland yesterday. I think he still might be. Well, actually, I say that. I think he's a few thousand feet in the air. I think he's on his way back. But he's not going to be racing today. But Erhan Yayovsky certainly is, and that's a great thing. Oh dear. I think, we've got a crash, I'm afraid, in Hypercar this time. It's Bert Knox who's off the road at the kink, and hopefully he's going to get back going again and prevent us from going back under yellow again. But our latest victim of the kink is Bert Knox.
Yeah, easily done, and a tricky corner at that. I mean, again, even solo, it's a difficult corner. All it takes is you running wide and dipping wheel onto the grass, and around you go. And I think it probably was just a solo incident. Yeah, it is, completely by himself through the kink. Too much speed in, a little bit wide, sort of grinds over the curb, and then the rear end loses. And at that point, he definitely is a passenger. He did well to sort of slam the brakes on, keep it off the racing line, and then rejoin nice and cleanly. So the best that we got out of a sort of a bad situation there. Only one victim to the kink this time.
Yeah, which is a good thing. So Jake Danahan still leads the way for Race Clutch overall. Scuderia Ferrari Sports still leading in LMP2, and Visceral are still leading in GT3, but that doesn't tell any of the story really from what we've seen so far. 2 Code 80s, traffic problems, and some good fights in the lower portions of the order as well. But hopefully now that we're half an hour in, we can settle in a little bit here, although we still are in the high 40s with regards to amount of cars on the circuit. It's going to be a busy day.
It is, and yeah, I mean, Road America isn't the shortest second one, but most definitely isn't sort of the longest. So they are fairly close together, fairly closely packed, especially with obviously how dense the fields are at this stage. So maybe you get a lap or two of clear air and then a lap or two of just having absolutely everything. Here's Jozinski on the back of Go Team. This is the fight for third. Of course, the Seawolf Neck Race going to pull out to the left and try to go to the outside of turn number 1. Gets the up and under. Very nicely done from Jozinski there. Pulls alongside and down towards what is technically turn 3, but the second actual corner here at Road America, through up into third.
Nice pass from Benjamin Jozinski. So Seawolf are into third position. As I mentioned earlier, their only car in this one now, in this division. Their other car being in Division 2 at the moment, as they were at Daytona as well, as it turned out. So at least they've got one in Division 1 now, after a pretty shaky start to the season, but they're probably going a bit quicker at the moment because they're a bit lower on fuel. The others around them right now came in under that code 80 to fill up. I can't imagine any tyres were exchanged during those code 80s that we've seen over the past half an hour. It's probably all just fuel load, so Jozinski probably a little bit lighter, and he's able to put that to good use at the moment. But we've got a great race ahead of us, I think, because we've got a great split strategy race, which is always the most fun. We're not going to know the outcome of this one until the very end, unless there's another code 80 which will set things further apart and further more confusing.
Absolutely. I mean, if there's a code 80 now, I would firmly expect Jake Dennehan to be in, because we're approaching that point in the race where you would expect the hypercars to be coming in sort of on sequence, about 45 minutes or so. I think they were doing about 45 at Daytona, which obviously is quite a demanding circuit in terms of fuel, so maybe they can stretch it a little bit longer here at Road America. But then again, there's more acceleration zones, so maybe they're burning a bit more fuel that way. So probably looking around the 40-minute mark, and Jake Dennehan will be in. But if there is another code 80, that would be grand for him, because obviously he can stay on sequence and effectively have the free pit stop under a code 80. So of course that is a big wish. It's sort of begging for a miracle, but with the theme of this race so far, maybe not impossible for Dennehan to sort of almost have a free pit stop at the front of the field. This fight here though, Nürburger for Team Iris eyeing up yet another position at LMP2.
And he's going to be in the ascendancy here, because the driver in front of him, Zoltan Boda, just had to slow down for that GT into the kink, so he'll be on the outside, although he will struggle around there, I would imagine, with the GT. But no, he goes round the outside of Boda and then back to the inside for the Black Hawk Aston Martin. That was fantastic driving. What a great start to the race he is having, single-handedly keeping Team Iris in this title fight, in some ways up to 4th place already, and somehow he's within 15 seconds of his championship rivals as well, despite the fact there were 18 cars between the two rivals at the start of this race.
Yeah, Felix Nürburger has harried that team in the early stages. Of course, they still have 5.5 hours of this race to go. Still plenty of opportunities for things to go very, very right, or potentially very, very wrong. So obviously don't speak too soon, but with how it's going at the moment, they are driving the absolute wheels off that car, proving their pace, and just goes to show that even though you're sort of knocked down by not qualifying or having a bad day, you can use that as fuel to motivate yourselves to go for more. It's so easy to sort of be down in the dumps, feel sorry for yourself, and not extract the most out of the car, out of yourselves. Team R is firmly on the opposite side of the spectrum of that, in terms of, well, we've started last, let's just see how many places we can gain.
And that's the objective for Erhan Yoski right now as well. He's right on the back of Zoltan Barkini into turn 1. Big slide into turn 1 though, and I think following maybe a bit too closely through that turn. Winchik Racing Team unfortunately didn't qualify quite so well for this race, and so they've got a bit of work to do, but it's good to see Erhan Yoski back, and he's going to need to gain some points and start gaining some points on Race Clutch today. 15 points separate them, the two teams, as of right now, and so that's going to have to come down at some point in the near future. The gap at the moment nearly 30 seconds, but as we know, the pit stops have very much played into that. But as I say, great to have Erhan Yoski back in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Again, a previous champion of this series, of course, and he's looking for 4th position at the moment. And Go Team Racing certainly weren't an outfit that they are these days, back when Erhan Yoski won his title back season 12, I want to say.
A long time ago then.
Long time.
No, not a long time ago actually. We're only on season 16, so what about 4 years ago or so? But still, that's a long time. Back before you and I, grew up. I mean, we still haven't, but we were.
I think I commentated on that season. What do you mean?
Did you actually?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I was 17. I wasn't that young.
Oh, fair enough. No, that's fair. Oh, well, you called me on. That's fine. Yeah. Well, you were my age then. That's
yeah, exactly.
You were my age 4 years ago.
Exactly.
Yeah. Good for you. Yeah, great.
Good for you.
What was I? 13. Nice. Yeah, I was just starting high school, which was great. So yeah, a long time ago for me. Maybe not for you lot. But yeah, definitely long before my time in the VEC anyway. Yeah, nice to see him back. He's a very accomplished sim racer. He's won plenty more titles since then. And well, if it hadn't been for Daytona, I'm sure they still would have firmly been comfortable sort of in a fight for the championship this season. I mean, they're still not necessarily out of it, but getting the place ahead of Vakon, you would definitely not go amiss in terms of their hopes.
I love how you said a long time ago for you lot. To just lump everyone in with that. Thanks for that.
Yeah, everyone's old. It's fine.
Thank you. That's great. But yeah, it probably doesn't feel that long ago to Erhan Yoski either. He's certainly achieved a lot since then as well. It was season 12, by the way. I was correct. I was going out on a bit of a whim with that one, but it was season 12. The only hypercar season preceding this one with the McLaren Senna, though he's certainly got experience of being in the top class of the Virtual Endurance Championship, but he's back again now. Meanwhile, Pastor will rumble on. Zoltan Varkany continues to hold on to 4th place, but they're continuing to lose time to Simframe and Seawolf Net Race. As I mentioned earlier, Seawolf got less fuel on board, so that's not a particular worry, but the fact that Patrick Schindler was able to put 3 seconds into these two may be of a concern.
I mean, he's driven a decent start. Has Schindler, of course, stayed with Denahan at least for the first couple of laps. Yeah, 4 seconds now is the gap. So obviously in recent times, thanks to maybe a little bit of battling or just some good pace actually from Schindler. Remember, these guys did win this race this time last season whilst they were fighting for the championship with Race Club. So they definitely know their way around it very well. But yeah, 4 seconds is a bit of a big gap and one that will be tough for them to close. Again, easily can be easily done when it comes to strategy, but of course they've got to do themselves the favours of working together as such, not dropping off too much to the back of the Simframe car. But of course, how eager is Winter Racing going to be to sort of stay behind that Go-Team car in the coming laps, because you can definitely tell that Yovsky looks a little bit more tidy in terms of his stats. He's going to look to go to the inside of turn 3, but Varkony goes the long way round, and well, if they continue to battle like this and lose more time, then well, Schindler's only going to get further and further away.
Yeah, he's going to have to use some traffic here, I think, Yovsky, to get through. On the way down towards turn 5, they'll go now then. And Varkany comfortable at the moment, really. 40 minutes into this race then. We are at the 6 hours of Road America, of course, round 6 of the championship this season. Varkany gets to the outside here of the Caspian Porsche. Yovsky not fancying that one, and one of the Juices cars again off the road. It's not the same one, is it? It has gone off the road again in GT3. We've already seen, was it Felix de Kruff off the road? No, he's in a different Juices car, so he's okay. It's clearly one of the other Juices cars, maybe Yannick Place. Maybe it was him who went off the road. Juices Motorsport Club not having the best start to this race, not having much luck.
No, definitely not. Of course, with both cars having some their own issues as such, but well, Yannick Place for the other Juices car still inside the top 10 and close. I mean, what is a really competitive GT3 field, and what's really been a very close GT3 championship as such. But their best car is the 71, and that's down in 8th place in the championship. So they've definitely not been able to replicate the success that they showed over the course of last season, fighting for a championship. And yeah, I mean, to be fair, GT3 has been really stacked this season in terms of talent and stuff, but Juices definitely haven't been helped by a mixture of bad luck in the way as well.
So Yannick Place going to have to, well, timing screen's going all over the place here. People shuffling about all over the place. There's a lot going on at the moment. Yimi Nisula is causing some of it. He's trying to get past Stein Prins at the moment in the Arnage competition Mercedes, one of the rare Mercedes actually in the field this season. Nisula with a decent run off of turn 3, may well find a bit of slipstream and find the way through here too. He's got an LMP2 involved though, and they're hating this at the moment. I think is the Visceral car maybe, looking for a way down the inside. They're not going to force it 3 wide. Prince stays to the inside, and Nisolo with the outside line is going to get overtaken by that LMP2 all at the same time. So that's going to just interrupt this battle for a few moments here, and that's one of the bits of bad luck you can get in the traffic. Sometimes it can give you the chance to overtake, sometimes it ruins one that you're already trying to make, but Yimi Nisolo will have to hang back for the moment and look for another way past this Mercedes on the next lap probably.
Yeah, I think he might just be eyeing it up, but the Satellite Racing car definitely looking fairly strong. Of course, the Arnage car, after they joined Division 1, was about halfway through last season, have since really made some good strides forward, and constantly improving and finishing quite well in the GT3s. Couple of LMP2s in, the Team Iris car coming in for their first scheduled stop. What is it, 43 minutes into this race, so maybe we might see a couple more scheduled stops not too far away. So that under, getting overtaken by the Seawolf Net Race hypercar, and then that's brought the Juicers car back in as they run their way through Canada Corner. So of course Nisolo wants to get past Arnage, but they've also got to be careful because they've got that Porsche right behind them as well.
They have. It's all going on at the moment because Erhan Yoski's pretty close to the back of Zoltan Varkey as well. And he's indeed alongside him in towards turn 3. So finally, Winchik Racing Team may find their way through, but it's pretty tricky on the outside of turn 5. All well and good being on the inside for the first 2 turns, but it quickly switches around here at Road America. And a big dive down the inside from Varkey. Both of them end up missing the corner, and that one is going to slightly disrupt the rhythm of both of them. Yoski will get down the inside now at Corvette and go through, and that's probably the just outcome of that battle, because Varkey certainly dived too deep on the brakes there in order to hold on to a place.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, just allowing Yoski back through, and there we can also see that now under pressure. It was just like, or are they? I'm not, no, that's about 1.1 seconds back is the hypercar that's closing them down. So I think the one directly behind them isn't full position as such, but Varkey yet. With an eager dive, nonetheless, let's put it that way, to sort of try and keep that position. So yeah, in the end, Yoski found his way through, and probably the car with a better pace. But now, obviously, with battling and being slightly slower, the gap to Simfreen for the podium now 8 seconds. So that's going to be the next task for you, obviously, to close that down. Yeah,
it's Zolt Prebeck who's joined in, by the way. Racing Zone team is who you can see just behind, and we're looking for a way through here too. We're about 45 minutes gone in this race, but you'd expect us to be able to go a little bit further on fuel now for those top 2 who have yet to stop here in hypercar. Prebeck will find his way down the inside by the looks of things and make his way through on the inside for 5th position. So Racing Zone team get into that top 5 now ahead of Go Team Racing, both of whom have stopped already in this race, by the way. And we'll be able to go quite a way further, probably another half an hour on this tank of fuel, and then maybe change some tyres at the end of it. I was noticing, by the way, in some of the forums chat before this race, especially in GT3, that people were talking about the tyre compounds or whatever, and they were sort of wishing for even harder compounds that they already had. Clearly this circuit a bit wearing in terms of the tyres, which that's why I found it interesting earlier when we had a look at the tyres that not all the GT3s were on the hards. Some are on the mediums at the moment, but neither of these two, both on the hards, and the outplace jams it down the inside for 7th.
Yeah, nice little move there, very bold and committed, and caught the Arnage car there off guard, and found his way through. Steinprinz, of course, at the wheel of that Mercedes and getting overtaken. Just in behind, of course, they've got that Porsche on the mediums, but well, how much are they going to be wearing compared to the hards? Of course, yeah, Road America, I can understand that, to be fair. A lot of heavy braking zones, the fast corners are the king, and yeah, I can understand. I mean, there is a lot of opportunity for you to scrub the tyres here, and probably wouldn't have been the worst thing for the drivers to have slightly harder compounds, but they've got to make the most with what they've got. And of course, going for the mediums means they are going to be punchy, but of course wear through them a little bit quicker. And yeah, that blows it all open in terms of strategy, really. But of course, if you want a nice punchy start and get some moves done, then well, maybe the mediums are the way to go.
That may be. Great distribution of manufacturers as well in GT3, which is, I guess, one of the advantages from moving away from GTE. I know we all enjoyed the GT class for many years in the Virtual Endurance Championship, but it is nice to have a bit of a change up, and it's Great to see the manufacturers involved as well. There they all are on the left-hand side of your screen. LMP2 is getting interesting here now as well, because we've got the pit stops underway. So let's see what's ongoing in this class now. With the pit stops underway, it is who's leading the way? The 50 car leading the way now as a result of these pit stops. And so Miko Kortkovsky is leading the way. Now, the reason I'm pausing here is because I wasn't expecting him to be in the lead. Undercover Rayan are the ones in the lead, and that's surprised me somewhat. Team RTR also, they have made a stop, as that graphic is not showing you. They have made a stop, I can assure you. But it must have been under the code 80 earlier on, hence why they've not only got the lead, but they've actually got a quarter-minute margin over those who just pitted and those who were at the front. So what I believe happened in LMP2 was the code 80 was called, and you know, sort of the first 5 or so had already gone past the pit lane, whereas the rest of LMP2 were able to come in, and so that's where the disparity and the difference has come here.
Yeah, really sort of thrown around a little bit. Yeah, you can see Timothy Goyer in the Team RTR as well, running in second place. So again, track position and everything comes down to it when it comes to code 80s. Not necessarily whether or not you want to pit, but whether or not you also can pit as such, because again, the code 80s probably only last for a couple of minutes or so, and for the LMP2s, yeah, it's about a 2-minute lap time. So if you are sort of caught out as you just pass the pit lane, you're not actually going to get another opportunity to come into the pit lane, and even then, you might not even be able to get an opportunity to benefit from it, even if the code 80 lasts long enough for you to get around the pit lane, because of course you're running slower. The lap times, of course, are going to be elongated even longer. So yeah, you can get caught out a little bit by that, and maybe you've got the opportunity to necessarily benefit from it. But Ferrari Sport's still there in third, and only about 11.5 seconds off the top 2 anyway. So probably won't be too much longer, depending on when these two come into the pit lane. The Ferrari car will once again take the lead.
You'd imagine so, but how much longer are these able to stay out in the lead, and in which way will it flip around again by the time this race draws to a close? The fight for what will become second place is also ongoing, with the Hyperion car and Visceral Esports the 4th position at the moment, and they are on the way towards turn 5, and this field very much spread out now at this stage. We're still 10 minutes from the top of the hour here, still waiting for those final pit stops in Hypercar, still waiting for them in GT3 as well, although some came in before. It's going to be one of those races where the field could be spread out quite considerably at some points here because of the way that the strategy's worked out, but it will get interesting at the end unless there's another code 80 to really turn things on its head again, which you wouldn't discount at this early stage.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, of course, for some, the code 80 could be able to put them back onto sequence. For some, maybe to put themselves onto that alternate strategy that we've been seeing. So, yeah, plenty of opportunity for the strategies. And, yeah, of course, these teams coming into today will have their ideal, this is what we've planned. But, again, you never know what's around the corner, especially with how we've seen the first hour of this race go. I mean, we had 3 big crashes in the span of the first half an hour. Who knows, you know, whether or not we're going to have another sort of period of time like that. Another point over the course of this race, you can never predict for these things to happen, because again, like you said, with a single fast start, maybe I was like, yeah, no, we're going to have a nice quiet race, everyone's going to bed in quite nicely, and we're going to have a nice clean run through, and then obviously 10 minutes in and it all kicked off. So we never know, maybe we're not too far away from something like that happening again, and throwing things all out of proportion. So these teams and drivers have got to be on their top game. Swap of position in GT3 as well. That's Visceral moving their way past Simframe for second, but following this battle here, of course, Hyperion fighting away with Visceral once again. There you can see that battle actually with the Simframe car. In the Ferrari, of course, were running quite well in second for quite some time, but now Visceral 1-2.
Yeah, struggling a little bit indeed, the Simframe car, for whatever reason. Daniele Canestrazzi, can't remember the last time I saw him in a GT3, normally a prototype driver for Simframe these days, as they spread themselves quite thin, looking to win all the titles in one go. Certainly were at one point, not so much anymore, really. Still running third overall in this race, still in the running for the Hypercar Championship as well. Hadn't said good afternoon to anybody watching along just yet, but I'll do that now. Tony Ukic has written to us. He's part of the undercover Rayan team, who are currently leading the race in LMP2, and he says stop the count because he doesn't want this race to go on any further. He'd much rather take this race win, and you can't blame him either. Tony Jansen as well has been mentioning stuff, although he has been speaking in what I'm going to presume is Dutch a little bit. That's not helpful. But the long story short is the fact that he's part of the Douches Motorsport Club team in GT3, and unfortunately they're running 18th, 3 laps behind the next car in front of them, and so it could be a very long afternoon for some who have already been caught up, and there's quite a few of them who have already been caught up in incidents in this first hour.
Yeah, it's been a tough day in the office for a lot of people, and rFactor already proving to be quite a race of attrition. And yeah, 6 hours, well, the final 5 of them are going to be, I'm sure, very long for some who maybe just want to get to the end and score some extra point. Of course, they get their 45 participation points, but then obviously the 30 for the win down. So, you know, there's always points on offer. You always want to get as many as you can, and what has, you know, been a fairly close championship up until this point. Still fighting very closely as well. Hyperion versus Visceral, the fight for technically a net P2, but we never actually know how the P2 strategy is going to go with obviously, you know, people being off sequence, on sequence, this, that and the other, everyone pretty much everywhere. But at the moment, these two keeping each other fairly company. But with Ferrari Esports only 4 seconds up the road, can they really afford to battle?
Now then, the leader in GT3 has just come in. Diogo Silva is on his way down pit lane here, and now I understand a little bit more. And the other Visceral car is in now also. I understand a little bit more now why the GT3s, or some of them, that's not a very good camera, of him in pit lane. I understand a little bit more why now they came in GT3, because turns out they can't actually make an hour. So if you pit in under one of those code 80s, as the likes of Blackhawk did earlier on, Mark Vater's been in the pit lane already, then maybe you can make this race on 6 stops, but make your extra splash and dash under a code 80, which is a lot less painful than doing it under green flag conditions at the end of the race.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense actually. Yeah, so obviously the splash is what we usually look for at the end of the race as such, but if you can just sort of top up and then get back on to sort of your normal strategy as such, yeah, you know, they effectively halve their pit stop loss, and yeah, that's obviously good for them, and maybe sort of initially sort of we knocked Blackhawk for it, but maybe they've done a pretty good decision in terms of their strategy, and are now going to be headache free. Can we say that for the strategy for the rest of the race? Because, well, probably not going to be headache free, but certainly slightly eased with not having to worry necessarily about splash and dash at the end.
It's given them a headache tablet, I guess.
Paracetamol.
But
taking some ibuprofen for their strategy.
But it is going to wear off, because then as soon as there's a next time there's a code 80, it will be ears ringing and all sorts again. So we'll get back to GT3. There's a leading fight in LMP2, one for 4th place, one for 6th place as well. So it's a pretty lively category as things stand. These guys are interestingly, it's easy to forget given the fact they're 4th and 5th, but they're actually less than 5 seconds away from Scuderia Ferrari, which does suggest they're having a good day so far. This is one of those Visceral cars making their way out of the pit lane, and there is a 3-wide moment. I'll be interested to see how Thomas Vac managed to hang on to this, and actually he didn't. So Daniele Brambilla got down the inside for Visceral, and so there has been that change there, and that's exactly how. Just a wrong line choice from Thomas Vac, really. The outside turned out not to be the right call.
No, and yeah, of course, getting pinched with the BMW. I think it was the Visceral BMW as well. So maybe some better positioning from obviously the Visceral cars to sort of maybe assist them, or maybe it was just complete coincidence, who knows. But either way, of course, Brambilla was able to choose the better line, use that momentum, find their way through, just took sort of a backward stance, and yeah, drove their way through that backwards momentum through nicely. And in fact, didn't really have much of an answer for it. Still only half a second separating them, so I'm sure this battle may be not over yet. But in the last couple of laps, Scuderia Ferrari, that gap was just 3 seconds, now 4.5, so continuing to grow it. And well, Alex Siebel has no intention of slowing down anytime soon, I'm sure.
Indeed, we've got a yellow flag out there on the circuit at the moment as well, and I fear that, because Sector 2 does include the kink. It's one of the GT3, I think it's the Deuce's car again, is it? It's been off the road. It is. Now, how damaged are they, if at all? Doesn't look like they are damaged at all, actually. They're just getting back going again. Odd place to spin, though, off the exit of the carousel.
Yeah, I mean, easy to sort of run wide as such, and
not spin.
what, like under power?
Well, that's what I mean. These cars have traction control anyway.
It's not even that big of a traction zone because you're already sort of keeping the revs up anyway. Yeah, that is definitely peculiar. Race Clutch and Seawolf in from Hypercar, by the way, so they've been able to stretch it nearly to an hour. So, of course, Schindler, who pit under the Code 80, will take the race lead. But remarkable stuff for Denahan and Jozinski to stretch this stint nice and long.
There is Jake Denahan, making his not making his way out just yet, but he is dropping down the order and making his stop. Racing Zone actually have to come in as well, so they're in pit lane, as you can see. But now the race will really change. The top 5 will now be made up of those who did pit under the Code 80, but once again in Hypercar as well, it looks like they can't quite make the hour, so it makes sense to make your splash and dash under that Code 80. Whereas at the moment, unless there's another one, Race Clutch will have to make theirs under green flag conditions.
And of course lose a lot more time for it. And yeah, maybe going to be hampering them, but of course still 5 hours of this race left to develop. I mean, I can see it maybe going green till the end, but it won't take much for something to go drastically wrong, I'm sure, here at Road America, as we've already seen. So maybe Race Clutch holding out for that opportunity, but again, you can't hold out and hope for uncertainty. So I think those inside the top 5 that did pit under the Code 80 potentially making the safer bet, not necessarily, we haven't seen it to be the best bet, but definitely the one that's secure and sort of has something that you can sort of fall back on with reason and say, yeah, well, we took our splash and dash under Code 80. In theory, it was the best one at the time to go for, and at the moment they're all reaping the benefit of it. 24.5 seconds clear of Race Clutch, but again, it will, you know, to and fro for the rest of the race as they alternate between their stints. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Race Clutch and Seawolf Net Race can do for the rest of the race to obviously bring themselves back in, and then of course how much time they lose at the end if they're unable to make a free splash between now and the checkered.
Race leaders Undercover Rain have been into the pit lane. Mikko Kwiatkowski is into the pit lane and out again, right in front of one of the Visceral cars. So they will make their way back out onto the circuit again right now. Still waiting for some pit stops here in GT3, I've got to say. Daniele Canestrazzi still leading the way there. I'm trying to find out whether they've actually made a stop yet or not, and I'm seeing the answer to that being no. Although it's also trying to tell me that Visceral Esports haven't been in yet in the 66, and that definitely has happened because I've seen it with my own eyes. So we'll keep tabs on that and try and work out what's going on in GT3. But if some of these, and indeed Canestrazzi's in now, so he's in bang on the hour, maybe it is possible for some teams to make it to the hour and not others, clearly. Yeah,
so interesting stuff. Definitely. So they'll be looking to have fairly easy racing to the end in terms of their strategy. But again, fuel consumption a big thing, and yeah, a strange one at that, because surely you wouldn't see that big of a discrepancy between fuel consumption. I mean, I get like a lap or two, but being able to go to an hour versus not being able to is remarkable stuff, unless obviously it's only by a couple of minutes that those that weren't able to go and then of course took their special. I honestly have absolutely no idea, so we're gonna have to wait and see towards the end of the race. But yeah, strange stuff ahead, and of course Code 80's definitely thrown everything up in the air.
Yeah, it certainly has, but it makes it so interesting, doesn't it? I love these kind of races where you're waiting around till the end of the race to sort of find out what's actually going on here and who's even leading the race. I mean, I know that it's easy for us to say, you know, oh, Simframe are leading at the moment and whatever, but it's not actually that clear who's leading the race at the moment. In terms of actually telling you who's legitimately leading this race on the road, on course to win, I mean, it's pretty difficult to say, all things considered, at this stage, and that makes this absolutely fantastic. It makes you sort of want to stick around and wait until the end and watch right until the end, because we really have no idea.
We don't, and that's the beautiful thing when it comes to strategies, is that most of the time we don't. Obviously, these teams have an idea for their race in isolation, and they can make predictions about the teams around them, but to an extent, not even they know how things are going to pan out for the rest of the race. So strategical developments, sort of the big talking point in endurance racing. It is a remarkable spectacle, as a discipline to see that happen. So many decisions and so many variables to take into account because, like I said earlier, you'll have your ideal plan, but circumstance can very quickly change things and flip them on the head, and you've got to be the ones that can make the best decisions sort of on a moment's notice.
Yeah, you do. We've ticked over the 5 hours to go mark, by the way, in this race now, as Patrick Sindler has taken some risks through traffic. He'll make it through just before the king, just in time for us all to survive. But it's been a very lively opening hour, I think it's fair to say. Juan Acco now in from the lead of this race in GT3, so Mark Veit will go through, and he is the legitimate leader here. What a big day for Blackhawk Racing in this field, with Thomas Enger Sim Racing not able to actually take part in the race. They've got a golden opportunity to make up some time. There's been a incident, unfortunately, for, I believe, Zoltan Boda in the, it was Bautas Bex who's been off the road in the Valor Corsa car down at Canada Corner into the gravel. So that's what that yellow flag was out in the third sector. And he is back out there again. Car behaving a bit weirdly. Oh, and he's, well, that's not really legal, I don't think, but he's made a very late call for the pit lane.
He has, and brings it in. Of course, Valor Corsa not making the best of races, of course, where the team that was spun around earlier, was it by Barconi? The one that was sideways going into the final couple of corners. So
Seawolf.
Yeah, that one. Obviously two separate incidents, and then so Seawolf tagged them round. They were facing sideways and caused a bit of a pile up, but put them on the back foot for this race. But yeah, definitely a very late call. Here's Guillaume Mas, the Go Team car, at 1.2 behind the Winchip Racing machine. Of course, they were battling away. Also, the Michi Hoyer 10 car, still with Michi Hoyer at the wheel, closing in to the other Go Team car for second place. So Michi Hoyer definitely with a sort of a second wind of pace in the sort of in the second half of his stint.
I'm not sure why the team's named after him, by the way, because he's not the only one driving it. He'll have others involved, although he is the only one in TeamSpeak at the moment, or at least he was earlier. I see Turka Hakkinen there now. Is he even registered on that car? I didn't think he was. But no, he's not, as far as I can work out. So I don't know why he's tracked to Turka Hakkinen. Either way, he's getting down the inside of the Go Team car now for second place. That was a big slide and a bit of a tentative look down the inside, in all honesty, and he wasn't quite able to find his way past just yet.
Yeah, no way through for now, but still plenty of racing yet to come, and I'm sure Hoyer is still going to be looking for a way through. But yeah, it's strange that he's all by himself. Maybe the rest of the team haven't got a chance to get up or whatever, but yeah, I don't know. I do like as I said earlier, I do like the Hoyer branding all over it, and going for more of a community entry with, of course, the teammates that he's had alongside him for the last many years that have all raced together as part of Burst Esport, and still remarkable that, of course, they're still going for the end and, well, fighting at the moment for a podium, potentially sort of a provisional P2. We'll see how that racks up at the end, but it'd be nice to see, obviously, this team succeed after the troubles that they've had in recent times, and also the troubled season that they've had so far after winning the championship the season before last. So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I'm rooting for him, but it would be nice to see them at the very least get onto the podium.
Yeah, it would, certainly. So Michi Hoyer still third, just behind the Go Team Racing car. And the interesting thing to me now about this hypercar field is the fact that Race Clutch are about 30 seconds behind all this battle. Now, they've got a lot of catching up to do here, because I reckon they've got all the same amount of stops remaining in this race. I still think they've all got 5 stops to go. Admittedly, Race Clutch will have their splash to take on, whereas the others in the field will have full pit stops to take on from now until the end. However, that's still a big advantage. Now Michi Hoyer will find his way down the inside again. A bit more aggression this time into Canada Corner, but a little bit, well, was there too much? Off the road briefly goes the Go Team car, and Michi Hoyer's up to third now, or second place even, excuse me.
Yeah, brilliant move. Sort of teetering on the edge of the limit, but Michi Hoyer through and not waiting around to sort of put his foot down and build a bit of a gap. Of course, helped by a bit of traffic, but the go team car of Valconi definitely caught out a little bit there. The gap now over half a second. Michi Hoyer 12.5 up to Patrick Schindler for first place, so a bit of a gap to close there, but certainly some good pace coming in from Hoyer.
Good start to their campaign. Apparently Nick Silver's letting me know, by the way, that Turkka Hakkinen is part of that team and so may well be driving later on. It did feel familiar, but I didn't want to, go out on a whim and say it, just in case he wasn't actually registered on that team. He certainly wasn't there at the start of the race and during qualifying as well, so clearly he was having a bit of a later start to the day. Only joined the server, in fact, just in time for the race. Let Michi Hoyer do qualifying on his own. As it's approaching sort of the middle of the afternoon in Finland where he is. We're enjoying this three-car battle, and it is a three-car battle now because Erhan Yoski is very much catching up. Here he goes into, well, not down the inside actually of the fluorescently coloured LMP2, just on the way into turn 8 on this occasion. So Yoski will hang back and he'll have to work his way back through again. He's even bobbled over the curb there and won't get through before the kink either, which is not ideal at all. So they'll all have to work their way through in their own time, and Yoski may well have to come back a little bit later to make that move. Diogo Silva's been working his way through the field actually now that he's on this alternate strategy. Of course, he's got a satellite McLaren to try and overtake for 4th place in the next few moments, and this could be a bit of a story of the race for Visceral. If this sort of cycle of pit stops keeps happening, they could find themselves behind quite a few drivers pretty regularly.
Yeah, and making some good moves. Here's what happened a little bit earlier on. Of course, with the Winchit car going into Canada corner, of course, losing a couple of places because of it, and that's the valet car. And Janiowski then off the road. And that's I presume, what Nick Silva was talking about in the YouTube chat.
It is. That's exactly what he's talking about. And I've got to say, that was a story of a hypercar getting a bit too aggressive down on the inside. I don't think there's any other way to look at that, and they may well feel the pain of that penalty in the next round.
Yeah, and of course that's going to put them on the back foot. It's something that we've seen, of course, plenty of times over the course of VEC, where a team starts well, but then within 3 laps have to come in to serve a penalty that they've gotten from the previous round, and Winchik are going to have to start Sebring potentially, of course, on the back foot, which in a season where they ideally have to nail every round from now to Le Mans in order to have at least a chance of the championship versus race clutch, it is going to be a very, very tough ask for them, and definitely not ideal considering that even this race is an uncertainty whether or not they're going to be able to gain any points.
It definitely is in that respect. Yoski getting down the inside late there, and off goes the Aston Martin very briefly, and a brief flash of the lights as well from the Black Hawk car. Wasn't the race leader, was it? No, the race leader is safely away from those guys. It's the other Black Hawk car. Let's have another replay of what happened. This is on board with Erhan Yoski, and this tells you how close he was getting. And I think that camera angle, almost better than any others, Zach, shows you that there wasn't a hypercar spaced size down the inside there.
No, I don't think so. And last time I checked, Yoski isn't a contortionist that can squeeze himself through those spaces. And I think kind of want to just then kind of prove that as such. So, yeah, it was ambitious for sure, but you'd expect, again, a little bit more patience from them in order to find a way past, because again, they're not necessarily in a rush. Yes, of course, compared to last race at Daytona, they've got 4 times less the amount of time to get stuff done, but still 6 hours is a decent chunk of time to get places through, especially because if he'd have just stayed behind, he'd have just put his foot down and got past them, going into the next corner, maybe losing half a second at most.
You would, but as Jimmy Hassan points out, the brakes were on for the LMP2s already, and gave Erhan Yoski little time to react. I still think it's his fault, unfortunately, but let's see. And as I said, we'll find out in the next round of the championship who was at fault for that one. So, battles in LMP2 continue, and it's Stein Hangraf who's trying to work his way through next for Geeks Energy Sim Racing in this fluorescent livery that I couldn't quite grasp the the name of the other moment. He's just behind Corentin Pointeau in the rFRO SimSport car, sort of light blue and white, in 7th position. This LMP2 field is really sort of topsy-turvy at this stage, and this battle for 7th place may well transpire in an overtake. Let's see on the way down towards Canada Corner. The answer to that is going to be no, and Netrex GP are into the pit lane as well. I don't think we're ever going to get a good view as to what the order should actually look like in LMP2 for quite some time.
No, I don't think so either, because again, like we've said, everything is pretty much everywhere with the sort of the situation in terms of the strategy. There's a little bit wide from Pointeau. That could open the door for the Geeks Energy car to find their way past. I think it might do over the crest. Of course, that corner is the last corner that you want to have a slow exit at, because of course it's an uphill climb. Then towards turn number 1, let's see if he's going to be able to find his way past Pointeau. Of course, to the left, it's going to be Handgraf that's going to try and pick his way past. He does exactly that into turn number 1 and up into 6th.
They both go into place there on the Netrex car, so Pointeau actually stays in 7th, but does get overtaken by the Geeks Energy car just behind. And then there is UC Narola in the 34 car just behind as well. You can see just in the background there. So that's Sean Clark Racing looking for a way past as well in LMP2. They've had a decent season so far. Sean Clark Racing in 6th place in the point standings as of right now, and have been relatively consistent in that position as well. But there's already 66 points behind Scuderia Ferrari Esports at this stage in the season. They'll be looking for some more positions here. We're certainly settling in here. The last Code 80 was nearly an hour ago now. We've not seen too many incidents out there on the circuit. It's been relatively clean for the last few moments, and it's been a cleaner second half of that first hour, definitely, than it was in the first. I'm glad that those incidents have sort of become a little bit less frequent here, as UC Narola will now get down the inside of rFRO for 7th position now, and through he goes. That was a fairly easy pass down into Canada Corner.
Yeah, not too dramatic, not really too big of a defence being put up by Pointeau. So yeah, Narola through in the Sean Clark Racing machine, but 1.2 to Handgraf, who of course got through on the previous lap. But yeah, I mean, these guys have been on their best behaviour for the last while, which is good. I think maybe shocked and forced them to settle down a little bit after the 2 incidents, because again, it didn't take much for things to go drastically wrong, and maybe they've just settled down a little bit and yeah, just, you know, not maybe taking as much risk, or maybe obviously because of the crashes, people are a bit more spread out and sort of forced them to, you know, it's just decreased the likelihood of people come together, because as the race continues, people spread out, and then of course it's less densely packed than what we saw at the start of the race, where, you know, accidents were prone left, right and centre. Touchwood, of course, that we keep it clean for the while to come. Here's also a good little battle here for P10 in the LMP2s. Of course, Korkiakowski trying to find their way through into 9th place. That's the Team RTR car, I believe, into turn number 5. Downhill braking, bit of GT3 traffic to contend with. So Korkiakowski has to wait for now to improve their position.
This will become the battle for the lead when the 8 in front of them come into the pit lane in the not too distant future. So these lot came in under the previous, or the second of the Code 80s, I believe it was, or the first one. It was definitely one of them. And that cycles them through into the lead again every time, or it should do. But the gap was only about 12 seconds last time, so it may well be even smaller than that. On this occasion, they're using the downforce of these LMP2s to go round the outside of Ruben Carrera Alves through the carousel there. That was a good move. And they work their way past in the end, as Korkiakowski gets overtaken by a hypercar as well. I tell you, nothing can beat 3-class, multi-class racing. No, 2 classes is okay, but nothing can quite beat 3-class, in my opinion. And that's what we've got again in the Virtual Endurance Championship with Hypercar, LMP2 and GT3. It's been fantastic so far this season. Korkiakowski gets the Simframe previous GT3 class leader right in front of their faces, and so they will be quite separated now from that 9th position they were searching for.
Indeed, and yeah, there is Goya in 9th, and yeah, a bit of a lost bit of ground. So Goya with some space to breathe as such for the time being, but with about that 10 seconds up to Pointo for 8th. That battle that we were seeing a little bit earlier on with Handgraf and Nirola as a 3, so nowhere near a part of that. But, well, again, you wouldn't necessarily expect them to be with their position in terms of the strategy. So RTR keeping the provisional lead, at least for now, as the actual lead, as it stands, the present lead, Alex Siebel now 5.7 clear of Hyperion and Arm Cyprus. So, yeah, Alex Siebel hasn't, waited around at the start of this race. Again, just got his head down, done exactly what he needed to from pole position, which I suppose is exactly what we expected from them.
It is. And just looking at the gaps up and down the field now, it's certainly a settled-in race. We've got Simframe leading the way overall at the 6 Hours of Road America. We're about 80 minutes into this one now. Patrick Schindler at the wheel of this one. Michi Hoyer 10 Racing are in second position at a Winchik, and then it's Go Team Racing 4th, and the Go Team Racing 5th as well. The teammates running both inside the top 5. Yellow flag in the final sector there briefly. That has been cleared up though quite quickly, which is good news. Well, I say that it's not quite over. I don't think the number 28, Danny van der Neat car may have been involved with one of the GT3s, I'd like to say, with a 6th place GT3 just behind them, but I think that's all sorted itself out now. So Danny van der Neat back running again for Netrex. Unfortunately for them, it's been a difficult day in LMP2 so far. Scuderia Ferrari Esports are currently leading ahead of Hyperion, who are in second. And then there's the battle for third. Luca Martino trying to hold off from Felix Neubauer on Cyber versus Team Iris to round out third and fourth. So this is the battle in LMP2 that is very interesting now. And Team Iris on an absolute charge. Neuberger looking to or at least stem the tide, lose as little points as possible to Ferrari, who are still leading the way.
Yeah, I think that was the bare minimum really for them this race, but that punchy start that they got to put them in this position gives them a lot of time to work with going forward. They're not exactly rushing around at the end of the race when they would maybe have only just gotten into this position to fight for a podium. Of course, that punchy start that Nürburgring gave them and making the most of the carnage at the start has propelled them not only through the entire overall pack, but again also up towards the top end of the LMP2 field as well. So Iris, I mean, even if today seems like they've lost points to Scuderia Ferrari, if they can keep it the way that they're going on this trajectory, it will still be a massive success, just to limit, of course, the deficit that they've got up to Scuderia Ferrari, who up until this point, I have to say, have seemed, the benchmark, the standard, the team that have so far been sort of almost head and shoulders above the rest. 3 wins on the trot. If they win today, that'll be 4 in a row. So Team Iris to rise to that occasion and at the very least still be in contention is remarkably impressive, full stop.
Yeah, it is. So pit stops in Hypercar have begun somewhat here too. One of the Go Team cars is into pit lane. That is Zoltan Varkini, who is in. And that will drop them outside the top 5 below Race Clutch, maybe below Seawolf as well, who will both have lower fuel at this stage and be able to make up some time through the latter portion of this stint. And that's the interesting thing in Hypercar as well. Through the first half of an hour or so, the cars that did pit under the code 80 will be faster because they'll be a little bit lower on fuel, but then Race Clutch will be the ones with lower fuel as those guys come into pit lane, so it will constantly change around. And so not only will they not actually know what position they're in, but they won't even know who they're quicker than, because fuel loads are playing such a big role in the pace of these teams.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to what I was saying earlier, as to the teams knowing what they're doing on strategy, but only able to sort of predict what the other teams are doing as well, with obviously how they're doing. You don't know necessarily how much fuel they've got in the car. I mean, you can sort of hedge a decent guess if you know they're half an hour into incident or whatever. You can kind of guess they're running a little bit lower on fuel, but you never know the exacts and the certainties of the other team. So again, even they're in sort of a bit of an unknown, and just each step is another one into the darkness for them. They're uncovering more and more of this race. The hypercars that came in under the original code 80, the likes of Simframe, the MH10, Winchik and Go Team, all into the pit lane as well. That's going to allow Race Clutch to reassume the race lead. Jake Dennehan still at the wheel, so they're in for yet another stop for them. But it is, what was it, roughly an hour since they came in under that code 80. So I think, yeah, we were right in the sense that they are taking their splash and dash sort of now as such rather than later on.
Well, are they? Because I'm no longer that confident that you can make it on 5 more stops from 4 hours 40 to go. I mean, can you remember when the last code 80 finished? I mean, I thought it was around 5 hours and a half to go. But if it was a bit earlier than that, then maybe they will be okay.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to exactly when it was, but roughly in this area, maybe it's just shy of the hour. I mean, what did Dennehan do? He was 2 minutes off the hour. So even then, at some point, he's going to have to come in for a quick stop and go. So yeah, it is a little bit complicated. I mean, yeah, for the likes that came in, obviously they're going to be hoping they can do it, because if they did come under the code 80, it would have been a good help. But if in the end they still have to take that penalty of driving through the pit lane, despite how long their pit stop might be, they still have to take the minimum, which is that drive through the pit lane. If they have to do that again, then it sort of mitigates the advantage they'd have got by coming in under the code 80 originally.
I'll stand corrected. It was 5 hours 35 to go, so clearly they can do about 57 minutes on fuel, and that would put them in an okay range. As long as they pit with 4 hours 45 to go or less, then they will be okay. And in that respect, I think everybody did in Hypercar. Maybe that first Go Team car that came in will be a little bit nervous, but I think other than that they'll be absolutely fine, and they'll be good on fuel. Yeah, they should all be good on fuel to make it on 5 more stops. So it's this car that will have the splash and dash at some point. If there's going to be 6 stints preceding it in this race, it'll only be a third of a tank or so, but nevertheless it's going to have to be taken, and it's a question at this stage of how far is it going to drop them down the field. They've got 23 seconds over Simfree, more than half a minute over the rest of the field. Is that enough or not? I'm not sure at such a long pit lane.
Yeah, it is quite a long one, isn't it? So, yeah, we will, of course, again, only have to wait and see. We can make predictions, but in the end of the day, we can never know for complete certainty. Jake Dennehan, though, of course, leading 23.3. I mean, his margin sort of in this same period of sort of an hour ago was running about 25-ish seconds. So I think maybe in terms of net pace, I mean, maybe Simfree have closed a little bit of a gap over them. But in terms of fast laps, Jake Dennehan has still got the fastest one in the hypercar class. I mean, that's gap in LMP2 as well. Between Scuderia Ferrari Esports and Hyperion has come down a little bit, now only 4.5 seconds. So all ebbing and flowing as such. And I think we are just in that state of limbo at the moment, with so many, different strategies going on at the same time, that only time is going to allow us to uncover more and more of it.
Mark Vater's dropped a long way back after his pit stop in GT3 in Blackhawk. Now, I mean, surely they have made a pit stop after all of that. You'd imagine so. They're now behind the Deuces Motorsport 73 car of Yannick Place in 7th position. But what an important day it is for Blackhawk Racing, with Thomas Wenger Sim Racing out of the way. They need to take advantage of what they have today. Now, that was a yellow flag in the middle sector, and we've got a car off at the kink. We've got Johan Kurjan, I think it is. Oh, we've got an LMP2 off as well. We've had another incident at the kink, I'm afraid, and it's a big danger point now. We may well have another stoppage here, because we've got
Code 80 in 10 seconds.
Another lap traffic incident at this corner.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
I'm trying to work out which LMP2 that is off the road at the moment. I can't quite work it out for now. They were doing okay, though, as far as I can see. Was it the 250? Yes, it was Ace Racing. They were 9th at the time, and probably a bit higher than that, actually, at the point of the accident. So here it is. Let's have a look at what happens here. Johan Kurjan is not around anybody here, which is a concern. The race clutch car, he turns in on the grass, slaps the wall, and he cannot get out the way in time. The Ace Racing car, completely unlucky, has no choice, and that in the end wasn't lap traffic involved. It looked a lot worse from the still shots than it did from the video. Thankfully, there were no other cars involved.
Yeah, of course, an isolation of the pair of them, but you can see both of them limping their way home. That McLaren does not look pleasant to drive one bit. Of course, at least Moose has a slightly more drivable car, at least at slow speed, but Kurjan, definitely the opposite of that, and yeah, easily done. We're right on board, of course, with the Ace Racing car, and you wouldn't be able to predict that was happening. You wouldn't be able to react to that happening. You turn that corner, your eyes go to the exit of the corner, and there's a McLaren there, and you're going at, you know, however quick they're going through the apex.
To green in 10 seconds.
Going back to green again, now that Johan Kurjan is into the pit lane.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
We're back to green again here at Road America. So, who has been into the pit lane this time? The Seawolf car is currently into pit lane. Benjamin Gilsinski, but Race Clutch still haven't been into pit lane. A lot of the LMP2s have been in as well. However, I think again, Zach, the top three went past pit lane before they had the chance to. So they've once again been disrupted by a Code 80 they would have liked to take advantage from, but they just couldn't.
Yeah, and again, that circumstance disallowing them from benefiting from it, and being forced to continue on once again. So another bit of bad luck going their way, but again, still plenty of racing to come. So still Fnatic Race making the most of it, of course, to knock them sort of slightly more in line with those that came in under the original Code 80, and still running fairly well. But Race Clutch, yeah, still continuing on and still committing to that original strategy they had since the start of the race.
So a more strategical hoops to jump through, not least for the teams but us as well. The gap's getting very large at this stage in the race. We're only a quarter of the way through here, only 90 minutes into this one, but it's been very engaging so far. Unfortunately, Zach, it's been the one most fraught with Code 80s, and that is a fact from this race so far. It's been a bit of a shame in that respect, but I think it's been arguably the most difficult circuit in terms of traffic to deal with, in terms of the proximity of the walls around here. Maybe the most difficult race so far, other than Road Atlanta actually, which did see a Code 80 early on, admittedly, but I don't remember it being quite as stop-start as this.
No, I didn't think so. I mean, stop-start, I mean, for the first half an hour it definitely was, then we had an hour's break, and then obviously kicked off once again now. Yeah, I can sort of understand it with Road America, but I don't remember this time last year being anywhere near as chaotic.
Same. No, I don't either. That's what makes it all the more confusing, really. It really does, because yeah, I don't remember it being like this either. I don't know what it is either, but it doesn't. The only thing that's changed is the van wall, apart from the DPIs, and you know, that hasn't really made a difference, because it's not actually been the hypercars involved in these incidents at the Kink, has it? It's been LMP2s and GT3s, which I guess are new as well, but that's GT3 is barely different to GTE in terms of that interaction.
Yeah, there's not really much that's changed. I mean, unless, yeah, I don't know. I was going to say unless there's nothing. It's just an anomaly, really. Maybe, yeah, just drivers maybe getting a bit too desperate, going for silly moves. Maybe obviously different lineups and things. A couple of new teams obviously joining, and maybe that is a bit of a factor. But all in all, I mean, you can see it, obviously, with the layout of Road America, how tight and twisty it is at some points. But even then, it's a fairly wide circuit. Yes, there's not an extensive amount of runoff, but it's not exactly like it's incredibly tight at points like at Road Atlanta would be. It's still sort of a fairly wide circuit. But then again, with particularly the Kink, the fast right-hander, doesn't really leave a lot to predict, like we saw with the Ace Racing car going into the McLaren. Again, you go through that apex, then you've got to immediately slam on the brakes. So again, things can easily go wrong there. Then there's just the entire last section of the circuit is asking for trouble as such. So I suppose that is a reason for it. But compared to last year, yeah, this race has been dire in terms of the Code 80s.
Been a lot of them so far. And hopefully we can clean things up a little bit here in the near future. Now then, a battle for third place is still ongoing. Winchick Racing holding on to that one ahead of MH10 Sim Racing team. And there's also that fight for 7th in GT3 as well. But it has been interesting so far, and it will remain so for the remainder of this one as well. Still 4.5 hours left of this one in reality. So should be good. And looking forward to the remainder of this one. Hopefully you stay with us here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It is the leaders now in LMP2. Alex Siebel and Thomas Vac will come in, so I'm interested to see whether Francisco Geniale will get to the lead, but he's well over a minute back, nearly a minute and a half back. Have they been able to make up enough time by pitting under code 80 compared to what these three are about to lose pitting under green to leapfrog them, or are they going to maintain those podium places? I didn't think pit stops would take that long actually, but clearly they're taking a while.
Yeah, they are. I mean, depends obviously what they're doing, if they're changing tyres or not. If it's just fuel, I wouldn't imagine it takes upwards of over a minute, but then again, we'll obviously see. It's going to be a race against time for Francesco Geniale to get round again, and then we'll see whether or not the other Alp Cyber, the Hyperion and the Scuderia Ferrari esports car will find their way through. But of course, Geniale will want to drive as quickly as he can in order to get that track position. But yeah, an 89-second gap at the last interval was certainly sizable. Yeah, so again, we'll see. He's got 1 sector left to go. What is the situation for those up ahead? Not on the jacks necessarily, so only a fuel stop for them. And I don't think he's going to be able to get through.
I don't know. I think Geniale is going to lead. I think Geniale is going to lead here, and this is a legitimate lead. There's Dennis Jordan, actually, as he is now, but he's got ages to go here. The pit lane exit's nowhere near here. He's going to lose the lead. And Alp Cyber will have a legitimate race lead at the 6 Hours of Road America. Ramada Motorsport might even be able to get through as well. Carlos Pasto, where is he? He's going to be quite close with Scuderia Ferrari, who will make their way out now. This is a legitimate fight for second position in LMP2. And Carlos Pasto for Ramada Motorsport is going to be right on the back of Scuderia Ferrari. So Alp Cyber only came in a few laps ago. The only concern for them is a potential for a splash and dash that they might have to make that they otherwise wouldn't have had to, because of that code 80 and the timing of it. But for now, they can revel in the fact that they're leading this race not on strategy, not because they haven't pitted yet, but on pure speed and strategy so far in this race. Fantastic news for them.
Yeah, I mean, I just sort of didn't really realise how far down the pit lane Dennis Jordan was originally, and he had a long way to go. And of course, then Geniale was able to capitalise most off that, and a brilliant in-lap, out-lap, and of course the pit stop to see them ahead, and not exactly by a small margin either. So let's see what Basto can do in this fight for second, and Dennis Jordan thrown right into the deep end, because obviously he's got to settle into the car, get up to speed to the standard that Alex Siebel was at, and then also sort of recover Ferrari to the race lead.
Yeah, but he can deal with these kind of things. He's a previous champion of this series, of course, Dennis Jordan. He's been pretty close to a champion on other occasions as well. He'll be able to deal and soak up with this kind of pressure as of right now. We go on board with Carlos Pasto just below. That is not the leader in LMP2, just in front, by the way. It's the Valle Corsa car. It's already laps down at this stage in the race. So Dennis Jordan will have to deal with him first of all before thinking about a defence. Not so far behind as well as the rFRO car in a legitimate 4th position. Then there's Hyperion in 5th. Team Iris is 7th. The other Alp Cyber cars got down to 8th place despite running 3rd earlier on because of the code 80 there. It just shows the timing of these code 80 calls are so crucial.
Yeah, they are, and it just allows you to really capitalise if you get it really right, and lose out a lot if you get it really wrong. And the pendulum can swing either way at a moment's notice. So for Scuderia Ferrari, that is a huge loss for them. I mean, still running in second, so not necessarily disastrous, but definitely not ideal in pursuing that 4th win in a row. Maybe they still will be able to close that gap, but at the moment, yeah, this race in LMP2, like we always said was going to happen with code 80s and the strategy being thrown up in the air, continuing once more to be incredibly enthralling, and still plenty of this race yet to come in order to enjoy it. Here's the rFRO Simsport Pascal Gross at the moment at the wheel on the back of the Carlos Basto. There's the valet car getting a little bit involved. Of course, the Rider Motorsport wants to find a way through as soon as possible. Here comes Gross to the outside, gets squeezed wise a little bit. And through.
That? Hyperion, sorry, going through. Thomas Vac goes straight through the middle and up to 4th position. This is a very well-populated part of the order, and that traffic, unfortunately, did not turn out well at all for Pascal Gross.
Absolutely did not. Really wasn't able to make most of it. I mean, looking to go to the outside of the valet car definitely didn't help him. getting squeezed wide. Not entirely sure as to why the Valet car was putting up as big of a fight as it did. Sent him wide though, and then through came Thomas Vac. You can see just taking a backward stance, taking the racing line, and then as soon as the space opened up, thread the needle through, so it went right, went left, and then into fourth. Really nicely done, really nicely negotiated for the Hyperion car there to find their way up another place.
And so the recovery is on for Thomas Vac. The problem is that the Ferrari and Hyperion cars are quicker than those around at the moment, so Thomas Vac should be able to find his way through, and he's got to do it on Carlos Basto pretty quickly here as well for third position, because look at the gap that Dennis Jordan has already put into that Ramada car. It's 2.5 seconds, and he only came out the pit lane a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, it wasn't too long, and yeah, lost a while. Yeah, 2.5 seconds up to Dennis Jordan is going to be quite sizable, so again proving how eager Dennis Jordan is going to be to reclose that gap now, sub 11 seconds, so it'll be interesting to track that over the course of the coming laps. But Rider Motorsport then under pressure from Hyperion, who aren't really going to be too interested in waiting around. They want to be in a direct fight with Scuderia Ferrari Esports themselves, and getting through and closing that gap to what was 5 seconds, you know, at this time an hour ago, to half of that in 2.5. Yeah, Thomas Vac doesn't really want to wait around, and his pace recently, he wants to make the most of this momentum.
He does. He's got Pascal Gross just behind, not to be confused with the Brighton player. Well, I'm presuming that's not the same person. He's fifth at the moment and just waiting in the wings to see what's going to transpire here, probably to try and follow Thomas Vac through on Ramada. I can't see him getting ahead of Thomas Vac and staying ahead, but you never know. An interesting fight here for third position, and he's got the best seat in the highest for it. Now then, GT3 traffic on the way to the King, and Basto drives down the inside, but Vac knows he can't follow through. The McLaren goes a bit wide as a result. Another maybe slightly risky one, but that was okay in the end. Not just because everybody was careful eventually, but I think there was just enough time for Ramada to get through there and not cause any sharp intakes of breath. Not too many anyway.
Yeah, thankfully not, and able to keep it nice and clean for the most part, because the last thing we want is yet another incident. But yeah, Ross definitely getting involved firmly and trying to make up for the time lost. Into the pit lane comes one of the P2s, not any of these guys. Oh no, it's Ramada in, so well, it was short-lived, that fight at the front, but well, now they're going to have to tumble their way back down again.
Well, I thought they'd been in under the Code 80, but apparently not, for some reason. I don't know why they wouldn't have come in, unless they didn't have the chance to. That was close. Pascal Gross with a real big slide off of turn 1, and thankfully catches it in time. Ramada will quickly drop down the order now then. Yeah, I could have sworn I'd seen them in the pit lane under the Code 80 there, but clearly not. And so Gross in again now, and so drops outside of the top 10, down into down on the brakes they go. For turn 5, this battle should now just peter out, I think, for third position. Hyperion should be able to hang on to this position for the moment. But yeah, it makes you wonder how many of these other cars inside the top 10 actually are quite close to a pit stop after not pitting under the last Code 80, because I thought everyone had been in.
Yeah, I thought so too, but well, evidently not, and there wasn't really an opportunity for them to pick up any damage or anything that would see them come off that. So yeah, definitely in on merit and a legitimate pit stop, which is a shame because it would be nice to see them running at the front, but does allow things to calm down a little bit in this fight. Team Iris about 5 seconds back, still inside the top 5, so still running quite nicely, and just to see how that develops over the course of the rest of the race, with 4 hours 20 left to go, so nearly a third of the way through already. Pascal Gross finds his way past the Juicers Porsche, and losing a little bit of time to Hyperion, who are losing themselves a little bit of time to Scuderia Ferrari, who are in fact gaining quite significantly on that armed cyber car for the lead.
Battle a bit further back that I thought was going to be completed here. Team Iris got up to 5th place a few moments ago with Sven Geelholt, but he's still got Team RCR right behind. And if there's ever a team that will have been unhappy to see the Code 80 come out as it did not so long ago, then Team RTR would have been one of them, because they were in a situation before that where they were consistently going to cycle out into the lead again. But that phase of the race is going to come to an end now, because that Code 80 has come out. It's slightly ruined Team RTR's strategy, and they're no longer going to have routine stints at the front of the field.
No, maybe not. And yeah, it's a shame again. Just goes to show the Code 80s can swing your way and give you to benefit, and then when another one comes out slightly ill-timed, it's then back the other way. But still for Team RTR, running in 6th, I mean, that would be a really good position for them. I mean, they're not a million miles away from Team Iris, but again, with how everything swings one way and goes the other, I mean, it looks like at one point they might be catching, or at least in a decent position, and then all of a sudden the strategy changes, or there's another code 80 thrown that throws it all into turmoil once again. So Timothy Goyer doing a really good job just driving the car to the best of his ability, not necessarily at the worst place either. His last lap, 53.9, was for Team Iris at 37, was a 54.1. Of course, you can't read too much into lap times all the time,
31
but still decent.
are lacking, really bad. Please fix. Please go into the pits and fix.
Now, who's that? They must have made a driver change in the 31 Ramada car. It's Pedro Ramada now that's in, not Carlos Basto. And clearly, that's not what you want to hear for Pedro Ramada. There you go. Yeah, so that says all you need to know about that one. Really unfortunate, but looks like they're going to have to make an extra stop.
Yeah, even worse to have to come in and then come in literally 2 laps later. A shame, but at the end of the day, it's the best thing, not only for their race, so they don't incur any sort of penalties, for instance, they might cause, but also just to benefit the safety of everyone else around them with lagging stuff, because it's so difficult when you've got a car in front of you that's lagging and you can't predict where they're going to go. You try and go for a move past them, and then suddenly you're inside them, and then both of you are inside the barrier, which is never ideal.
Pete, you need to go into the pits,
always the best way for things to go. Also, momentarily saw Timothy Goyer going sideways. I think he was able to keep it under wraps, but definitely losing a lot of time to Team Iris in front. Still with plenty of racing yet to come. Here's the Simfream car in 4th on the back of the Wanako machine just in front. That's the fight for 3rd in the GT3s, and Simfream again running really well. I mean, had a momentary blip in terms of struggling a little bit for pace, but still battling away as the Team Iris car in the LMP2s battles its way past. But Visceral in firm control of this race, and everyone else really forced to fight for 3rd.
Talking to myself, I think, is the best way to describe what I just did.
First time.
Daniele Canestruzzi indeed on the back of Adam Taylor here for 3rd position in GT3. As some brief yellow flags get thrown here, but nothing sustaining in terms of yellows, which is good for now. Keep things nice and clean out there on the circuit. So this fight for 3rd place, where will it be at the end, I think is the bigger question, and who is yet to make pit stops under the code 80. I think Visceral Esports is certainly one of those. Trying to see where Mark Veit is at the moment. Seems to be in 8th position, still just behind Yannick Place. So I don't think many of these GT3s came in at all under that last code 80, because those that came in under one of the first 2 had already made a stop, and so were already offset. But those that sort of needed the code 80 to work couldn't come in because of where they were. That's a look at Pedro Ramada and what's happening to him. Meanwhile, Daniele Canestruzzi works his way through. It looks like the straight line speed of the Ferrari and the Wanako car there just couldn't keep up, and couldn't keep 3rd place either.
Unfortunately not, so Canestruzzi through and looking to run away and solidify that 3rd place. Again, it's going to be difficult to catch the 2 Visceral cars of Silva and Magnus Bort, the 58 and 66 machines respectively, who are running really nicely in the GT3s, but Simfream still again trying to get the best out of this race that they can. Unfortunately, the GT3 entry not having the best of seasons by any stretch, down at 11th in a fairly competitive GT3 category, to be fair, but surprising nonetheless to see Simfream so far down. But then again, they are sort of spread thin, trying to maximise opportunities in all, all the categories, win championships everywhere. There's Adam Taylor and the Wanako machine as well, now half a second off and off the podium, which for some might be the best they're going to be able to fight for today.
Maybe, but as I said earlier, who really knows what they're fighting for at this stage in terms of positions? It seems very hard to tell from my point of view. Now Visceral are in again. Diogo Silva still has led quite a lot of this race so far, and is now going down pit lane for the 2nd time today, 2nd of 6 times I would presume in GT3. But those that have pitted under either of the Code 80s or indeed any of the three so far will be slightly offset and will have made their splash already, whereas Visceral still waiting for the opportunity to do so. That is the thing with these Code 80s. You don't always get to see the whole way through. You don't get to get everyone past the pit lane when you are under Code 80. So that means that some people can benefit and some people can't. And for some people it's not advantageous to come in anyway. So it's a difficult call to make, and it really switches up the field as we've seen so far today. It's really shaped this race so far.
Really has. Quite close in the hypercars. Here's Jojowski with Michi Hoyer in the MH10 entry. So keeping each other nicely close together. And of course, two teams that pit under the original Code 80 and on the similar strategy. Two Go Team cars as well, very close for position in 5th. Looking very, very strong. This fight for the podium. Jojowski driving quite nicely, but also Michi Hoyer, to be fair, having a really strong race.
He is. So far on his own, of course, but I believe we'll be joined by Turk Hakkinen a little bit later in the race. There's Jojowski trying to run away from Michi Hoyer, and this is about to get all very busy into turn 5. Hoyer with 2 cars between himself and the driver he'd very much like to overtake, and so that gap is going to just extend even a little bit further. These guys actually getting towards a minute behind the overall race lead as well, which is not a good place to be, but as I said earlier, Race Clutch are on lower fuel than them for about half a stint here, so they would be expected to gain some time.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, lighter car means the car's a bit more responsive, a bit quicker in a straight line, and just overall a little bit faster as well. The last lap for Dennehan, a 46.7, which is nearly 2 seconds quicker than Patrick Schindler on 48.5. Again, can't read too much into that in regards to, of course, traffic and circumstance and things, but realistically 2 seconds lap is a fairly sizable margin that Dennehan is bridging out over the rest of the field. But again, all on different strategies. We don't really know where different people are at different points, so it's just a puzzle that we're going to have to piece together as the race develops. And we are approaching that 3rd mark through. In about 10 minutes time, we'll work with Vida Heatley. I'm going to step aside in the commentary booth, and then of course Ewan and Vida will talk through the next couple of hours before Hugo and Vida, I believe, will then take you through the final 2 of this amazing race, of course, for race 6 of the 16th season of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Here's Michi Hoyer still with Jojowski, but a bit of a gap being built up by Jojowski in recent times, and well, maybe Michi Hoyer falling off a little bit, but I don't think it's quite close. Of course, with Varkonyi and Maas, the 2 Go Team cars at least running quite well, and one of them inside the top 5.
They're running quite well, but unfortunately they've unfortunately for Maas anyway, they've changed positions in recent times. Pedro Ramada makes his way back out onto the circuit again in LMP2. So Adam Taylor has lost quite a bit of time here, and he's lost a place now to Jimmy Nisler as well, for whatever reason. He was battling with Canestruzzi not so long ago, but he's already more than 2 seconds behind, despite the fact that battle was only about 5 minutes ago. Maybe the Porsche's struggling at this stage because Nisler's gotten through, and now he's already got a sizable gap as well.
Yeah, nicely done for the Simfrim car, running really nicely. Canestruzzi again, the Ferrari struggling for a little bit of pace earlier on, but has since sort of found that second wind and really ramped it up ever so slightly. So 3 cars not really separate by too much, 2.2 covering the top 3 in the GT3s. Fights further back, the Juices and Blackhawk car for 5th. Adam Taylor may be dropping off ever so slightly, but in the slipstream of the McLaren just ahead. So, just maybe feeling a slight inkling of it, but yeah, probably would like to get a little bit closer. Yeah, you can see that gap now 1 second, so probably slightly out of it, but still close, still in contention if things go wrong or a mistake is made. But yeah, Canestruzzi, his pace at the moment in GT3 is staggeringly quick.
It is, and so is Jimmy Nisler actually. At this stage, Adam Taylor seems to be the one who's really struggling. In LMP2, there are various battles ongoing. David Berenek looking for, looking for a way past Andrea Martino, getting a bit of a slide on as well in LMP2. There's the battle for 6th position in the field right now. Berenek has been a VEC driver for quite some time now, not always in the LMP2 class. I don't know how long he's been with Sean Clark Racing either, but he's here for this race. and looking for his way into 6th position at the moment. Such a strange, on its head almost, order for this race in LMP2. I do believe, though, the Armed Cybercar may have recently got past, because they were one of those top 3 that had to come in earlier on, or had to stay out during a Code 80, then come in under green, and lost all that time. So maybe that's where that's all come from. But Berenek has immediately lost time now, and he's on a second behind in that fight for 6th place.
Yeah, so Martino bridging that gap, but quite a sizable gap in front for 5th. So probably just going to try and bridge the gap to Sean Clark Racing as best they can, and continue in what has been a fairly strong day for Armed Cyber for the most part, of course. But again, we don't really know when it comes to LMP2 where people are. As it stands, I mean, the front runners are Scuderia Ferrari, Hyperion and such. Also, we've got Pascal Gross for rFactor Simsport under pressure a little bit from Sven Gilho just in behind, and that Team Iris machine, who are still running really nicely. We'll ride on board with him, of course. He's not really been one to wait around too much removed, so I'm sure if there is a gap, then Team Iris, in terms of obviously how Nürburgring started this race and how Gilho intends to sort of continue on in that stride, probably aren't going to be too interested in waiting around too long before they make a move for the podium.
They are. That's a bit of a slide wide from rFactor, but Gilho didn't quite get to the apex at Corvette there either. Now then, down into turn 8 they go. Downhill braking zone, of course, just extends it a little bit. They're both nicely on the apex on this occasion. Bit of a slide on the way out, and now around the carousel. Doesn't have any sort of apex curve to the inside here. You've just got to trace around the outside of the grass, almost trim the grass along the edges as well. Now through the kink, which is not so much of a challenge in these very high downforce cars, and then in towards Canada Corner. Big braking zone up here too. We've seen plenty of incidents so far today, and goings on, overtakes, and now out towards the end of the lap. Another not quite blind crest, but can't quite see where you're going over the top there. And then to the final turn, where you really need the run onto the straight, and a bit wide there from Gilhood. Uses all the curb on the outside, but get into the slipstream now, and he'll really close in. He'll want to find his way through here pretty quickly so that he can try and get with those top 3. Because one thing that Code 80 has brought these guys is it's brought them a lot closer to Ferrari and Hyperion, who they really need to challenge with regards to this championship.
They do indeed, so more the reason to push forward. I mean, not completely unattainable is Scuderia Ferrari. What are they? About 5.1, 5.5 seconds between Team Iris and the leaders of Dennis Jordan. So plenty of opportunity for that gap to close. Plenty of things can still go wrong, mistakes to be made in the coming moments, and the rest of this race, of course. So I'm sure we might be able to see more fun. Also close for the GT3 lead. Kind of Strazzi under pressure from Jimmy Nusler in the of course, the Satellite Racing McLaren, looking very, very strong. Of course, the McLaren just in general looking fairly strong here at Road America. Penalty going the way of Yannick Place, though. That's certainly unfortunate for him.
That was he's just been in pit lane, so I'm going to join the dots there and say that was in pit lane where he got that. Whether that's true or not, I can't really tell you at this stage, but Yannick Place with a penalty, and Jimmy Nisela now comes into the pit lane, so there will be no battle for the lead. And in fact, the leader in Hypercar also into pit lane, so now Patrick Sindler has the chance to take that lead back, and definitely will do. But Kenneth Strazzi will be more comfortable in his lead in GT3, and so it'll be 2 Simfreem leaders in the field at the moment. It's been a good start for them, but they do need it in terms of both of the championships, especially Hypercar, which they'll be going for. They're currently 3rd. They've got the chance to try and overtake Winchick Racing at the moment, especially if things carry on the way they are. But all of the top 3 in the championship having decent days so far.
Yeah, they are indeed. Here he is leaving, and maybe, did he deactivate the filler mode too early?
And his revs are rising already there. There's the yellow line. Maybe.
That's that is harsh if it is.
Well, he's released the pit limiter too early. It's
well,
not
no, of course. Like it is cutthroat, but the fact that it was that close, I mean, you can kind of feel a little bit of empathy for it, because It wasn't like it was deliberate that, you know, he did it like 5 seconds or, you know, a good 20 meters before the pit limit line. It was, he intended to do it on time, but unfortunately just came up a little bit too early, and it's a very unfortunate penalty to get when he was really, really close to doing it legally.
I mean, if you get that close and get that far down the pit lane, you might as well do the whole thing, really. But anyway, and he's already done it once. It's not exactly his first time in the car today, so I don't know what that was all about. A clear lapse in concentration, I think it's probably one word for it. And so that will be a penalty for Deuces to add to a pretty difficult afternoon for them so far. Sven Gilhard has gotten through into third position, which is a bit overdue now. The gap's up to about 6 seconds to Ferrari, but what great progress. That's 2 hours now and 17 places gained.
Insane stuff from Team Iris. That is just remarkable stuff. And yeah, 3 minutes off the hour, and they're fighting for podiums. I wouldn't discount them for the win either.
No. And that's what I was saying earlier about the Code 80. But that maybe earlier you would say, well, with quarter of a minute off the lead, 20 seconds off the lead, it's probably too far. But at this stage, maybe not. Now, who's that with a penalty? I've not seen that driver before. Simon Luz in the Blogil Esports team. Now, have they just made their way out of the pit lane? Because they weren't really anywhere near a corner at the time. I guess you could get a cut track at turn 1. I don't think I was quick enough to see him there, so don't know what that was all about for him, but another penalty maybe.
Yeah, maybe so, which is even more unfortunate for, again, another team suffering from, well, not necessarily misfortune, because if they brought it up themselves, that is a huge snap of oversteer as well. So not looking overly, not looking overly great in terms of driving cleanly, but let's see what happened. Leaving the pit lane. Or was it another instance? Oh, wow. Surely it's not that easy to do.
It's a pit limiter.
I know.
Too early as well. I can't believe this. Really can't.
That's one way to get a penalty. The most unfortunate way, because it's the most trivial thing. Disengaging the pit limiter. Everyone does it countless times, and you've just been given a slam dunk penalty for it. That is, as a driver, you'd be kicking yourself.
If someone could, a driver in YouTube can tell us a little bit more about why that's so easy to do, then that would be great. But a bizarre way to end your stint, Zach. But thanks so much for joining me for the first couple of hours. It's been a good race so far. Good to be alongside you. I'll be here for another couple here. Myself, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Vidya Heatley for the next couple of hours through the middle portion of this race. It's been, I think, chaotic is the word for it so far. 3 Code 80s. Couple of penalties in the last 5 minutes as well. Wasn't expecting this, I've got to be honest, from Road America, but it has delivered a very action-packed race so far.
Yes, is there going to be contact there as they both go past the GT car? You think Sven Gilhard and the Team Iris car, excuse me, battling for third here, managed to get up the inside coming down to turn 1. But yes, from what's happening with the pit lane, I'm wondering whether it's just an illusion, because it essentially is just straight in, straight out. Here at Road America, there aren't any, if you like, turns coming in or out of the pit lanes. I'm just wondering if these teams are just trying to push it as far as possible and then getting pinged with these penalties as a result.
As you say, it's in terms of corners, one of the easiest to get onto. I know that you can't actually see the line until you're about on it on the way in, but we haven't had any penalties for speeding on the way in, which is even more weird. It's on the way out instead. I can't put my finger on why at all this has happened so far. And so, as I say, if you're a driver in YouTube, let us know why it's happening, because I can't figure out a reason for the moment. 4 hours to go in this race then. 2 hours down. We're a third of the way through the 6 hours of Road America, and we're over halfway through the season, by the way. This is round 6 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. This time around, we're getting to the business end now, and it's Simfream Esports who are currently leading the way. Patrick Schindler out front right now, just making his way through the kink and through a little bit more traffic as well. The gaps have got quite big at this stage in the race, but with all the incidents that have been going on, with all the pit stops, with all the Code 80s, it's fair to say that that's expected, the gaps being this big, because there's been so many things to split these battles apart, and that's why we're seeing what we are seeing at the moment.
So, yes, Patrick Schindler, 12 seconds only the gap at the front, so not too much. A quick spin or an altercation with the GT car, an LMP1, or an LMP2 car, I should say, rather, can easily reduce that gap. But that's something car coming across the start-finish line one more time, braking hard for turn 1. Having a look there at Timothy Goya and the Team RTR car, just 0.3 of a second, third of a second, to get up into 4th position. But if you look at this relative timing chart on the left-hand side there, that's what the top 5 in LMP2 within, what, 8-9 seconds?
Yeah, 8 seconds, 8.1 as of right now. That is very encouraging indeed, and it's part of a legacy again of the Code 80s, which have really kept this race very close. Goya gets on the brakes pretty late there. Oh, and that was a
turn 5,
half-hearted dive down the inside
move
from Pascal Gross, and a big slide from Goya as he tries to make his way through, and does successfully as well. That was a bit of a misjudgment, I think it's fair to say, from Pascal Gross. He was in two minds about whether to make that overtake or not, and that's exactly where you don't need to be when overtaking a GT car.
Indeed, turn 5 there is one of the biggest braking zones here at Road America, and there are quite a few big braking zones. And yes, maybe just got caught out slightly by how early the GT car had to brake. So had to change the line a little bit there, and Goya just went up the inside perfectly and took away that 4th position from Pascal Gross. And yes, a textbook move there, but look at this, Gross coming back perhaps, getting the slipstream coming down towards Canada Corner, but not close enough to make a move on that. You can just see from that onboard, we're only there for about 5 seconds, how much this slipstream actually gains you speed.
It does, it really does. It's been great racing so far in LMP2. I know it's a spec class, but it's been very engaging so far, and to have 8.5 seconds separating the top 5 is very encouraging. Again, a view as to how important the slipstream is here for rFactor Simsport. Oh, and a bit of a late defence there as well from Timothy Goya, who tries to hang on to this position and will do into turn 1, but it's a wider line in from Gross, and have the run down towards turn 3, which is never really an overtaking opportunity, mainly because the straight in between 1 and 3 is not really quite long enough. Now on the way towards turn 5, a much better chance, but Goya has a bit of a slipstream from Arnaz just up in front to maybe help him along here and keep Gross at bay, although the light blue car will still get larger in the mirrors. Oh, he looks to the inside and the outside, decides there's not really enough room for that, and so will stay in 5th position for the moment. Pascal Gross not willing to brake late on the brakes there towards turn 5. Maybe after what happened last lap, he was slightly put off by that.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of psyching out almost there. He's trying to psych out, but yes, you're right, perhaps in the last lap, just a little bit of fear brought in to the thinking of Gross. But again, as you were saying, the slipstream is so important. You saw how much speed, what the overspeed I should say rather, was for Gross coming down towards turn 5. Now coming down towards the kink, you can't go too wide round here. This will be fairly impressive, but no, just laying out the throttle a little bit and coming down to Canada Corner once again. One of the massive braking zones up the inside. Perhaps is there an overlap? Not quite. It was just the camera angle there made it a little bit, made it look more interesting than it was. Falling back a little bit now, and perhaps just cooling off the tyres a little bit in order to mount another challenge.
Falling back quite a bit on the brakes, getting it wrong again. Gross, unfortunately, I think he might have a little bit less wing on this car. But the amount he's been closing up has been a bit abnormal. That's as far as I can tell. So there could be something going on in that. As the Team Irish car pits in, this becomes the battle for 3rd place now. But there will be a GT car between them, so that will slightly split them apart here. And that battle may well have to be put to rest for the moment. But it is an interesting conundrum at Road America. There's plenty of medium and high-speed corners where you'd benefit from having a high downforce car, but there's also some very long straights as well for you to really trim out for. So it's a difficult equation to really solve when you're thinking about your setup here. But with the traffic that's now separating these two cars, I think this battle may well be over.
Yeah, and coming up the hill towards turn 6, and yeah, that could well be the case for now, but of course it can change in the future quite rapidly. And there was a battle there for 4th position GTs. Indeed, I was just going to choose the camera myself, but you got there before me. But yes, this battle for 4th position GTs On board now with Alice Pleva in the Visceral Esports car, trying to chase down that 4th position. And again, you can see that slipstream coming down towards Canada corner, moving towards the inside, at least just showing the nose of the GT3, but not close enough to make a move for now. So letting the prototype traffic pass, the P2 traffic pass, and perhaps Pleva can take advantage of some of this prototype traffic at some point. We've seen it so many times throughout the series where essentially you can use the faster traffic as a little bit of a help in order to gain a position.
To be side by side on the straight there from some of the LMP2s. One of those down on power or something, getting overtaken very quickly. One of the armed Cyber cars it is. And Pleva might well have a chance here because Satellite Racing have got one of those LMP2s right in front of them on the way out the pit lane. It's the Geeks Energy LMP2 exiting pit lane. Such a narrow line you have to take on the way in towards turn 1 after you've been into the pit lane here at this circuit, and that really does disrupt those who are out on the racetrack at full speed. But Pleva wasn't able to take advantage of that at all. You see the headlights making a bit of an impression on the road already here in sim at the moment. It's only about 3:10 in the afternoon, about 3:15 in the afternoon, but this race is going to finish at 7. It's still fairly early on in the year. We might well see some darkness towards the end. What I was wondering earlier was whether these very overclassed conditions are going to produce some rain for the first time we've seen in quite a while in the Virtual Endurance Championship, because it looks exceptionally gloomy today.
I think it's exceptionally gloomy outside my window here as well in Munich, where no rain yet, but Pleva there. Got a little bit of an overlap actually coming down into the corner before the carousel. Now there's a long corner, and carousel, really you've got to pick the correct point where to go back to full throttle, because it's so easy just to drift out onto the grass there on the outside, and of course grass not as grippy as tarmac, and that can cause a big problem.
That was a bit wide for Holland as Michi Hoyer tried to find his way through on the inside there, but Pleva couldn't take advantage of that either. He just take another look to the inside of the McLaren. I kind of think these looks at Canada corner are partly to try and make an overtake, but also partly to keep a prototype behind if there is one homing in the background. But it's been successful on this occasion, at least in keeping the prototype behind for now, and then he'll let them through on the straight, of course. And we'll have to do the same again for another one a little bit later. Don't forget there are about 30 prototypes to pass these GT3s. It's pretty busy in terms of looking in your mirrors around this circuit for them. Meanwhile, speaking of Michi Hoyer, he's right behind Zoltan Varkini now for 3rd place in the field. These guys are still yet to pit, of course, for the 3rd time in this race. They've pitted under code 80 to take their splashes of fuel, and they won't be very far away from taking another bit of fuel now. In fact, in either at the end of the next lap or the one after that, the first of the Go Team cars will be into the pit lane to start off the cycle again. So Michi Hoyer may well find his way through on this car anyway pretty soon, with pit stops very soon on the horizon for everyone.
Indeed, if I actually picked the correct tab, I'm looking for this one. But yes, as you said, it's very likely to have another stop soon. Of course, we'll relegate that car a little bit, as we see a lot of the LMP2 cars, actually, a lot of leading LMP2 cars, I should say, rather, coming into the pits simultaneously, which gives the lead of that class to Dennis Jordan in the number 39 Scuderia Ferrari esports car, who I think was leading anyway. We've got the Hyperion car just a couple of seconds back. Then now a big gap to the armed Cyber number 41 of Andrea Martino in 3rd, but of course that will sort itself out in the pit stop cycle.
It will. The gap's getting very big in LMP2, but they will close in again. In fact, Ferrari and Hyperion will be the last ones in, so that, at least of the leaders, so that will sort of sort things out there in LMP2. Michi Hoyer not quite as close to Go Team on this occasion, down in towards turn 1. Unfortunately for this team, of course, these guys have renamed from Burst Esport, who have unfortunately folded as a team, and so the previous VEC champions not able to sort of take part under that banner, and they weren't able to take part at Daytona, as I think partly as a result of that, but also other reasons as well, to do with numbers. So the season 14 champions not able to take on that mantle as that team, but it is the same driving lineup realistically that's taking on this race and taking on the rest of the season as well. Effectively, it's the same driver lineup and in many ways the same team, just renamed under Michi Hoy 10 sim racing team. But the fact they missed Daytona and missed out on so many points, dropped 90 points, for example, to Race Clutch and many more points to other teams, for example. They're down in 11th place in the standings now, and that's arguably too far away to really come back from.
Yeah, it'll be a bit, well, I was going to say it'll be a big effort in order to be able to make that gap up, but no, I think you are right in saying that really being that far down the standings at this point in the season is really too much to try and regain.
Yeah, come back from too far back for them, especially in 4 rounds. I know there's Le Mans to come with 1.5 times points, but nevertheless,
yeah.
It's a long way back. The Black Hawk car from GT3 is now into the pit lane. Now, can they make it on 3 more stops after this one? It might be quite tight for them, actually. They might have to do a little bit of fuel saving, but we'll wait and see on that one, because if it does work out for them, they've got a chance of a very good result, and they need to gain some points. What a big day it is for them, with Thomas Enger sim racing out. Oh no, contact!
Oi!
Wow! And how everybody hung on to that, I've got no idea. But it was one of the armed cyber cars with side-to-side contacts against the 93 Scuderia Leon car, Ruben Carrera-Alves. Oh no, it wasn't. It's just a very similar looking car to his. I couldn't tell you who it was then, which of the Ferraris, or indeed which armed cyber car.
It's
but
one
that
of them,
was so close to a huge accident.
Yeah, that was almost essentially an airplane accident coming down into turn 1, as close as you can get. That was contact at the best part of 170 miles an hour coming down towards turn 1. So yes, rather hairy, but somehow, as you said, they all managed to hang on to it. But that does now mean that Michi Hoyer in this MH10 sim racing team car has fallen back a little bit from the Go team car in third, so 2.6 seconds that gap to that final podium position. But again, going all the way around the outside the carousel, I'm actually kind of slightly surprised that these prototypes, these top class cars.
Oh, sorry, that's a bit of lag in the background. Thought someone was flying into the carousel wall there, but it turned out to just be a bit of lag from Guillaume Mas, I think. Is he okay now? He looks like he is. So that's good. But that was very scary for a brief moment. As I say, we can't be far away from pit stops now, and in fact I think one of these Go Team cars may well be in at the end of this lap to serve their pit stop. Mas is not going to do that, and neither is Dr. Varkey in front, so there'll be a bit of a waiting game here, a bit longer, but nevertheless they should be making it on 4 more stops, including the one they're about to do.
Good is the operative word in that sentence, but we'll see if that does indeed shake out to be the case. But Guillaume Mas here in the CMT Go Team car in 5th. A good showing for the Go Team car, Go Team at the moment, 35th in the top class.
They're doing very well in the race as of right now. 4th and 6th in the standings too. Maybe a bit further adrift than you'd really want to be at this stage. They're 49 points away from Race Clutch, which is a pretty big gap. But considering this is, if not it is their first season in the top class, isn't it? In the Virtual Endurance Championship after their LMP2 victory in season 15, they've moved up. Guillaume Mas, by the way, was part of that winning team. They've moved up now, and they are in the top class this season around. I thought they were taking part in LMP2 as well, but I've not seen any of them today in LMP2, any of them for a while in LMP2. I don't know why. They're way down in those standings, by the way. Their total defence not going so well, but it's good to see they've moved up slightly, and at the LMP2 class sort of working as it should do to sort of bring these teams a bit faster. Certainly those developing teams like Go Team Racing used to be, into a new VEC team. They moved up the ranks from Division 2 in season 14 to winning races at the start of season 15 to winning the title at the end of it. It's exactly what LMP2 is for, those teams to get better and eventually move up to the top class, which they've now done.
Indeed so, and as you said, they've done a pretty good job of essentially transferring to this class 4th and 6th in the standings. As you did point out, at the moment, Mass 5 seconds back from Richie Hoare, so a little bit of a distance, but over the course of 20-30 minutes, that 5-second gap can certainly be reduced.
Can be eradicated entirely if things go their way, but for now these are the closest fights really on the circuit. Dennis Jordan and Thomas Vack are not far away from coming into the pit lane. He's leading in LMP2 at the moment, but the battles you have to search a little bit further down for them in LMP2. Arm Cybra and their other car, Luca Fabro, looking for a way past Martin Marian Pfeiffer, excuse me, in the Geeks Energy car, I think that is, just up in front for now. So this is the fight for 11th position. And, unfortunately, we do have to search outside of the top 10 for these fights at the moment that are getting a little bit quieter at this stage as we're in the middle third of the race.
Yeah, but as you said, there have been a few code areas in the first third. There might be some more in this middle third. We'll have to wait and see as the car from 4th position in LMP2 class comes into the pits. That being, if I could make, I think that's Timothy Goya actually in the 32 car, isn't it? Is coming to the pits as there's a quick yellow in the 2nd sector. And it is still there. It is the car that is 8th position.
Kink, there's an accident at the Kink. Dennis Doon is involved. Oh dear, oh dear. It's another crash at the Kink, I'm afraid. And I think, oh, don't rejoin like that. That was scary. He's trying to get turned back around again.
There's a spun car in after the Kink on the straight. Please be careful. Please slow down. It's a yellow flag. Please slow down.
And I think there's a GT in the background as well, is there?
Yeah, it was. It was.
Oh, it was.
Car, they've got going again, actually. Which car was it? I did see it on the track map. I didn't quite
no, I think
pick
they've
up
DNF'd.
Which one it was.
It was the 65 car of Jero Kaleja, who has come into pit lane now and retired. That's
all clear again.
Yeah, the track's clear again now, but the 65 car is the one that was also involved in GT3. That's Satellite Racing, who've had a difficult day so far. Thankfully for them, it was the only Satellite car not doing so. Oh, and that LMP2 had no rear wing there.
Yeah, it's got no rear wing.
What was that all about? Maybe they were all involved. Well, that is a bizarre one. It could have really helped out Dennis Jordan and Thomas Vack, actually, if there was a code 80. This is what happened. So Jero Kalea is in front. He gets on. Dear, oh dear. And that Blackhawk car was very lucky. The LMP2 in the background goes off in sympathy almost. The rear wing comes off as Dennis Dooner gets involved as well. So that's the second time that a GT3 McLaren has lost the rear on turning for the Kink, and it wasn't a lapped incident as it turns out.
Yeah, that's actually a fairly interesting place to lose the rear end because you're already flat out and you're turning in. And you're not exactly adding onto the accelerator. It's not really that sharp of a turn in either.
No, but I think they might be clipping the grass on the way in, which is the misjudgment. Yeah. It's the only thing I can really presume from that, which is a bit of a shame. We saw Johan Kurjan do it for RKT competition earlier on, and I believe they're still in the race. Johan Kurjan is running 57th overall. This is Kamil Naoui. How close was that for Kamil Naoui? Blackhawk Racing have a huge day today to try and catch up to Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who couldn't take part in this one. I mean, this will give us a view as to how much of a margin there was. Nothing at all. And there was just about as much margin as there was amount of stuff that Naoui could do to avoid that. He was absolutely committed. He wasn't that far behind the Satellite car, and in fact, if he'd have been any further behind, he would have been involved.
Yeah, there was really not much. It was almost luck there, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, but very much so. But you need these little bits of luck from time to time, and they certainly had one there. Kamil Naoui in the 81 car for Blackhawk Racing. They're third in the standings. There's the margin. It looks a little bit like a bigger gap from that angle, but nevertheless, at that speed, that would have been a bad accident. So Naoui is in 9th position. And as I keep saying, big day for them. Thomas Enger Sim Racing couldn't take part in the race, and so they've got a golden opportunity to bring down that 50-point advantage that the leaders had in GT3 coming into today.
Indeed, having a look at the standings at the moment, you have a look at the live timing on the website. We now have live standings as well. But at the moment, that gap, as you said, it was 50 points before. It looks like it will be reduced to 26, I think. No, sorry, reduced to 30. 20 as it stands, yeah.
We've got a new... and you can access this at home, by the way, the live standings that we've got access to as well. It's currently telling us 20 points because even though Thomas Enger Sim Racing are not in the race, they will still get 45 points for being in Division 1 and at least trying to start the race, but they won't score any position points. They might get 1 actually, because points go down to 20th, don't they? So maybe they get 1.
But I think you need to finish 50%.
Oh, okay, maybe not then. So they will still get the 45 points, but they won't get the points for participating because they haven't, and so that means that they can only bring it down by what, 30 points as far as I can work out, because it's 75 for a win, so they can only just over half it realistically, which still give Thomas Enger Sim Racing a big advantage.
Yeah, it's 50% of the class winning car in order to gain points, so yeah.
Although that gap of 20 points suggests that those live points have been taken at the time that Blackhawk were leading, which was the case earlier on, but it's not anymore. So I don't quite understand where those points have come from. There's some sort of miscalculation on the way there. So I don't know. Oh, excuse me, 70 points for a win, not 75. So that's even less, isn't it? That's 25 points that they can gain, and that's it, which is not very many. Oh no!
No, it's 30. It's 45 participation points and 30 for winning. So no, it's 75. You're right.
I was right. Okay. The number 70 does get 45. Yeah, so that makes sense. I understand that, but I don't understand why Blackhawk is suddenly 20 points behind them, not 30, because or 29 as I think as it should be as far as my maths goes. Because if it's decreased from 50 to 20, that suggests they've taken 30 points off them, which suggests they're leading, but that's not the case. So that's my confusion.
Close enough, it's fine. It's something that'll be worked out at the end. It's fine.
It realistically, there's 3 rounds to go after this one, so realistically, it actually doesn't matter. But I'm just preparing for Le Mans because it's gonna. Although the maths is generally a little bit less hectic at Le Mans, isn't it? Because the gap's a bit more spread out at that point, and we've got a bit of time to work things out. But anyway, the point still stands. Blackhawk need to gain some points today. They can't afford to finish outside the top 10 or something. That would be a real opportunity missed.
Indeed, you want to gain as many points as possible, especially when, as you said, your top rivals are out of the race. You're not going to be scoring anything. But yeah, Dennis Zatak here in the Blackhawk racing car, 22 seconds up to the next car, so a bit of a gap there in order for Zatak to make up. But if you actually have a look at that top 2 in the GT3 class, well, they're both being held by the Visceral Esports cars. So they've got a bit of a stranglehold on the GT3 class here at Road America.
They certainly have. Yellow flag in the final sector again. Canada Corner seems to be the real candidate for that, but it's not through there. It may well be.
Yeah, I couldn't see anything. It could have been something in the final corner, but yeah.
Yeah, it could have been. We'll try and find out. Harry Smith has gone through there and he seems all okay. And the yellow flag clearly is clear. Have a look with John Davies as well. Any body work off to the side of the road? No, can't see anything. So we're all okay again, it seems. So anyway, Visceral Esports are leading the way by quite some distance. João Asensio, the current leader. However, these guys haven't been into the pit lane under a code 80 yet, which means that they will need to do their splash and dash under green flag conditions, whereas the others in the field, led by Blackhawk Racing in 3rd position, have done their splash, and it was under code 80. Now, I've got slight concerns about Blackhawk having done enough of a splash to make it to the end of the race on what would be 3 more stops at this stage. However, the point still stands. They've done most of their splash and dash under yellow, whereas Visceral haven't. So maybe they'll be hoping for a bit of a Code 80 Visceral to really take a stranglehold over this race, because there is a situation where this doesn't go quite right for them, and they do end up losing the lead, but they are in certainly a strong position. To be a minute ahead of third place is pretty good at this stage, and says a lot about their race so far. So they've definitely held the advantage, but it's certainly not a race won yet, even with a minute's lead.
Indeed, anything could happen in endurance racing, and it normally does. But as you said, even with a minute lead, you really don't want to. You're really not comfortable with that until essentially you take the checkered flag.
Yeah, it is. So that is the order in GT3 at the moment. In terms of other fights in GT3, there's been so many incidents, unfortunately, that it's all spread out now, and it is all spread out in all of the categories at the moment. So still waiting for those next ones to sort of re-emerge for us at the moment. Valid course to make their way out of the pit lane in LMP2. We have one developing a bit further down in GT3 as Andrea Gandosi closes in on Yannick Place. This battle only really having transpired because Deuce has had to come down pit lane for a penalty, just speeding in the pit lane, of course, with Yannick Place on the way out of pit lane not so long ago. So otherwise this wouldn't have really happened. Gandosi won't be complaining though. Tomeli ERT have had a fairly quiet day so far, and so they're looking for this 7th position at the moment.
Yeah, you're right. As long as the cars fall in your favour, you won't complain about how they fell. But yes, Andrea Gandosi here in 8th position, just at the tail end of the standings. You can see on the left-hand side, the second back from the Jesus Motorsport car ahead, coming down towards Canada Corner in this not BMW at all, it's the other German one, Mercedes. Then coming through the final few corners before coming onto the start-finish straight once again. But yeah, again, you just get to see how important and how good, I should say rather, also the balance of performance is here when it comes to the GT3 class, and the different marks and how they've been essentially made equal. Obviously, they have their own strengths and weaknesses at different points of circuits and even at different tracks overall, but the fact that they're able to fight each other like this is still pretty good.
It is, and there's a good spread across GT3 as well, to give you sort of the full rundown of manufacturers. In GT3, it's very well balanced. No McLarens up towards the front, but partly because they've been in the wars in terms of incidents, really, more than anything else. 2 BMWs at the front, then Aston Martin, Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes, to give us 5 different manufacturers inside the top 5, and the only one missing being that McLaren, for reasons I've mentioned. So 6 inside the top 10, and that says all you need to know about this season so far. It's been fantastic variety at the front. There's been no dominant cars. We have seen in GT classes going back quite a few years now. Recently it's been pretty nicely spread, but back quite a while ago we'd see some pretty dominant seasons from some. It was the BMW in season 12 as far as I remember, or was it a bit longer ago than that? No, it was season 12. The Corvette was very strong one year. Everyone had a Corvette, but in recent seasons in the VEC there's been so much variety, so many different manufacturers winning races as well, and as you can see, the manufacturers very well spread through the GT3 field this season too.
Yeah, and again, as you said, yeah, the McLaren's the first one there in 10th position, but being in the wars, as you said, and some dust being kicked up there by the cars ahead. In fact, we saw the Juice's car actually getting on the grass ever so slightly. It may well have been. Coming through Canada Corner and up through the final few corners of the circuit, up this small hill, this left-hand corner, which is almost flat out, but not quite. And then coming towards the final corner, you can use as much of the runoff there on the left-hand side as you dare before you get pinned for track limits, before coming up over the crest of the hill and eventually making your way back down towards turn 1. The LMP2 car moving to the right-hand side of the circuit there in order to move past Gandosi.
The next race car taking care on the exit of pit lane there, just to make sure that they don't get in the way. They're already laps down. They know that they're not really in the fight, so can take a bit of time. Good afternoon to Mark Vate, who's jumped into YouTube chat after a couple of hours in the Blackhawk car. Dennis Seatek taking the wheel now and running in third position in that Aston Martin, as we mentioned in GT3. Now, battle in hypercar looks to be transpiring as Cosmo Pisuto has gotten at the wheel of the Go Team racing car. He's all of a sudden under pressure from Michi Hoyer already. It looks like Hoyer's actually going to end up doing more than the first half of this race, which is quite a long opening stint, and clearly not many of the other prototype drivers are going to want to do that. In fact, only Benjamin Giosinski has been in the car from the start, along with Michi Hoyer, and Dennis Duna maybe as well, though I feel like there might have been a driver change at Sim Racing for Holland. Michi Hoyer certainly has been in from the very start though, and now he's looking for 5th position after that round of pit stops in the top class. So, yellow flag in sector 2. That's very brief though. It'll be back green flag racing again. Michi Hoyer will not quite be on the slipstream just yet, just on the coattails of it. On the way down the front straight now, and the Hyperion car will be put between themselves too. That's Thomas Vack, who was previously in the car, and he still is in the 44 car. 4 seconds now separate the leading two in LMP2, with Scuderia Ferrari Esports still leading there. These two cars will have to work their way past Dennis Jordan pretty soon too. Down the hill in towards turn 5 they go, and now there's no lap car separating them through a turn. There may well be a Corvette, as long as Pisuto can't work his way past, and no, he can't quite. And so, looks like Michi Hoyer will have his chance pretty soon, although he's got this close beforehand and couldn't really take advantage. And so we're here again. You might have to look down the outside of the carousel. These cars pretty well matched these days, the Van Wall and the Orica. The gap between Hypercar and LMP2 is certainly not back to the LMP1 days of 6 years ago. And Hoyer works his way down the inside too, and is through for the kink. This battle for 5th position, will get closer again. So into Canada corner, bit wide from Pisuto, and Hoyer will close in a little bit now, and into the final turn as well. At the end of another lap they will trail one another again. No chances so far for Michi Hoyer, but that's to be expected. He's got to be a bit more patient than that. He's got to do a bit more reeling in as well.
Yeah, Michi Hoyer 4/10 of a second back, so certainly close enough to make use of that slipstream. He's got more prototypes coming out the pits there on the left hand side of the screen, but yeah, Hoyer not able to close it too much down the start finish straight. You can just see how much of the runoff they're using on the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch the different lines of these two at the moment. Hoyer certainly closer than he ever has been now to Cosmo Pisuto on the way towards turn 5. Now he looks to the inside, but no, not quite committed enough on the brakes. Pisuto gives him the room anyway though, and slides on turn in, and so Michi Hoyer didn't fully commit to the inside but gets through anyway.
Didn't fully commit, but somehow the move worked. But yes, as you said, the Go Team car just slid a little bit there on the apex of the corner, using a lot of the grass actually there on the outside of that corner, but slid a little bit of an apex on the in the middle of the corner. And then once you get out onto essentially these rumble strips on the outside, it's very bumpy there, which means you can't really put down the power because it is too bumpy. You've got to moderate it to make sure that you don't spin out. And that meant that the Go Team car couldn't get on the throttle as soon and as quick as Hoyer could in that MH10 car, and that led to Hoyer taking that position.
And the battle for third place will start to spark up too. Martin Mergley closing in here. Good afternoon as well to Adam Taylor and Stein Prince. A lot of the opening drivers of this race are getting into watch here this afternoon. Good to hear from you all. Adam Taylor brings tacos, but unfortunately only in emoji form. So that's a shame, but never mind. He is in the One Echo car after all. They're currently running in 5th position in GT3, but it's hypercar where our focus is at for now. Seawolf are still yet to pit, and they will be pretty low on fuel at this stage, which I would have thought would help Gilsinski get away from Martin Mergley, but clearly this Winchick Racing car is a bit quicker.
Yeah, maybe just at this point of the race, you're right, this Winchick car is slightly faster than the third place car ahead. Got to deal with that GT traffic, which meant that the optimum line could not be taken there through turn 5, but indeed the Seawolf Net Race car ahead. Just holding on with Gilsinski at the wheel of that one at the moment, holding on just about, but yes, the line there for number 8 car compromised out of turn 5 due to that GT car, but of course there is nothing the GT car can or should do, because it is written in the rules that it is the job of the faster class to get around the slower class.
Mr. Silver has just told me some interesting information that Seawolf actually have been to the pit lane already, which has given me the question, why on earth are they so close to Winchick and so close to Simford as well? It doesn't make sense to me at this stage. He's saying the Code X made a difference in that respect. So that's helped them. I don't think Racecross can into the Code X. Anyway, the disparity in setup here have given me such a headache in terms of working out what's going on today. It's quite remarkable. Boston Mergley looked to the inside there for third, couldn't make it work, and still will stay fourth in the moment. That's a bizarre one. I was expecting to see Seawolf legitimately in third place, but fair play to them. They seem to be up there.
Yeah, indeed, it really is the way the cards fall as happens sometimes, but the Seawolf Net Race car doing a fantastic job, as you said, and doing a great job at defending this position from the Winchick car, as we were saying before. But yeah, 4/10 of a second now from Mergley coming down towards the slightly more technical section of the circuit, and coming to the long carousel. And it was something that I was going to say before there was an incident earlier, is that I'm actually fairly surprised that these prototypes can go around the outside of the GT cars at the carousel. I didn't think they'd have that much downforce and grip in order to be able to do that.
I don't know, I think it's a kind of corner where they do sort of play on that downforce a little bit. They do lean on the downforce that you get in these prototypes a little bit more, and so they're helped out in that respect with lapping the GTs. I think especially the thing I'm more surprised they're going around the outside of the LMP2s through there, really, because the levels of downforce they have are relatively similar. Van Wall has a little bit more power as well, of course, but the actual speed difference between the two is not very big at all. So that's where I'm more surprised, I've got to say. But either way, it's working out clearly at the moment. I think it's one of those moves, though, isn't it, that most of the time will come off, but 1 in 100 maybe will not come off and will end in a spectacular accident.
Yeah, spectacular accident is something that, well, we've seen a couple of times already today, haven't we? Especially at the King.
Yeah, that's been the real talking point. And you can understand why Kimi Allison at the start of the day put out a briefing, and explicitly, and this doesn't happen very often, explicitly in the briefing there was a lot of time and sort of text space allocated to that corner. And you can see exactly why, because we've seen, what is it, 5 incidents through there so far? And 3 of them are course code 80s.
Yeah, so I think it's probably more likely to have a code 80 there, not only because it's an incredibly fast-paced circuit, but also because it's so blind as well. You really can't see what's happening until you're already at the apex or even past it, which means it's more susceptible to code 80s than other sections of the circuit, for example. But look at this, Mergley a lot closer now. The Seawolf car really having to defend. They're side by side coming down towards Canada Corner. The Winchick car just notices ahead. The Seawolf car is still there on the inside, but Mergley going all the way around the outside there.
And through into third place, Martin Mergley for Winchick Racing Team. So nice move. Tomeni ERT got a little bit scared, I think, through the final corner there, went a little bit wide, and so the two will slip by immediately again, but Seawolf will be right back in the slipstream again here. Are they going to close up enough into turn one? Doesn't look like it. The Winchick car has more than enough legs on the straight now to hold on to that place, and given the relative pace of these two cars as well, I would expect Mergley to be able to hang on to third position, which is hard-earned for him now. And he can begin to try and chase down Simframe, who are 12 seconds up ahead.
You're 12 seconds up the road, so not too far. Certainly a closable gap there. And speaking of closable gaps, that gap for a second position in the LMP2 class is just 1.5 seconds there. Second place battle.
I'm currently conversing with Nick De Silva, by the way, about what on earth is happening in Hypercar, because I didn't know Seawolf were quite in this race. So he's telling me that under the third Code 80 of the three so far, Seawolf were able to come in and get onto the same strategy that everybody else is on. So that strategy being the one where people have taken advantage of the Code 80. So Race Clutch are the only ones left on the strategy where they haven't been able to take advantage of any Code 80s yet. And they're kind of still waiting for that. Nick De Silva says that they're not sure themselves at Race Clutch what are actually happening in terms of strategy at the moment. So what chance do we have?
Always helpful, isn't it?
We haven't got a clue. We're just going to wait and see this one play out. And as I said earlier, these are some of my favourite kinds of races where I don't like the races, especially endurance races, where everyone's on the same strategy each time. It might be close, but if they're all pitting on the same lap and doing the same thing every time, then you can sort of tell what's going to happen from a few hours out. But at the moment, we really don't know what's going to happen until the final pit stops, and we've got to wait probably 2.5 hours at least for that to happen.
And here is Sven Gilhoyd we're looking at, 1.4 seconds to the car ahead, which is the number 44 car, currently driven by Thomas Vach. But yes, 1.8 seconds, 1.4 seconds, that gap kind of fluctuating around that area as it stands. And this lovely purple car making its way up the crest one more time.
It is. Thank you. And in fact, the whole team here, also with Felix Neuberger, in the Team Iris car here, they've all been absolutely fantastic today. Started dead last in LMP2, already up to third, and they're less than 5 seconds on the lead. Not only that, they're closing in on second right now too. Hyperion Esports currently hold that position, and what a great job Sven Gilhoyd has done as well. You do always fear, especially when a great starting driver gets out of the car in an endurance race, that the pace is just going to tail off a little bit, but Sven Gilhoyd has taken up exactly where Felix Neuberger has taken off from, and that is a fantastic thing for Team Iris. They try and close in on their championship rivals, Scuderia Ferrari Esports, who they start the day just 19 points behind.
Yeah, not too far, well, I would say not too far, 19 points, certainly gainable in 4 races, which of course is what we have left, including this one. We've got about 3.5 races left now, haven't we? But we'll be in about 4 weeks' time. It's the 1,000 miles of Sebring. That'll be a very fun race.
Yeah, I never enjoy Sebring very much, but it'll be a good race. It's good to be back doing a distance race again as well, by the way, for the first time in a few months. It was at Road Atlanta where we took on our last distance race. It was 394 laps for the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, and I think in the end it was almost exactly 8 hours anyway, wasn't it? I wasn't on at the end of the race, so I can't remember quite. I've got to go and look myself. The winning time was 7 hours 50, so actually it was slightly shorter than 8 hours. So if we get a dry Code 83 race, then it could be slightly shorter than 8 hours, but that's the sort of region we're looking in. And I think there's actually a time limit on those races these days too.
I can't remember. That is something to ask Jimmy.
I think it's either 8 hours or 10. Can't remember. I don't know if you remember. I think you will do the 1,000 miles of Indianapolis race that we had in season 13, maybe, when the can't have been season 13. It must have been season 11. The first time we had LMP2s of the top class, but we still did the 1,000 miles of Indianapolis to start the race, and it took about 10 hours. It was a very, very long race, but partly because Indianapolis is not a very high average speed circuit anyway, especially when we use the layout that we did that year with the sort of early 2000s F1 layout with lots of hairpins in it. Took absolutely ages. I don't think that's possible to happen again, because in theory, if it's a very rainy Sebring and there's a lot of code 80s, it could literally take forever.
I mean, how much time do you have in about 4 weeks' time?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. As I say, it really could take forever. I mean, the fact that the LMP2s are not the top class anymore means that these distance races generally don't take quite as long anymore, which
this is also
which
true.
helps.
This is also true, yeah.
Back in season 11 and towards the end of season 13, it was a bit of a problem. The DPIs though increased the speed a little bit, and these fan walls, while they are a little bit slower than the DPIs, they are still ticking off the laps a lot quicker than the LMP2s were back in the day. So that's good news. We seem to have gotten a battle for the lead in GT3 here now. Dennis Zigtag is leading, but Visceral have now made their pit stop.
Where did this battle come from?
Well, Visceral have made their pit stop, so now they're right behind. But admittedly, I wasn't expecting them to make their stop and be this close behind the Aston Martin.
But yeah, not too far, not too big, that gap. Just essentially a car length and a bit between these two cars. Coming down towards turn 5, it's actually quite yellow in turn 1. But it doesn't appear to be anything lasting there. But yeah, coming down, braking hard, and Zaytak just holds on to that position for now, but certainly under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, lots of pressure being heaped upon the driver of the Aston Martin for now. João Asensio, the driver at the wheel of this Visceral Esports car, by the way, having taken over from Diogo Silva, who qualified this car on pole and then took that pole position and made it his own for the remainder of the opening part of this race too. Now into the carousel, a difficult corner in GT3 where you've got to exercise a lot of patience. The LMP2's even able to find their way around the outside of the GTs through there as well. And so that's good to be sorted before the kink, which they have to now go through. There's a lengthy yellow flag here in Sector 1, and it must be at Turn 1, because I can't see anything having gone wrong there for anybody particularly. It wasn't Seawolf, was it, who have been off, as João Asensio now gets to the lead ahead of Dennis Zaytak.
Car in 10th position in LMP2, I think.
Okay.
This would be the 35 Geeks Energy Sim Racing car.
Oh, no, yeah. Now they are slow, and they're a long way from pit lane too. But what is the issue? Are they still on the pit limiter?
It certainly looks like, because those red lights are still flashing at the back.
Oh, got to be careful. Oh dear, the Irish car. Very close.
Those red lights are still flashing at the back of the cars. Yeah, I think these are the pit limiter lights. Yeah.
This could take a... Now, is this going to be covered under local yellows, or are we going to... Oh, I really don't like this.
There's a slow car on track. Please be careful. It's heading down on the main straight.
That's the straight towards turn 5. Oh, God, that was close. Tomeli ERT, I think it was, who had to dive out of the way. It's not so much of a problem when there's cars on their own, but it's cars that are unsighted behind other ones that the ones you get nervous about.
You're coming down towards turn 5, essentially using the runoff on the outside to not come as a little bit of evasive action needed as the Geeks Energy Sim Racing car rejoins. But I'm wondering what an...
It's heading into Sector 2 at the bridge.
Has it not been bound? Has that actually just been a driver swap recently? And is the pit limiter...
That's what I mean. So Steinhanger, you say that. I think he might have been in there a bit longer than that, but for whatever reason, he can't get the pit limiter off, and I don't know why.
I must admit, that's not something I've seen before.
Oh, no fuel, someone's saying. Maybe someone's saying no fuel, but then again, why would the lights be flashing? I don't understand. I really don't understand what's what's going on there in LMP2. Unfortunately, the race leader overall is into pit lane, by the way, so will Christian Marguerite get back to the lead? And there goes Marguerite. Oh God, round the outside. Such a well, I'm just glad that nobody's hit him on the way past just yet. It's the closing speed at some areas of the circuit very, very large indeed. So will Marguerite get back to the lead again is the next question. Race clutch now 9 minutes short of the hour. They need a splash and dash to put about a third of a tank in, but unfortunately they haven't had the code 80 at the right chance to do so just yet.
Yes, they have, as you said, they haven't had the opportunity in order to be able to do that. Excuse me, you're right, but Christian Marguerite a minute back from the lead of the class, but the race clutch car is in the pits, which means it will now be in first position. I think that was the race clutch car just over there at the side. And indeed, Christian Marguerite takes over the lead of the race in that Supreme Esports car.
Martin Pfeiffer posting that, or what we suspected, that it is not possible for them to get out of the pit limiter. So it's not no fuel, but they can't get off the pit limiter for some reason. So that's causing a bit of consternation. They're causing the yellow flag in Sector 3 at the moment just because they're running slowly, not because there's an incident, I don't believe, out on the circuit. So we are still green, but they're just struggling to get back. Oh no, there's someone stopped. There seems to be someone stopped out on the circuit now. Is he stopped? Oh no, he's gone back to pit lane, that's why. He's DNF'd.
Yeah.
So this is making even less sense with the more that goes on. I don't really understand what's happening now. I'll try and speak to someone from the team because one of the more bizarre incidents I've ever seen, I think, for some time.
Yep. I would agree with that one, but having really out Christian Marguerite in the lead of the race. But yeah, fairly interesting incident.
Well, I've asked, I've called him Martin Pfeiffer again, that's not his name, Marine Pfeiffer, excuse me. I've tried to get some information from him, we'll see. Apparently no buttons are working on his steering wheel, according to Pfeiffer. So that's why. So he was in the car earlier, but now his buttons have stopped working, and so now he's had to disconnect manually, and now try and rejoin again and hope that it does work. So you might be wondering why he didn't just come in and driver change, but apparently because there's no buttons working, he can't driver change either.
Yeah.
So he's just stuck in the car on pit limiter, which is a problem. And the last thing they're trying is sort of DNFing and re-entering. Hopefully that works for them, but the damage is done in some ways. They're a long way off the rest of the field.
Yeah, and that'll be a lot more time lost, as you said. Having a look at Mitchell Hoyer now, trying to chase down that Seawolf car for that final podium position, a second the gap.
And Eunice Ravio ahead of the game as always, is almost predicting what I was about to say about them not being able to driver change. So fair play for that one. But that seems to have been sorted, and thankfully we got through as well without a code 80. I really thought at some points that there was either going to be a huge accident or we were just going to go under code 8 to alleviate one, but thankfully we've stayed green and we've kept away from the code 80s for a fourth time today.
And Constantine Poncio here in the rFRO SimSport car, 4/10 of a second down on the car head to get into that 6th position.
I have to slow it down that much in my head as well. I keep using the wrong acronym in the wrong order for rFRO, but I've said it enough times. Hopefully I've got it down now. They're battling for 6th position, and these and the car just in front, by the way, RTR. It's now Walter Stoltz at the wheel. They were in the lead at one point earlier on because of pit strategy and code 80s. They worked themselves out to a legitimate lead of the race, or at least in the top two. They didn't actually get to the to lead a lap, I don't think, but they were part of the top two who had worked the strategy very well. but no longer. Michi Hoyer still trying to find his way through past Giosinski, and he was very close over the line. He's almost on his way through. Outside line for the Seawolf guard, seemed to have a little bit more speed off the exit of the corner. If he can hang there, he will do again. Very aggressive between the two of them, and they'll remain side by side on the next straight.
Indeed, coming down towards turn 5, got to make their way around that GT traffic. Hoyer looks like perhaps just slightly faster in a straight line, but Giosinski will have that inside line. Coming to turn 5, and that Seawolf car, and again some contact right there on the apex. Perhaps the Seawolf car outbraking itself coming down to turn 5.
Yeah, a bit aggressive really, didn't give Hoyer a lot of space on the outside there, and that's going to only heighten tensions between these two now. Oh, as Hoyer gets slightly off the road and slightly wide. Lots of traffic up ahead here though, that's going to be the problem. Look at the amount of traffic ahead, my goodness. Both LMP2 and GT3 traffic to negotiate for Giosinski and Hoyer, and they'll hope that there's no incident into the kink just up ahead of them, because this has got accident written all over it in some ways. There'll be dives down the inside late on. One of the Blackcourt cars turns in the hope that Giosinski doesn't go for it. Now Hoyer really closes in, but doesn't have anywhere to go with it. He'll look to the outside, there's a Ferrari there. He'll look to the inside, Giosinski's in the way, and he can't work his way through.
Yes, so much traffic there, nothing Hoyer could do coming down towards Canada Corner, and there's still even more traffic ahead. There's a prototype, there's an GT3, there's a couple of LMP2s actually. He's sweeping around the outside that GT car just before the final corner, and look how wide that Seawolf car was there on the final corner before accelerating up the hill and across the start-finish line. Once again, Hoyer a little bit further back and not able to capitalise on this slipstream by the looks of it. I say that, maybe he puts the nose down towards the inside, coming down in towards turn 1, but we've got this LMP2 car in the middle now.
Only briefly, and Hoyer gets back down the inside again to work his way through from third position. Now he'll be in the slipstream all over again here of Giosinski for this position. Under the cheese bridge they go and in towards turn 5. Hoyer really with a head of steam now. He'll be on the outside again though, and that's where Giosinski didn't give him any room. So Hoyer dives to the inside. Too late on the brakes though. That's exactly what happened to Seawolf 1 lap ago. And so Hoyer ends up on the outside at Corvette again anyway, although further alongside this time than 1 lap ago. He's always going to be edged out there though over the blind left-hander, and Giosinski hangs on to third.
Yeah, you can't go too wide through there with the car on the outside, will always lose out. Which means that Hoyer maintains that 4th position, and Seawolf car maintains that 3rd position for him now, coming around the carousel. And I'm wondering if there's enough of a slipstream coming in towards Canada Corner this time round.
I'll certainly be hoping so, with comparatively less traffic in front of them on this occasion. Hoyer might be able to work his way down the inside. He's going to have a look. He's going to brake. Oh, too late. Michi Hoyer goes way too late on the brakes. He's ended in the gravel. Oh, dearie me. He went for it all there. He put it all on the line, and unfortunately he didn't turn up with the position.
In the gravel, but managed to keep it going, which is the main thing. That you're correct. Completely outbraking himself, coming down towards Canada Corner and taking a trip through the gravel, and all that time lost. We'll see what it is when we cross the start finish line next time round. 2 seconds pretty much lost by that excursion.
Disaster for Michi Hoyer. In the meantime, Petter Burlak has been closing up to Moritz Mell, and this is great news for Race Clutch. They've had such great pace today, half a second quicker than anybody else in qualifying, and they're quicker than everybody else in the race it seems now as well. Out of turn 3 they now go. It's going to be a weave past the LMP2s now, but given the fact that everyone's got the same amount of pit stops to go, yes, but Burlak is only 25 seconds off the lead, and one of those pit stops remaining for Burlak is a splash and dash. Race Clutch are in a very strong position to take a 2nd race win in a row and extend their championship lead further.
Yeah, and that's something you always want to do when you are in the championship, trying to gain points every single round. As you said, that may well happen here at Road America. 3 hours to go now, halfway through the race.
We are. So 3 hours down, 3 hours to go at the 6 hours of Road America. It's myself, you and Lyrian, Vidir Heatley for the next hour. And we're not short on action, certainly in the last few minutes. Here, I think a lot of the action is going to come from this Race Clutch car in the next hour as well, to be honest. 25 seconds up to the leader. I think they might be fancying their chances of overtaking all these cars on the road, never mind out-strategizing them.
Coming down towards, oh, was that the that GT car going wide voluntarily or not? I'm not quite sure.
I'm going to guess not, to be honest. It was the RKT car of Jean Couton who was a bit wide. Thankfully, they've reattached that rear wing to the McLaren and they're back on the road again, but they're 7 laps down on the race leader, João Asensio. I don't know if we saw the actual pass for the race lead in the end, but the gap is up to 9 seconds now to Dennis Zitek. Visceral Esports are in such a strong place.
Yeah, as you said, very, very strong there for the Visceral car. 9.5 seconds, almost 10 seconds ahead now. And well, we saw earlier the Visceral cars were what, 1-2 in the GT3 class. They appear to be the cream of the crop here at Road America today. Just got to see if that maintains throughout the second half of the race. But if we have a look at that battle again, for third position overall, Hoya already closing that gap down to under a second.
He's clearly quicker than Benjamin Gilsinski at this stage, but he is just finding it very difficult to work his way past at the moment. There's the gap in real terms, just less than a second already. Maybe the bit of free track they've got is helping them out, has been helping Hoya out recently. In fact, there's the next bit of traffic is working its way into the final corner right now, so they might have most of the next lap free as well. I think Michi Hoya will have been hoping that he was closer to the back of Gursinski at this chance, so that he could maybe make use of the lack of traffic, because it hasn't been so kind to him in the past. But now he's struggling to even get on terms. Here we go, over the line, and he should be closer again here in this fight for third place. And realistically, for his race, he's got to make lighter work of the Seawolf car and push on forwards.
Yeah, got to try and pass that car as fast as possible. Well, we tried that once already. We saw how that turned out, tripped through the gravel, but you are right. It does appear that this MH10 car is faster at the moment when compared to the Stephen Net race car, but passing is a completely different thing from catching up. Always got to try and complete that first part, the passing part, as we're coming round turn 5, then up the hill and round the blind left-hander at turn 6.
Yep, and through this section of corners again, on board with Hoya now. Great view down low on one of these van wheels to really get a sense of the speed that these are able to take on. Into turn 8 they go, in the carousel as well. Now then, difficult moments here. Are they all going to be able to get through? There's such a narrow window between that GT and the grass. But they work it through. Will Giersinski get through on the BMW in time for the kink? Yes. And Mitsuo Hoya does not. And so that gap will just extend. Oh, and the GT3 goes off the road. Might have even been a Visceral car. Surely it wasn't the race leader.
No, it was the car in fourth. It was the other one.
Okay, well, that's really fourth, to be fair, which is not much better, but even so. No accidents caused, so it's okay. And Hoya will continue to try and close in. He just seems not able to get through at the moment. Maybe this battle will resume now, though. Maybe on the way towards turn 5. He's a bit too far back at this moment.
Coming down towards turn 1, 3.5 tenths, that gap now before coming through this fairly fast turn 1 actually. And really, there's not that many slow corners here at Road America. A lot of them are pretty medium speed.
Yeah, they are. It's very rarely low speed here. Depends somewhat whether you count sort of turn 8 and Canada corner and those kind of corners as low speed or medium speed, really. I would maybe go for low speed, but that's the only points really. And down here as well, of course, the biggest stop on the circuit, downhill. Strenuous on the brakes, but they'll get it pulled up in time. And actually, the two Goting cars are getting closer together just behind them as well. So maybe this will be a 4 or 5 car battle for third place pretty soon, with Race Clutch not far away either.
It could well be, and wouldn't that be tasty when that happens? The race leader of the LMP2 classes came in for its next stop. But yeah, Hoyer, that gap now under 0.3 of a second.
Seems to have taken an age for Dennis Jordan. He's back again now, but Felix Neuberg is in the lead. How on earth have Team Iris got into the lead? I've got no idea. Patrick Szakowski is now at the wheel of the Team Hyperion car, by the way. And Alex Sewell, by the way, is the new driver for Ferrari. How on earth are these gaps so big? And why on earth are Iris now in the lead? I don't quite understand that, I've got to be honest. But they've been so quick today, it may just be down to that. Maybe they haven't stopped yet, but I think they have.
That's a strategy call that may only really play out towards the end of the race when the checkered flag comes out. I think, maybe.
I'm trying to find out how far Szakowski's back. So he's only 8 seconds, 8 seconds from Sewell, around 12 from Iris. That doesn't really explain the full story, but fair enough. They seem to have switched around in that class. Meanwhile, it's on-track battles only in the hypercar class here. Making their way under the bridge again, and now more traffic involved. Will that give Hoyer chances, or will that stop him from making moves? It's only stopped him in previous times. He'll switch back to the inside again though, but he wasn't quite as close as he was last time he did that. Gilsinski locks up a little bit on the brakes there to get it stopped in time, and Hoyer will look down the inside again at turn 6, but no, can't work his way past, and now the traffic takes effect.
Yeah, turn 6 is possibly one of the more difficult cars to overtake on here at Road America, perhaps using the traffic now as a pick, but Gilsinski managed to get past all of the relevant traffic before the braking zone, which means that Hoyer can really capitalise on that. The carousel, there isn't any traffic that I can see in the distance. Perhaps there's that car that should get that, pass that on the run down to Canada Corner, perhaps. This Porsche directly ahead. But yes, Hoyer again using as much slipstream as possible, sweeping around the outside the GT car, but passing it in such a place which means can't take the racing line for Canada Corner, and will resultantly fall back a little bit as we now got an interesting battle.
We do. Go Team Racing are now at nose to tail in the field too. Cosmo Prosciutto and Moritz Mell in 5th and 6th position. And there's the Racecrux car just in the background, although pretty heavy with fuel at this stage, and it does seem to be slightly weighed down by that at this stage. So a couple of pairs of battles in hypercar, which is great to watch. And still a long way to go in this race as well, but still no closer really to finding out who's going to be the race winner here. Simfream are being closed in by Winchick Racing Team, although that gap's now 7 seconds. Simfream had about a 12-second margin not so long ago. Gilsinski flashes the lights there, and was he on the grass there making moves in traffic? He may well have been, as he's feeling the pressure from Michi Hoyer behind.
Yeah, could well have been as trying, well, as you said, definitely feeling the pressure now as the Blackhawk car comes in from the lead of the GT3 class for its next pit stop. But yes, Hoyer is falling back just a little bit due to that traffic, 0.7 of a second now the gap before coming through the carousel. And we've got this LMP2 car, and not only that LMP2 car, so much more traffic as well.
Lots of on the grass for Hoyer, and there's a late dive down the inside from an LMP2. They just about get there in time, and Hoyer's got a great run on the grass. Wow! He's trying to pass on the grass on the way towards Canada Corner, and it's aggression again between these two. He's spent so long behind that Michi Hoyer wants to get through by any means, and now he finally does. Into 3rd position for Michi Hoyer. Fantastic driving so far from him, and finally works his way through on Benjamin Gilsinski, who stood up well in his defence, but finally has to give over the place. Great patch from Hoyer and bravery on the inside.
Yeah, Seawolf car to let off the throttle because there's a GT car right there at the kink. That allowed Hoyer the overspeed he needed in order to get side by side down towards Canada Corner, and more importantly the inside line at Canada Corner, and that means that Hoyer, that MH10 car, has been moved up into that final podium position for now. We did say earlier that that car appeared to be much faster than the Seawolf car. Got to see if that comes to fruition now that Hoyer has theoretically clear air, but look at all this, I'm not really quite sure about that. but right behind the Seawolf car, you've still got these two Go-Team cars.
Yeah, there they are in the traffic. the visceral BMW there, the current race leader, did not know which side of the road to take through that section there. It's so busy at this point. It's the Arnage car in 6th position just in front of them, by the way, which suggests that only 6 GT3s are actually on the lead lap at this stage. That's a very small amount at this stage in the race. Down on the brakes through turn 8 again. The traffic never ends. Moritz, oh, contact! Contact, and one of the LMP2s is off the road just in the background. I'm not sure which one it was, unfortunately, but it was contact with the likes of Tobias Hoffmann in the Arnage car, which now flashes the lights in disapproval as to what happened there. But it was so busy, everyone was involved in that.
I think it could well have been the number 41 Armed Cyber or the 50 Undercover Rager.
Well, they're both...
Not quite sure exactly which one. I think it
would
might
have
have been one of those two.
Martino's not quite far enough up the order for that, so it did look like that car, but I don't think it was. Unless it went for a whole spin that I didn't see. I thought it just went around for a half spin into the grass.
Not sure.
No, I'm not sure. But very busy point on the track anyway. Thankfully for those hypercars, that has been all dealt with now. Intensity attack all over the road there in 4th position in GT3. A bit wide through turn 1 for him, but he's still doing okay. Back on the road again now. So the traffic doesn't really end for the hypercars here. There's still some more GTs in front of them to deal with, and Benjamin Gilsinski does just that. And at the moment, he's just keeping at least a car between himself and Go Team Racing.
Yeah, and that's the best thing to do if you want to not get past, to make sure that there's too many cars in between the two of you in order for there to be a move actually put onto you.
So this is the battle for 4th place now, and will continue to be on the circuit. So around the outside of the Monaco car for Gilsinski, another car between themselves and those behind, and so the gaps will increase just for the moment down in hypercar. In the other classes, and not exactly closer at this stage in the race. Kamil Naoui is caught up to Arnage slightly as a result of those previous few moments, but that is the closest gap on the circuit really. 6th place in GT3, very much settling into a rhythm here with this one, but still with no real idea who's even leading in GT3. But Visceral do seem in a strong position with now a minute between 1 and 2. They only seem to be able to extend that margin further.
Yeah, it seems to be doing a pretty good job as it stands, but as you said, this battle appears to be close to the circuit, as we've got a couple of the LMH cars coming in, one of the Go Team cars, as well as that MH10 car. But yes, having a look at Hoffmann and Noe here, coming through the final corner and up the crest once again. But yes, the Mercedes ahead, doing a good job holding off. We'll see what the gap is as they cross that finish line. 1.1 seconds the gap, so still a little bit of a gap, but obviously the Arnage car would want that to be a lot more.
Yeah, so pit stops are beginning now in that fight for 3rd place, so we have to go away from that for the next few moments, because it's not a lot's going to happen there in the near future until they'll come out the pit lane again, of course, and it may well resume depending on what they decide to do at this next pit stop. They're doing different things on strategy, then maybe they won't be so close anymore, but it seems that Michihara's gotten himself out of the pit lane a little bit earlier than the Go Team car, if it is indeed still Michihara at the wheel of his own car. It is indeed, so not only has he done the first 3 hours and a quarter, he's still going.
Which is impressive. Actually, I have to look at the rules. If I have to look at the driving time rules, what are they? I think it's 70%.
80% of this race is just over 4 hours, I suppose, so you can't afford to quite go a lot for, so it'll be 4 hours and 24, I think, for this race. So that means it'll be fine actually. So he'll be able to do one more stint, but he does need to get out again and put someone else in the car for the final two.
Yeah, of course, and that will be... Who else will actually be in that car? I wonder who will take over from...
Turka Hakkinen, if Team Speak's anything to go by.
Yeah.
He's the only other driver who's been with him in the race so far. But it is the car is named after Mitchy Hoyle, so maybe he's just going to do the whole season and just forget about the disqualifications anyway. I doubt it, but you never know. Camille Noe has... Sorry,
it's 70% of the laps, not the time. So that's something else to keep in mind. Should there be a number of code 80s in the second part of the race?
That's true. That is true. But as a general rule, if he's still in there with an hour and 36 to go, I'm going to be nervous. Put it that way, because that's 70% of the time. So he'll want to be out before then. And I think he will be, because his fuel won't take him that far anyway. Camille Noe is close to Tobias Hoffmann then. This is the closest battle out there on the circuit with the absence of those hypercars now. 6th place it is, and Hoffmann will hang on again in that Mercedes on the way down towards turn 5 as Noe scraps for any point he can get in that 3rd place Blackhawk car. 3rd place standings, I should say.
Yeah, every point is important, especially when it may come well down to the final race at Le Mans. Look at that timing tower on the left. Look at how many of the LMH cars are now in.
Well, all of them nearly. Top 4 all in, and that's pretty much sorts out the cycle actually. Hoyer now 23 seconds ahead of the Go Team car, which is worth noting, but we'll check in with them once they've come out again to note where they have all come out. Aidan Millward has jumped into YouTube chat again. Good to hear from you again, asking whether Michi Hoyer has his own team now. Well, not necessarily. First G-Sport unfortunately folding at the end of 2023 meant that there was a sort of space in VEC now, and they've changed name. They've kept the number 4, but they've changed name to Michi Hoyer 10 Sim Racing, MH10 Sim Racing Team, to give them their official title. So that's why we keep referencing that. But it does make up that it is somewhat the same team. I know it's not got the same sort of infrastructure around it, but it is the same drivers at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, and of course, with having at least half a season under belts, they already know how to work together and what each driver likes and so on. So look at this battle for 6th place now. Noe up the inside, perhaps at turn 1 of Hoffmann. And indeed, that Blackhawk car inches ahead is up into 6th position in class.
Oh my word, that was that was Hoyer, wasn't it? Overtaking off the road. You can get in trouble for that sometimes. And one of the Go Team cars getting very close to Hoffmann as well, down on the brakes there. They'll slalom their way between the two. But that was Hoyer overtaking on the grass there at one of the lap cars. I wonder whether that will get any discussion from others, because overtakes of actual positions are definitely frowned upon off the road, but lapping, maybe there'll be some discussion there as well.
Yeah, there could well be, and that is something to see if it happens in the future. Noe, though, doing a good job actually extending that gap from Hoffmann already over half a second, as the Protec traffic ducks and weaves between these two cars.
As is custom at this stage in the race. So with the carousel they'll go. Camille Noe ahead of Tobias Hoffmann in this 6th position, and they will keep it that way now too, with the way that they're running. Through the kink they'll go. They're on their own, and Noe seems to have a little bit more speed at this stage, so that may well be settled for now. Still 2 hours 40 to go in this race, and Race Clutch are back in the lead again. Christian Malguera is only 40 seconds behind this time though. Peter Burlak is the driver at the wheel this time around, and we'll wait for a little while for Race Clutch to come in yet, because they've not yet taken advantage of a Code 80. But they've not had a chance to do so in the recent past. In fact, they've not passed the pit lane a single time during any of the 3 Code 80s so far. That's how unlucky in that respect they've been.
And yeah, sometimes it's just the way it happens, and sometimes it just doesn't fall your way. But Burlack, as he said at the wheel of that race clutch car, now 41 seconds ahead of the Simfrim car. So a nice healthy lead there for Burlack, but of course not something that you can really let off of the throttle for at the moment, because you just never know when you're going to have an incident with one of the cars that you're lapping.
Yeah, so Burlack just in that rhythm at the moment, trying to extend the lead from 40 seconds, which it is currently, and he's got lower fuel on board. He'll probably be able to do that as well in the not too distant future. Now in LMP2, Team Iris are still leading, and it's not by the gap that it was before, it's by an even bigger one than that. Alex Siebel now has seen the gap grow to nearly 10 seconds to Felix Neuberger just up in front of him, and that is a concern now for Scuderia Ferrari Esports. They're 1 and 2 in the championship, but as of right now, that gap is going to come down from 19 points to just 14 points, and Team Iris are going to take a whole lot of heart and a whole lot of momentum from this performance so far.
Yeah, and you want to really begin swinging that momentum towards you, as we've got 4 races to go, including this one. We've got Road America, then Sebring, then Imola, then track called Le Mans. I'm not sure if we've raced there before.
I can't remember how many years in a row it is now. Many is the answer to that, I think. But when was it? Was it season 7, the first 24, or 6, or maybe? Or 5, somewhere around that sort of time. It's been a long time at Le Mans now for the traditional finale, and we'll be back there again for 1.5 times points at the end as well. Unfortunately, last season Le Mans was rather, well, the championship positions anyway were rather settled really when we got to Le Mans last year, and it was unfortunate really. That we didn't see a little bit more in that respect. The championship leaders, in fact, on most occasions in the last couple of seasons, have stayed the same. However, we did see a great fight in LMP2 a couple of seasons ago. I don't know if you remember this, but Waveframe Esports and Racing Team, as they were called then, finished on the exact same amount, or not the exact same amount of points, but just a few points apart. And if Racing Team had gained one single position, they would have tied the points with Waveframe. And because they'd have won 4 of the 6 races that season, Racing Team would have won the title. But despite the fact they won 2/3 of the races that season, they didn't win the title.
And that was particularly, well, I wouldn't quite say a problem. That was something else to think of when there were only as few races as 6 in that season. As you said, that allows a lot fewer opportunities to actually have a bad race, if you like. The fact we've got so many now, is it 9 I think there was this season, that allows you to have at least 1 or 2 bad races and still be with a chance of the championship.
Yeah, biggest since season 13 when we had 9 races, but we have had more than 8 or 9 in seasons gone past. I think remember season 5 was a particularly long one. Yeah, 10 races that season, although less hours in those races. So it evens out roughly. Let's go back to Hypercar again. Now we've been giving a lot of airtime to them recently, but Michi Hoyer is being reeled in by Moritz Mell all of a sudden. There's some real bizarre strategy things going on in Hypercar. The 4 from 4th to 7th were all in a line not so long ago. Now they're covered by 45 seconds. What is that all about?
Yeah, that's really interesting as well. 45 seconds, that gap appears to have appeared out of nowhere. Hoyer here is second ahead of Moritz Mell at the moment, but no, certainly gained that time. If something like that happens one more time, catching a GT car at the wrong time.
It's the pit stops really that have created this, but I still don't understand quite why, if I'm honest with you. There were clearly some different things ongoing in that respect. We'll see whether the 2 behind will begin to close in, and it doesn't even make sense with the 2 behind, because they're separated by 10 seconds. That doesn't make sense either. But either way, we'll just focus on this battle for what it is. That's Michi Hoyer going very wide into Canada corner, and Moritz Mell will close in as a result of this. How long is it going to take him to work his way through on this position?
There we go, using all the slipstream possible, coming along the start-finish straight to one of the many big braking zones here at Road America. But 7 tenths of a second back, 8 tenths of a second, just a little bit too far back in order to make a move. Well, I say that, not with that attitude. You can always make a move from as far back as you like. It's the question of whether it will be successful.
Yes, and whether your attitude's right, of course. And whether the other person stays on the road as well, which is sometimes a defining factor. But on that occasion...
You don't want to go sailing past the inside 100 kilometers an hour faster. No.
Exactly. So Michi Hoyer will get the rub of the green in terms of traffic, and it will get it very nice actually. Moritz Mell won't be anywhere near on the way into the middle sector on this occasion. So he will be back ahead again, or staying ahead I should say, and be putting that margin between himself and Mel for the near future. But he's been under pressure, no doubt about that, in the last few laps. Certainly been reeled in, but with 2.5 hours to go, this is the closest battle on the circuit. As you can see, these Code 80s, the incidents, the difficulty of Road America has really spread out the field so far. And I'm sort of wondering as well whether we're going to get maybe a closer finish than we've had in the history of races around here at Road America. We raced for 2 hours longer than this event, for 8 hours at Road America back in season 14 around here, and it ended up being just 14 seconds between Nigel Velix and Seawolf as it was that year in the DPIs. I wonder whether we're going to see a closer finish this time around or not. It would be pretty impressive to get closer than that, realistically.
But it appears that Hoyer's faster that gap up to 2 seconds now. So as this battle is now for third position as cars come into the pits. But yeah, it appears that perhaps that number 4 car is slightly faster at this point in the race.
Traffic has helped out there, no doubt. And it's created the gap that we're currently seeing in the race. There's Hoyer at 73 seconds off the lead in the field now. Out through turn 5. So just to give you an idea of who is where in the other classes, the closest gap in LMP2 is this one between Felix Neuberger and those he's just come out behind. 3.5 seconds behind Corentin Pointeau at this stage, and Walter Stoltz as well in the 4th position. And then in GT3, Dennis Zitek is closing in to just 1.8 seconds behind Roy de Munich in the Warnaco Porsche. That's the 3rd driver we've seen in that car today, as far as I can work out. And so that's the closest battle in GT3 as well. So it's not all in hypercar. There are some closes happening in other classes as well, but no immediate battles for us to look at here. This one probably being the closest. I'd imagine Dennis Zitek is the one working his way forward at this stage. He's often running quite long and has taken advantage of the Code 80s so far in this race to slightly offset themselves from the visceral cars, certainly, who are 1 and 2.
Indeed, that is the case. We've seen how fast that Black Hawk car is so far, so hopefully we might see a battle soon between the Warnaco car and the Black Hawk, as you said just a few seconds ago. And you can just see that Warnaco car in the foreground there. Perhaps you'll see it in the background here, and it is that GT car directly ahead is the one that Zitek is trying to chase down.
We've just had, quite a few moments ago, had a penalty for Martin Mergley in the hypercar class. So that's dropped him down to 5th place in the field now, behind Moritz Mell and Michi Hoyer. I don't actually know what it was for. I'm guessing speeding in the pit lane. But I feel like it was before the stops when he got the penalty. I can't remember entirely though. But he's taken his drive through anyway. That's put him down to 5th place now, and he's got some work to do on a day that looks like it could be damage limitation to that gap in the lead of hypercar. He's got a drive through penalty, and that's only making their situation worse.
So here we go with Martin Merkley. We're having a look. I'm not sure if it was speeding because I don't recall it coming in. Oh no, sorry, it came with that raft of the top 4. I think
Yeah.
it was in the LMH class, didn't it?
No, it has
But-
been in, definitely, but
Yeah.
why it's got a penalty is what I'm not sure about. Because I'm not sure, did it get that penalty before it came into the pit lane or after? I'm not sure. Or during, even.
Not sure. It's a good question. Yeah.
Nick De Silva thinks that he sped because it came up as soon as he exited the pit lane on the stream,
Would make
according
sense,
to him.
Yeah.
So, I can't work out why everyone's speeding on the exit of pit lane, but it's happened at least twice. Maybe Merkley became the third to do it during that last cycle, but it doesn't get any less bizarre the more that we see it. It really doesn't. Well, in GT3, Dennis Zintak is
Indeed.
closing in on this Monaco Porsche for second position. So, looks like we really will have a battle here, and Roy de Minuit's going to have some defending to do.
Yeah, so 7/10 of a second coming around the carousel. You've got these prototypes trying to sweep round the outside of the GT class cars, and indeed that gap is halved from about a lap ago or so. Coming through the kink, and Zintak, that flat out right-hander, use as much of the track as you dare before you start kicking up too much dust. And coming down towards Canada corner, the 400, 300, 200, 100 markers there on the right-hand side of the circuit. On the inside, up there on the catch fence, you can see the 100 car actually going pretty wide there on the exit.
Yeah, it's certainly a car under pressure at the moment. By the way, one of the Visceral cars has entirely disappeared from our top 8. I'm hoping it's not a DNF for any reason. It's the 58 still leading, but where's the other one in the field is a good question at this stage, because they were running 1 and 2. The 66 car's now just 9th place, so it's actually only just behind Deuce's Motorcycles, so very close to being in 8th place, and maybe getting back to where it was on our screen in the left-hand side. So nothing to worry about there. It seems to be scheduled pit stops for them, but certainly splash and dash still required for Visceral. Whether it will matter or not is another question, because I believe they have stopped and they're still in the lead.
Yeah, 18 seconds that gap, but if Zintak gets past this Monaco car, that gap would start to reduce, because as I said earlier, we've seen how fast this Blackhawk car is round Road America, but got LMP2 car coming up the inside there, and this is a nose-to-tail battle for 8th position.
Oh, Magnus Borre finding his way down the inside now of Dylan Claver, who's at the wheel of the 73 Deuces car now, and so through he goes. Ruben Carrera Alves also reminding us that the 66 just came out the pit lane, so we got there in the end. Carl Magnus Borre is now into 8th position. It is notable though what a gap between the Visceral cars now, over a minute. Wonder what different service they took on during that last pit stop, but either way, the gap very big, especially considering the other one's still leading the race.
And coming down towards turn 5, Bora holding on to that position as it's a big slide there for the Jesus car on that's pretty much throttle application, wasn't it?
Surprising, really, as I said earlier, considering these, well, that's traction control, but these things do happen. So Carl Magnus Borre is finding his way through, and he should find his way up down the road very soon as well. Dennis Zintak hasn't been able to do the same though. He's still behind Roy de Munich at this stage. Prototype's still passing. Wonder when the chance is going to come here for second position, because right now Zintak hasn't been able to find his way through. There's currently 3rd position in the field, and as of right now that would bring the margin in the championship down to 29 points between themselves and Thomas Enger Sim Racing, but that's still a fairly sizable advantage for the team that weren't able to take the start today.
But yeah, as you said, it was what, a 50-point gap the Enger Sim Racing car has. So that's over a race. So they could almost. So they were almost safe-ish from not being able to participate in this race. But of course, that allows them essentially less opportunity to have a bad race in the remaining 3.
Ruben Carrera has just made me feel a whole lot better about the situation, because he said that the GTs are essentially sped over 4 pit cycles now. One pit cycle for each Code 80 and another one for those who haven't stopped under any Code 80s at all. And he said at the end that even they, Scuderia Leone, are not sure where they're going to end up. So again, what chance do we stand at all? Absolutely none. Is the answer to that. It's a complicated situation, and it's one of those situations where you've just got to keep your head down and control the controllables, which is, of course, control your own race, and then the result itself will come.
Yep, and you can only, as you say, control so many factors in your own race, and then you've just got to hope the factors for everyone else allows you to have a good finish. But look at this, Zatak now under 0.3 of a second. Right up there under the rear wing of the Monaco car now.
Yep, he is. Into Bill Mitchell bend for these two. And the final corner now as well. Roy Munich is a little bit fast on the way in. Zigzag trying to get the run on the way out. And that was a much better line through the final turn from him. He's got to try and get alongside here before the LMP2s, and now he does.
There we go, yeah.
So he's done it just in time. The Valle Corsa car will go through, and there will be space for the NetRex car to go through as well, but Zetek couldn't afford to get caught behind the Porsche and boxed in there. He didn't manage that. He brakes late enough into turn 1, and he takes second place as well. And the fact that the LMP2 goes past the two of them on the way down towards turn 3 prevents a retaliation from Monaco as well. So a perfect situation for Black Hawk, and they're up to second place.
Yeah, what I think actually happened there is the LMP2 car let off the throttle when he saw those two were going to be side by side coming into turn 1 in order to essentially not force the issue, make it 3 wide and cause an issue there. So a little bit of heads up driving there from the prototype driver, as here comes the Monaco car on the rebound, perhaps on the inside of turn 5 coming up towards turn 6.
Couldn't quite happen. Looks for the inside, couldn't find it on that occasion. Bit of a slip down the outside there from Race Clutch as they find their way through. That is Peter Burlak finding his way through, weaving left and right. But he still leads the race by around 52 seconds in this one. That was a bit of a dive down the inside from Gilsinski, isn't it? In the well, it's not actually him anymore. It's Janssen Binz in the Seawolf car. Previously a Valle Corsa driver, I believe, last season. They're no longer in the top class. Seawolf still are, and they've taken on Janssen Binz. They're currently 7th position. Meanwhile, for 3rd, the gap is not that large anymore. Moritz Mel once again has tried to catch up to Michi Hoyer and has sort of done so, but he's never really been close enough for a move yet.
A 6/10 of a second is close enough to make a move, perhaps, should the opportunity arise. But coming around turn 3 there, I think it was, then down towards 4 and 5. Now underneath the pedestrian bridge, and 6/10 of a second back. We'll get a little bit of a slipstream, but we'll need to have a little bit of luck, or indeed close that gap over a few laps in order to start making a move on that MH10 car. And well, things like that could help. You see how wide Hoyer went there actually at turn 5.
Yeah, but again, he's always able to find a lap car to put between himself and Moritz Mel in the traffic, and that's the real problem. What Mel really needs is a lot of traffic that get in the way of Hoyer, and they're sort of forced to be jammed together almost in the fight for 3rd place. That's what he needs here. He can't really afford to continue at this distance. The fact that 30 seconds behind Simfree Esports might be a bit of a concern as well as far as this whole race goes. You've got to remember that Race Clutch now are the only ones to have not pitted under a code 80. All the others are on that strategy where
Also
they have
true,
done.
yeah.
So to be 29 seconds behind someone on effectively the same strategy as you is never an encouraging sign.
And that gap may increase should Mel and Hoyer get into a battle, because obviously that will slow you down as well.
Exactly. So it could increase. 4 seconds back to Winchik Racing now, who are trying to close in. Hanyoski started that car. It's Martin Mergli currently at the wheel. Good to see it. Daytona return to the VEC for Marcel Cinchik, the season 13 champion with Vargas Sim Racing. He's not. He said to me actually after that race that he'd like to do more VC, but just doesn't know when he'd be able to, if at all, for the remainder of the season. Clearly, this one was not one of those in his plans. Been visiting Poland this past week, the past few days of this last week. Anyways, flying home today, but he might well still be in the air, or maybe it's still at an airport somewhere. So not racing on this occasion for Winchick Racing Team. Slightly bizarre that he'd race in a team that almost bears his name, but anyway. Richie Hoyer is driving a car that actually does bear his name, so maybe it's not that unusual at all for some of these drivers. Anyway, I've noticed as well, Go Team Racing have added CMT to the start of their name. I'm not sure what that stands for, to be honest, for them. I don't remember that being the thing at Daytona.
That is a good point. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, it appears to be at least a semi-sponsor of some description.
I'm not sure what it's for exactly, but there we are.
The Centre for Manufacturing Technology.
Okay.
According to their Facebook page, so I presume that's correct.
Oh, well, there you go.
According to Go Team Racing's Facebook page, so I presume that's correct.
Yeah, I'm going to guess they've got it right. I'll trust them on that one. So yeah, fair play. Title sponsor of the team, and they're doing okay as a result as well. Maybe they've changed livery slightly as a result. I don't know, but anyway, they're inside the top 5 with the number 17 car right now. Their other car down in 6th at the moment, still with a chance though of maybe a double top 5 again. Still not able to find a way to get on terms with Michi Hoyer here. There's a gap still very obvious between the two at this stage in the race, and so they're on a podium at the moment on debut. But said earlier on, Michi Hoyer has got to get out of that car at some point, and we've got to presume that Turkka Häkkinen is going to be the one to take that one over. In fact, he's now muted in team speed. I wonder whether he's just absent for the next few moments. He's just preparing himself maybe for this near 2-hour stint which he'll take to the flag.
Yeah, it won't be too long when compared to what their teammate has done, will it?
He won't. No, doing less than half probably of
so
Hoyer's stint.
Indeed, Morrisville falling back a little bit now, 1.8 seconds. So perhaps again that time just due to traffic hindering Hoy a little bit, but it's now starting to fall back as the traffic starts to dissipate a touch.
Yeah, one of the Blackhawk cars into the pit lane from GT3. Not too many fights down there at this stage either, to be honest. In the field, the field, especially lower down, is really quite spread out. We do have 3 retirements down on at the back of the field, but some of those at the back of the field are a long way back. For example, the 72 RKT competition car that was crashed by Johan Kurjan at the Kink earlier on, now driven by Jean Couton, is 8 laps off the leader in GT3, 2 laps off the next car as well. And 8 laps off the leader in LMP2 is the 28 Netrex car, which disconnected immediately from the start, and they're into the pit lane as well. So not only that did they disconnect from the early point of this race, but they also lost one of their wheels earlier on too. So it's been a bit of a disaster for Netrex so far.
Yeah, I would suggest having 4 wheels is helpful when it comes to good lap times.
It is generally advisable.
But that's just me.
Yeah, it's certainly recommended. And they pull into the pit lane now, take on some service. So we're at this stage, and normally you get this stage anyway, actually, nearly 4 hours in to a 6-hour race. But even so, we're at a stage in this race now with so many Code 80s having come and gone in the past that everybody is pitting at a different time. Sometimes in these races you see very much cycles with it, with the LMP2s coming in first, then hypercars generally, then GT3s due to the length of time they can stay out on one tank of fuel. But other than that, it is the Code 80s that put things apart. The fact we've had 3 means that everyone is pitting all of the time, and it's pretty constant stream of 1 or 2 cars on pit lane.
Alex Evil in the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car in the lead of the LMP2 standings at the moment, and will extend that lead today. The question is by how much, when the checkered flag falls, will that lead be extended by? But yes, coming around the carousel and then down towards the kink, and indeed this Ferrari Esports car really has been, well, the car to beat throughout the entire season in the LMP2 class.
Yes, they have. And that is good news for them. So, leader into the pit lane now for Race Clutch. Better Burlek was waiting for that. It's the 2 hours 14 remaining. And where is it going to put them back? This is why I'm interested in it. They were just in 7th place off the back of the real train that we were seeing for 2nd place earlier on. But with that train split apart, where are Race Clutch going to come out? Are they going to be in the middle of it? Are they still going to be at the back? Are they going to come out ahead of all of them? I really don't understand or really know where they'll be.
That's a good point, and as you keep on saying, Race Clutch is the only one, if you like, on this alternate strategy. But having with Christian Malguera and the Symphony car coming around the final corner now, we'll see where that Race Clutch car comes out. I imagine it might be, if it doesn't come out the pits already, I think the Race Clutch car maintains the lead.
Wow. Did they even stop? I mean, they must have done.
Yeah, they came up on the pit graphic, and that gap was a minute, and you now definitely see it's less than that, because coming down towards turn 5 now is that Race Clutch car, and yeah, we saw Malguera come down towards turn 1 less than a minute ago, so it has been in the pits for what is most likely, I think, just a fuel stop.
Well, yeah, what I mean, I know they've been in the pit lane. What I mean is, did they only drive through, or did they actually come to a rest and stop? Because I didn't see. We generally don't look at people in the pit lane because there's not a lot happening.
8 seconds the gap now, so that's what, 50 seconds lost, which definitely suggests a full pit stop.
True, yeah, true. So, Race Clutch have clearly made this work. Have they taken on a little bit less fuel maybe on this occasion, and have short-filled in that respect? Not taking tyres? I don't know, but they're still in the lead, and they're looking good for this race win. I mean, they've been quick so far. They've been leading for a lot of this race. I know some of that's been down to strategy, but nevertheless, they've been been in a good place so far.
Yeah, Race Clutch car maintaining the lead even with that extra pit stop, where if you like the disadvantage as well of not pitting under a code area. We've got to see if they have to make a splashing dash at some point. 2 hours 11 to go, which would make it 2 more stops from here.
Yep, 2 more for Race Clutch. But, off the road, one of the Ferraris off the road just in the background there of turn 8. So there we go. Round the outside for one of the LMP2s and through for another as this battle for 3rd place continues. There's a look at the inside of the kit. That would have been extremely brave. Yep,
you can go side by side through there, but it requires a lot of compliance from both cars.
Didn't get that at that moment, and that's to be expected as well. So this is a fight for 3rd place. Matteo Panci trying to get his way past the Monaco car of Roy de Munich, and unfortunately for Monaco, it's not been a great stint here. They've not only been overtaken by Black Hawk, but they've now lost 8.5 seconds to them as well.
So here comes the Simframe car, perhaps trying to gain a little bit of time, 0.3 of a second on that Monaco car. Now coming down towards turn 1, a little bit too far back for a move, I believe. As I look at all this, you've got that LMH car coming up the inside now, and yeah, these when it comes to these GT3 battles, the prototypes really have a big impact on these battles, just because they can put their nose somewhere. As yeah, it looks like it's side by side now.
It's Hyperion squeezing past. They're the 3rd placed LMP2 car, and now Matteo Panci will be through. So it was a good exit from turn 3, and now they're up into position number 3 for Simframe Esports, and that was fairly slam dunk in the end. The leader in LMP2 is now into the pit lane, and I'm very interested to see where Felix Neuberger can get back into the lead again, because it was surprising to get them in the lead last time.
Yeah, so got to see how this pans out. 57 seconds the gap. And well, the race car had about a minute gap, and it came out about 8 seconds ahead. So they're feeling that Neuberger may stay in the second position.
Looks
Unless
like
it's a full service.
Well, exactly. That's the difficulty here. Into the final corner. Neuberger trails in the wake of the Geeks Energy car. Now, is Alex Siebel already rolling? Yes, he is. So then, I think Iris are just going to go through, and at the bottom of your screen, wait for it, there they go. So through go Iris, Alex Siebel not that far away. This is going to be a close race in LMP2.
So here we go. Alex Siebel 9 seconds back from this Team Iris car. And as we said before, this Ferrari car is the team to beat in the LMP2 class. Can that gap be closed over the course of the next 2 hours, 8 minutes?
That's the big question. 9 seconds is actually, yeah, even bigger, actually, than what we saw before. Dear me. Well, wasn't expecting quite this, but Team Iris are having a wonderful day so far. There they are in the lead of this race, with 2 hours and 8 minutes remaining in this one. In traffic with the other, or one of the other class leaders in GT3 just ahead of them. Now, Petr Birlek is leading the way here. I want to check some lap times here very shortly, because I was guessing earlier on as to, did they short fill? Did they not take tyres? How did they get into the race lead with this situation that they're in here? 8.6 seconds the margin. Last time around they lost half a second. I mean, it doesn't suggest to me that short fueling in that case. That suggests to me no tyres.
Yeah.
That's an interesting call. I would have thought if they were going to do anything here, maybe short fill these final 3 stints into sort of 3 stops with slightly shorter fuel loads, rather than going for 1 splash and dash at the end. But maybe they're doing something a little bit different. A double stint now, and then maybe tyres next time around, then a double stint to the end.
Yeah, I would say this. Or, as you said with splash and dash, maybe hoping there's enough code 80 in order to avoid that possibility. But no, I think what you suggested there with changing tyres next time in, I should say, rather, is most likely going to be the option taken. Is there's that battle for 6th position in the LMP2 class?
Yeah, there is. Wasn't expecting to see that necessarily. Quentin Pointeau is not so far behind Luca Martino in the Arms Cyber car, which I don't think is long out the pit lane, actually, the Arms Cyber car. So if they've got a fresh set of tyres on, then they will be pretty quick at this stage too. The car just behind Pointeau is not for position, but it looks to be, is it the on-off racing car maybe? Not sure. Maybe they're out, actually, the on-off racing car. The number 26 car. No, it's Gold Racing Esports, excuse me, the only LMP2 to be out of the race so far. Something we've not really touched on so far, actually. 38 points off the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car, leading the way currently in the field. And they're out of the race, Gold Racing Esports, after bringing out that first Code 80, or the second one of the early ones anyway, with a very big accident.
Yeah, and as you said, over 30 points back, which means over a full race win back as well. So that's a fairly big gap, especially when you've only got 3 races to go.
Certainly is. But one of those 1.5 times points, of course, so 3.5 times races to go, I guess. I don't know. Back for 6th place, we'll rumble on down to turn 5, but Corentin Pointeau nowhere near close enough for a move on this occasion into turn number 6. So we'll have to do some closing here. Speaking of doing some closing, Alex Siebel's brought it down briefly to 7.7 seconds, now up to 8.3. It's teetering on the edge of closing there at the front of the field, and Pointeau won't be able to do it on that occasion. The visceral car not helping him particularly into turn 7.
down into through turn 7, through 8 and up towards the carousel. But yes, Christian Ponte in this rFRO car coming through the carousel. And look how close it is to the rear wing of the car in front. So the thing is, once you get that close, you start getting too much dirty air, and that actually hurts you through corners like the carousel, doesn't it?
Exactly. It's sort of a different way of thinking, really. If you do want to get close to try and make the move, but especially in these downforce cars, you can't afford to be too close in the end. So into the final corner, a bit wide actually through there, and Quanto will lose even more time. He'll be more than a second behind the Arm Cyber car for 6th position here as he goes over the line again. And this is where you start getting into the danger of getting traffic in sort of a different way to what the driver in front of you does. And there's a close moment with one of the Porsches for Puanto, and one that Luca Martino probably didn't have to negotiate quite in the same way. Meanwhile, Janssen Bins has been closing in to Cosmo Pizzuto. Bins was so good in the Valle Corsa car, and ironically he passes that there LMP2 right now. He's doing it again now for Seawolf in the slipstream now of Go Team Racing, currently holding on to 6th position.
So here we go, coming underneath that banner and down into turn 3, and as you said, in that position for 6th this battle, yes. And then coming down towards turn 5 though now, 3 tenths of a second only the gap, so Janssen Bins can certainly make a move, and perhaps looking a little towards the inside there, but not making a move this time around in that number 5 car.
Not on this occasion. Battle for 6th will continue, and be traffic free for the moment as well through Corvette, and now the very fast right-hander at turn 7 as well. Downhill braking zone for turn 8. Another switch to the left this time for Janssen Bins. Under the bridge again and through the carousel. Again, no traffic to deal with, and this is a place where they really do want to be in terms of this battle. Sometimes it provokes opportunities, of course, traffic, but sometimes you just want a bit of clear running and really use the speed of this fan more instead of being slowed down by those around you in other classes of car. Now down in towards Canada corner. Bit wide actually from Cosmo Pizzuto on that occasion. We've been to a bend, and there'll soon be a chance for Janssen Bins, I would imagine. We're just coming up to 2 hours to go here of the 6 hours of Road America here this afternoon. I've been with you for the first 4 hours, but it's now time for me to take my leave from the commentary box. Video Hitley will stay with you for the remaining 2 hours, but we'll be joined by Hugo Barraud, who will be here for the final couple of hours as well. Welcome to the booth, Hugo. Good to have you with us again on another round of the Virtual Endurance Championship. We're looking forward to a good 2 hours to end off. I'll leave you guys with it and enjoy the final 120 minutes of round 6 of the championship.
Well, thank you for the kind introduction, and it does seem like it's been quite an exciting race so far. Of course, we're watching Janssen Bins at the moment, and that's given me a little bit of excitement to start off this stint with us. Off the road in the background there, Janssen Bins does take the position. The shooter, though, just about holding on there, so not really given much time to settle in, and we're already underway with some pretty close racing.
Yeah, Go Team car just appeared to slide on for the apex, the exit of turn 5, and that allowed the Seawolf Netrace car up the inside to make that move and go up into 6th position as they're sweeping around the outside of that GT3 car through the carousel, using all of that downforce the LMP2 cars the LMH cars have over the GT3 cars in order to be able to hang it around the outside through that incredibly fast corner.
Yeah, it's a very fast corner, and also it seems to go on forever. Of course, the radius is over, it's more than a 180-degree turn, I think, so they're really right on the edge for quite a long time. Not very good for the tyres, I wouldn't have thought. You can see there the effect of traffic around this track already. Once again, it's quite narrow, and you're turning for most of the time, believe it or not. And that's making it quite hard, it seems, for some of these guys to navigate the GTs, who are obviously a lot slower at these fast corners. But as you're saying, yeah, the carousel, just using that downforce to get through, and it is really a big advantage to these LMH cars. Right at the top there, they have just so much more grip around this circuit. But it does mean that if you get stuck behind the GT, you do begin to lose a lot of time.
And you can see in these cars now, the headlights are coming on. Myself and Ewan were talking about this earlier, whether we'd actually get to darkness. And considering we've got 2 hours to go and the headlights are on, I think the last part of this race will be in darkness.
Yeah, that could be quite interesting. Could add an extra dynamic. This circuit doesn't really have any track lighting to speak of, so it's going to be all on those headlights. I hope they're all working for these drivers. I'm just thinking, the way the sun sets around this track, there's not really too many moments where they'll be driving straight into the sun, perhaps after turn 1. So that's not going to be too much of a problem. But of course, that sun, when it's blazing through your windshield, can make visibility a little bit of an issue, and just make picking out those apexes and reacting to what the other drivers are doing a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and especially when we've seen already so far through the race how hectic it can get with traffic at some points of the circuit.
Yeah, most certainly, and it's quite a packed circuit. It's not the longest track in the world. I think it's only about 4 miles long, so 6.5 kilometers, and that means that you can find yourselves bunching up. I believe there's still about 40 or so cars, in fact more than that, still driving around on the circuits. That's going to add an extra level to managing all of that traffic. And yeah, as you said, bunching up, it can cost you time. If you're perhaps trying to get a fast lap in on an overcut lap with your pit stop,
Indeed,
you find yourself in traffic, that can be quite disastrous. But at the moment, everything seems to be fairly tame out on the circuit. Of course, 4 hours in, you'd expect everyone to have at least spread out a little bit.
Yeah, and we saw some areas there. If you're like coming around the kink, for example, especially with the difference between the LMH cars and the GT3 cars, you really don't get that much of a indication that you're going to run up on them, especially in the dark.
Yeah, it is a bit of a blind turn, especially with the elevation around this track as well. It does mean seeing what's far ahead is a little bit more difficult. And as you said, in the dark, that can perhaps be that might be a thing that might catch these drivers out a little bit later on. So I'll have to keep on toes for that as they head back up the hill through this relatively slow section of the track, through that left-hander and then into the right-hander there, and keeping it right out onto the curb. Another thing about this track as well is if you extend a little bit too far, it's pretty much just grass, apart from one of the few bits of runoff that we see as I make that point. There's a lot of grass everywhere. If you try and take liberties with these track limits, it's not going to end well for you. And that's something we've seen as well a little bit throughout the course of this race, trying to go side by side, getting pushed a little bit too far, hitting the grass and just losing all semblance of grip. So that's something that these drivers are really having to contend with as well.
Having got this battle for 6th position in the LMP2 class, 1.2 seconds separates Poncho here, who we are looking at, and the car in 6th position, which is Luca Martino in the number 41 Arm Cyber car.
Yeah, they're fairly close, just 2 seconds apart at the moment as they head along the pit straight. You can see up ahead, sparking all the way down here, running quite a low suspension setup. Looking at the laps that they've just set, it seems that the ball is in the Arm Cyber court, the number 41 there, about a second quicker on that last lap. But of course, that's going to ebb and flow depending on traffic, and we'll see what Corentin Ponto is able to achieve over the course of this lap, see if he can get some of that ground that he's looking, if he wants to take that 6th position.
So here comes Poncho through turn 5, accelerating up, and indeed this is one of the blind corners that you were talking about when it becomes dark, where it's difficult to see. Turn 6, the braking zone there is pretty much on the crest of the hill.
Yeah, it's going uphill as well, as it reduces those braking zones as well, so you're not really given, you're given even less time to sort of think about what's coming up, as you're losing speed that much quicker, and that's just going to add a little bit more to the concentration job of these guys. Of course, they won't have been racing the whole 4 hours that have gone so far of this race, but they'll definitely be getting into the swing of things. And it's when you're into the swing of things, that's when you've got to be most careful, because the unexpected will take you even more by surprise, because you're just driving around doing the same thing over and over. Something gets thrown into the mix, you've got to be able to react and not let yourself get too content with where you are, and just keeping that awareness throughout the whole course of the race. But for the moment, at least, it's seeming quite light, albeit a little bit overcast. I don't think we're going to see any rain, though.
No, we were talking about this earlier, well, considering how overcast it was, whether there was going to be some rain in the area, but no, it just looks like it's a cloudy day at Road America. I don't think there's going to be any rain. It would actually be the first time in a while that we would have seen rain here in the VEC.
Yeah, we have been fairly fortunate with the way weather has turned out. I think going to America in the period where the European tracks tend to be most watery has probably played a part in that. As you said, we've not had much rain at all, and I wonder if perhaps the teams are sort of factoring that less and less into their race strategies as they prepare for any of these weekends. Because it doesn't seem to be a very common occurrence at all.
Yeah, well, next time out we're going to be in Florida at a Sebring, and I'm not sure if there's going to be much rain there. I don't think it's quite hurricane season yet in America in March, so we might not see that much rain. But then the race after in April is at Imola, and of course it was last year the Grand Prix, the F1 Grand Prix at Imola was cancelled.
Yeah, you're correct actually. So the rain in Europe could be very significant, especially as you said in sort of mid-spring. That's when the weather tends to be a bit more volatile on this side of the Atlantic at least, and that could play a role in how that race is approached. But for the moment, these guys can keep their slick tyres on and carry on making their way around the track. And Corentin Pointer at the moment, he's got 2.5 seconds is the gap in front. So for the moment, he seems to be not really losing time, but not really gaining time either to that car in front, and just keeping the Arms Cybercar in his sights, but doesn't look like he's going to be firing anytime soon. So we'll keep an eye on this battle and how that develops. But that last lap, it seems, was invalidated actually for Pointer, so we won't be able to see how it compared to the lap done by Martino just in front of him. But regardless, he carries on anyway, and you can see there the gap not really changing. So this one could be quite a slow one to burn.
Yeah, still a couple of seconds that gap. Although they will occasionally get blue flags from the cars lapping them, the LMH cars, for example, coming up on them. But 9 LMH cars out there on the circuit, which means they won't come across them too often. But of course, that is something that all of these drivers have to keep in mind when they are in battles. And there is a battle here in the GT3 class, if I find the correct tab for the cameras. It is Nico Barkley is now in that Monaco car, and tracing down Alex Boytigam in the Monaco car. 2.2 seconds the gap there.
So that's closing up a little bit more. Of course, GT3, there are more cars generally out on track for that class, though we've got our fair share of LMP2s at this race as well. Nico Barkley in that Porsche, as you said, trying to close that gap. We've got brief yellow flags in sector 2. They're pretty much gone as soon as they've come out, although they've reappeared. Hopefully that won't affect these guys, but there we go. There's some traffic making its way past. Quite good timing going along a straight there. Doesn't have to lose any time for really either driver. But Nico Barkley, who said 2.8 seconds, 2.9 seconds behind Alex Boytigam. The last lap, though, was pretty much identical for the two of them. So we'll see how that compares when they get back to Linus through the carousel. There's a bit of contact there. Getting safe. He's going to swing across that Porsche.
Oh, there was contact there as well with the other GT car.
And that's going to be a full 360. He keeps it out of the wall. In fact, all of them managed to keep out of the wall, I believe.
That's fairly impressive.
Oh, that was hard in the amount of stuff there.
Indeed it was. It's fairly impressive how nobody hit a wall, or there wasn't a, well, I would say that was a large accident, but how there wasn't a bigger accident. Everyone managed to keep, well, rough control of their cars, but that does of course mean Nico Barkley is falling a long way back now, 11, 12 seconds the gap.
Yeah, so that's unfortunately brought an end to that battle before it could even really begin. But as you said, yeah, I think very fortunate that no one got more caught up into that. We've got a replay here, so it's going into the carousel. You have this bright yellow LMP2 behind, so there's no way he didn't see it. But through they go, and holding the inside line. Yeah, I think you might be right. And just, I think the prototype was just maybe slightly too close, given that those GT3s are really on the edge of their tyre grip, and they don't have that much downforce in comparison. And I think Nico probably could have been left a little bit more room. But either way, only seconds lost on track, and no damage sustained, or no major damage at least, it seems. So Nico Barkley at least able to pick up and carry on, having lost about 8 or so seconds.
Yeah, and those tyres will be screaming when it comes to their temperature now.
And you can see just across the top of that windshield, a little shout out to Jimmy, the race director and the organizer of these events. And he probably wants us to keep these guys on screen a little bit longer, just so you can extend that saying of hello.
Well, the Nash competition own car is only 4 seconds back from Nico Barkley now. So that's something that could come into factor in the future. That's if Barkley doesn't start closing that gap once again to the Black Hawk.
We'll have to see. We know Nico Barkley is, of course, a quick driver. He wouldn't be in this division otherwise. But as you said, that on-arch competition, 4.5 seconds back with Stein Prinz at the wheel. So that's something to keep an eye on as well. As onto the grass in the background goes one of those Ferraris, kicking up a little bit of dust, but nothing more than that. And that was actually the Ferrari that got enrolled in the incident at the carousel on the previous lap. For the time being, though, everything has calmed down a little bit. But given the nature of this race so far, not just in the last 10 or so minutes, but as a whole, it probably won't be staying that way. As up top, we've got Team Iris. Like Munier, I think, is putting the pressure on Undercover Raijin Racing with Tony Jukic at the wheel. So we'll be able to hop up to that and have a look at what is going on over there. And there you can see the gap nice and close. And it looks like Munier is going to try and push that Team Iris car up into 6th position. Currently in the championship, this number 37 is 2nd. So obviously not where they want to be, but any position is some extra points. So they'll be pushing to get as high up the order as they can with the hand that they currently hold.
Yeah, so here we go. What is the gap? 0.3 of a second, pretty much. And this Team Iris car appears to be quite a bit faster at this moment, doesn't it?
It certainly does. And we know that in the championship, they're much higher than the Undercover Raijin vehicle. So we expect they'll be able to get through. But once again, the gap is closed. But you have to time your overtakes well around this circuit. The main straight is going to give some slipstream advantage to the Team Iris car, which will hopefully for them at least make this overtake nice and easy. But the straight line speed of the number 50 out in front does look quite competitive, and it's going to hold them off until at least the first set of corners are complete.
Yeah, and having a look down towards turn 3, I think this is now. Oh no, sorry, that's the final corner as they're coming up. Oh no, that was turn 3. And now coming down towards turn 5. There we go. Yeah. But Meunier much closer to the rear wing this time around. Maybe move to the left hand side of the circuit, take the inside line, certainly showing the nose. Brakes a little later, gets side by side, and just slides up the inside. Very nicely done.
He'll be happy with that, given the nature of some of the moves we've seen made around this track so far. Nice and easily done. Not fought too hard by Tony Jukic at that point, and I think he sort of had to accept that position was lost. We know how quick Team Iris are, and it would have been a fraught undertaking, I think, if he had tried to bat it away, especially given the fact that on the lap before, Tony Jukic was about a second slower. So, in fact, no, about just over a second, sir. So, accepting defeat and not losing any time to those that are actually in competition. We are, however, going to pay attention up at the top of the leaderboard itself. It looks like Maurice Mel is coming under pressure from Martin Marguli, because They are both in the pits, but I think Moritz Mel has been in there for a little while, so he shouldn't be overtaken. We'll come back to that in a moment, I think.
The Moritz Mill there in the Go Team car in the lead from the race, and this should allow the race clutch car in order to retake that lead. Only 5 seconds that lead now.
Yeah, it's very close, and there goes Jake Dennehan with race clutch up into the lead. We'll see where the other drivers come out behind Christian Malguera there, up into second with the number 2 Sim Freem car. So it seems that the top of the race overall is currently in a set of pit phases, and I think the way this race has happened so far is that the pits are all a bit messed up, and no one entirely knows where everyone else is. But at the moment, the race leaders aren't the same as the champion leaders, with race clutch up in the lead.
Yeah, so here we go, coming along, accelerating once more, just a little bit before braking hard for turn 6, that blind left-hander at the top of the hill. There was a quick yellow there in the final section, but I have a feeling that might have been a little off for someone. Yeah,
the chances are, I mean, it tends to be that these flags come out and then they disappear pretty much as soon as we see them. So it's usually, I think, just a little bit of a toe on the grass or something like that. So hopefully nothing too bad. And the fact that it's gone away so quickly would suggest that. And hopefully no one's limping around the track, because that's always fun, especially when they can hardly control their own vehicles due to damage sustained. But for the moment, the race is going to carry on. It seems a little bit more peacefully, but I don't think it's going to stay that way.
Peacefully for now, yes.
And speaking of which, I think there's a bit of a battle going on for about down in LMP2. I don't think it's this car. This is the, of course, Loic Meunier, who we were watching earlier. But just behind, actually, Walter Stoltz is under a little bit of pressure there, and we'll come back to him. In fact, that's because he's in the pit lane, and that would explain why the gap is so close. If I were to slide my timing screen side to the left, then that would have told me exactly what was going on. But regardless, these are the only 2 LMP2s in the pit lane, the number 32 RTR and the number 34 Sean Clark Racing. And that sort of goes to show that the whole strategy of each team seems to have been thrown quite up into the air throughout the course of this race.
So here comes, indeed, Stokes essentially loses that position in the RTR car because the other car has finished its pit stop.
And there is David Baranek there with the Sean Clark car coming out into 5th place. Will it stay that way? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Probably another 2 pit stops, I think, in the course of this race for this car before they see the checkered flag. So a little way to go, and perhaps that will swap around once more later, because of course the Netrex car is also out of the pits, as the Netrex car was never in, but the Team RTR car will just sort that back out on track. So we'll see how that all evolves, but for the moment it seems that David Baranek is in 5th, and he's not got much in front of him. It's over a minute until you're near the number 37 Team Iris car, which we saw just a little bit earlier making a move. So LMP2 is fairly strung out, but we've seen just some pit stops. We'll probably see some more as well quite soon. And that's a bit of contact there, I think, from a lap between the cars lapping, and that's
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the cause of that was. I think that was one of the LMHs trying to make its way through. And it seems that they got a little bit too close.
Dan Prince here trying to chase down Nico Barkley. And of course, we saw Barkley have that incident a few laps ago at the exit of the carousel. But Prince has managed to keep up with Barkley since then. That gap has actually came down a little bit even. It's now 3.6 seconds between Arnage Competizione and Wanako for that 6th position in class.
Yeah, it does seem that Nico Barkley perhaps slowing down a little bit. We saw, of course, that incident earlier, but as you said, Stein Prince closing up quite quickly at the moment. Just 3.5 seconds is the gap between the 2 of these cars, and it's the Arnage in that bright pink livery. You can't really miss it when you see it out on track there, but it's looking to put the sword to Wanaka and see if a position can be made. Of course, Arnage in the championship, 6th for GT3. Wanaka find themselves down in 10th. So overall, who should be in front, but that isn't the case at the moment, and that's what's going to make a potential battle quite interesting between the two of them. Of course, Nico Barkley wanting to bring himself and his team up in the championship. Stein Prince trying to prevent that from happening for obvious reasons, otherwise they wouldn't be racing out on track, would they?
Indeed, as Prince is now coming across the, coming up towards the start finish line, I should say, rather. Pit entry there on the left-hand side of your screen. And across the start finish line, 3.2 seconds. So I think the Arnage Competition car might be a little bit faster as the Visceral car comes in from the lead of the GT3 class.
Interesting. So that's the first of the GT3s. It's a little while back, 30 seconds to the second place, so we might see some more pull in the near future. But of course, blue flags everywhere. There goes the Team Iris car past Stein Prince, and it is just a bit of a hectic moment on track, it seems, for everyone. Though that said, there's only 3 DNFs so far in this race, and hopefully it stays that way. I'm going to touch wood because we know how the commentators' curse can affect things. But look how many cars there are just in that single frame. Quite a few is the answer. And Stein Prince closing up a little bit, but I think he'd want to be getting that gap down faster than he is at the moment.
2.9 seconds now, the gap coming through this back section of the circuit. And getting a couple of wheels into the grass there on the exit of the corner. That's certainly not helpful when it comes to lap time, then through the left-hander and then coming up towards the carousel next to the long right-hander. These prototypes will be sweeping around the outside of the Arnage Competition car. That gap now down to 2.5 seconds.
You always do get a little bit nervous when you see all those prototypes trying to sling their way round these GT3s, especially at that corner that we saw only about 10 or so minutes ago. There was a bit of an incident from such a similar situation. But as you said, Stein Prince is closing up, and I wonder if the traffic is playing into his hands a little bit, because it all got past him quite easily. He didn't really have to yield very much, whereas perhaps up ahead, Nico Barkley is being forced to yield a bit more time. The gap now down to 2.5 seconds, 2.2, 2.1. You can really see it dropping now, and perhaps that might be a result of the traffic playing into his hands. Can we see that Wanaka car up ahead? Yes, we can. There it goes past you on the left, up the hill towards the start-finish straight. We'll see what the lap time difference is between the two of these drivers as they cross the line. The last lap there was invalidated for Nico Barkley. That might explain why the gap's come down. But 2 minutes and 5.6 for the Arnage Competition here. So looking quite competitive at the moment.
So here they come through. Oh, that Mercedes livery is actually very nice, isn't it, in the Arnage Competition? I quite enjoy that.
Yeah, I have to say, it makes it easy to pick out on track. That's always a bonus, I have to say.
Yeah.
But,
very much so, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably up there. I'm not sure which I would say is my favourite, though. My favourite team name would probably be Hyperion, if I had to choose one, but that's I study the ancient Greeks, so that's probably why they would feature high in my list. But at the moment there you can see 1.5 seconds now is the gap. So just chipping away at it more and more. Onto the grass a little bit, kicking up some dust, but it's not going to spoil the delivery of that Mercedes. It seems to be from one side black, from the other side pink, and I think that's quite a common way for these teams to approach their leverage. There you can see on the left side it's much darker than on the right side. The carousel coming in perfectly there to demonstrate that point. But definitely I think the asymmetrical liveries are a bit more popular this year than they have been previously.
I'd say so, yeah, I'd say so. And I quite like an asymmetrical livery actually myself. Makes it stand out a little bit more.
I think it also offers the team a little bit more freedom just to express themselves a bit more, wouldn't you say?
Of course, yeah. That gap is now under 2 seconds, 1.5 almost. This Arnage Mercedes definitely appears to be faster.
Yes, it does. Definitely pushing a little bit further, but I think now that the traffic seems to have died down a little bit. That gap is just closing up a little bit slower as they come back across the line to start yet another lap. Many laps will be done over the course of 6 hours. That's sort of the nature of endurance racing. But there we go on the last lap. Half a second quicker was Stein Prince than Nico Barkley. But I feel like that gap, that rate of closure is beginning to slow. And there is a bit of traffic between the two of them. So perhaps a little bit more dirty air for Stein Prince. Not so big a factor for these GT3s, but a factor nonetheless. Might just be hurting him ever so slightly in his attempts to close this gap.
So here they come down towards turn 5 once again. The prototypes making their way round inside and outside and generally everywhere when it comes to an Irish competition car. And there you can see the tyre compounds, and that's interesting. The car in 11th has mixed compounds.
That was an interesting decision, yeah, as you say. Yeah, I don't know. Is there an advantage, hards to the front or to the rear? I'm not entirely sure.
That car in 11th would be... no, sorry, go on.
No, that's the 11th place. That's Ion Veltens with the number 93 Scuderia Leone. But, yeah, no, mix of tyres actually. Usually you see everyone using the same compound. It tends to be the hards for the prototypes sort of universally. But I guess in the GT3s they've got a little bit more room to play with. They have longer stints, so they can perhaps push the hards a little bit further than otherwise would be possible in the top classes. So it adds a little bit extra to the dynamic of these races, don't you think?
Yeah, it is, and of course it's something very fun about endurance racing. Every race has its own dynamic, and that's certainly the one that is playing out here at Road America today. Of course, in 3 weeks' time, we will be at Sebring for the 1,000 miles, so make sure to join us there in 4 weeks. I think that would be, the 9th of March? 8th of March, one of these days, whatever that Saturday is.
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you on that. But yeah, carrying on the American leg of this part of the championship, the season 16, I think we're on now, which is it just keeps going, doesn't it? It's a long series, but we get a lot of racing, especially this year. We've had some just a great bigger calendar. I think we're up to 9 races, and we had a 24-hour race last time out. This one a little bit shorter. Means the drivers have to be ready for anything. 24-hour race, 24-hour races, 6 hours. Next time it's not even timed. It's, as you said, 1,000 miles of Sebring.
At turn 5.
There we go. Damaged car at turn 5 according to the marshals. So the drivers are going to have to be wary of that.
I'm wondering who that is actually. Let's have a quick look at the track map. Who is in the
Code
turn
80
5
in 10
area?
seconds.
Code 80 in 10 seconds. Who is that for? Is that
5, 4,
Perhaps
3, 2,
in the GTs?
1. Code 80 enforced.
Who would that be? Is that for Flavor?
Sorry about that. That was Division 2 Marshal that came into Division 1 server and called Code 80. Sorry about that. We are going back to green in 10 seconds.
There we go.
So that's in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. And I have banned the Division 2 Marshal.
So I must say that is something that I've not had in the VEC before.
No, me neither. James Andrews' voice is not one I recognise in this division, and it did take me aback slightly. I think it took everyone else aback a little bit, but I suppose that means we can carry on racing, no disasters for anyone. And yeah, as you say, it's a very odd situation, but at least it hasn't done too much damage, I hope, to anyone's races. Perhaps it's an advantage someone who's been able to take a pit stop. Perhaps the number 42 on Cyber pulling in on the chance, but otherwise, as you say, a very strange situation.
Well, even if you came into the pits there, you would save a second or two. on your pit stop, because obviously the Code 80 pit stop, you lose less time than a green flag pit stop. But having a look at this battle for the overall race lead, 7.9 seconds between Malgera and the Simfrim car, and then the race clutch car in the lead.
Yeah, it seems quite close between the two of these guys. We get back up to racing speed at the moment, as you say, about an 8-second gap, it looks like. So it's reasonably close. But everyone's slightly spread out for the moment. Turkka Häkkinen, though, with the number 19 needracing.com vehicle in 4th place, looking to perhaps promote himself into a podium position as he closes that gap a little bit more in front. You can see just 0.7 of a second at the moment, and that's probably going to keep closing down on the last lap. 2.5 seconds quicker was Turkka Häkkinen, and that's probably played a little role in this this distance closing so rapidly. So we'll continue keeping an eye on that, as it's a very stark livery on the vehicle that he's driving, and it looks quite American themed, if I must say.
Yeah, it's which I think is a bit of a departure from previous liveries, or at least recent liveries, I should say, rather, because usually they use some variation of orange, black, and white, if memory serves me correctly. So this is a little bit of a variation.
Yeah, I believe so. I think there's a good reason for this choice. Oh, getting very close to the rear there of that LMP2, perhaps closer than he thought he was, closing up closer than he thought he was going to. But yeah, as you said, a bit of a change. I think there's a reason, but I can't remember off the top of my head for why they've decided why there's this
essentially
change.
half the season is in America, so why not?
Oh, I suppose so. It would certainly make sense. And we are getting towards the latter end of our foray into the States, as most of it was achieved around Daytona, I think, in terms of time actually out on circuit. We're actually just on the second race of our American leg before we get back to Europe for the final 2 rounds. But yeah, it's certainly, I can't blame them, and it is quite nice. It's quite light, and I think there are a lot of dark liveries that you find in the VEC, and it's nice to have a bit more bright colours.
Turkka Häkkinen here, 0.4 of a second from gaining that podium position over the Seawolf net race car, this MH10 car. And I think Häkkinen needs to take it to the end, essentially, in order for the driving time regulations to be fulfilled.
Of course, yeah, those regulations are quite important. I think it's you can only drive a maximum 2/3 of a race with a single driver.
70% of the laps.
70% of the laps. There we go. So yeah, you got to hope that you don't spend half the race under a code 80 with one driver and full racing speed with the other. But yeah, as you say, you can't swap back out. So it's going to be a bit of a long haul. Still an hour and a half to go around here. So we're far from the end of this race, heading under the quote-unquote real cheese people there and back out onto the track. I'm not sure how real American cheese can really be, though, because through this left-hander they go to carry on this battle.
So coming through turn 6 now, I would argue that turn 6 is probably the most difficult corner in the circuit, just because it is blind. You're braking essentially over a crest, and you need to brake and turn simultaneously. It is at least the hardest for me when I was doing racing.
And, certainly, when you turning and braking, if you haven't got the bias quite right, I always found myself, especially on the more sensitive prototypes, finding that rear just digging out behind me and then ending up either on the grass or in a wall. So I know exactly your sentiments, but it's also, that's the advantage, is that you can get that slide going if you really have the brake balance, if you're really in tune with your car, getting all the way through those turns and back out onto track as we head back up the hill once more. And Turkka Häkkinen really putting pressure onto Janssen Bent and that number 5 Seawolf net race car as this battle continues to rage quite fiercely.
Coming up across the crest to begin the next lap, 0.4 of a second, roughly the gap between Häkkinen and the Seawolf net race cars. You've got a GT car coming at the pits on the left-hand side of your screen there, but they both managed to get past it. Oh, excuse me, they both managed to get past it before braking for turn 1.
Yeah. That's always ideal, and there we go. It's not affecting either of them so far, the traffic. They seem to be on quite a clear portion of track for the moment, and that's probably playing into Janssen Bint's hands as he's not having to fight too difficult. Well, he's not having to manage his pace so much, or not getting caught up in any slow traffic as past a Mercedes they go, and that Mercedes is so much bigger. It looks so much more lethargic than those prototypes, but I'm sure it's well, at least with GT3, the intention is for all the cars to have equal performance. How far that always happens, who can be sure, but certainly compared to the hypercars, it can't really hold a candle, and through they go. I'm wondering if Turkka Häkkinen sitting behind is perhaps just preserving a little bit of fuel, maybe managing his tyres a bit, not pushing too hard, and just waiting for the opportune moment.
They're not pushing the tyres too hard, but this is almost the ultimate. When you're that close to another car, you get dirty air, which obviously takes downforce off, which means that you need to almost turn a little bit more to take the same line, which almost adds to your tyre wear. So it could be a bit of both.
It's a valid point, actually, especially on this circuit. It's quite a downforce heavy circuit, I'd argue. Lots of high downforce turns and not that much camber to help you round them, unlike what you find at certain other tracks. The elevation probably playing a role in that as well, because your car's being thrown everywhere as the track goes up and down and around the countryside of the local areas. Past the Porsche, they go through turn 1, back down the hill, and the gap is getting a little bit closer. On the previous lap, about just a tenth of a second, not even, was the difference in pace. But either way, Häkkinen still keeping close behind. If he wants to get a move done, he ideally will want to get it done sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he's going to be sitting, as you said, in that dirty air a bit longer than perhaps he wants to. I don't think there's too many fuel-saving opportunities around this track. Looking back on the statement I made just a moment ago.
So here comes Häkkinen once again, half a second though, so that gap really not decreasing. But the thing is, Häkkinen needs to start looking in the rearview mirrors, because that Go-Team car is only 0.8 of a second back.
That's a fair point, actually. It's all coalescing a little bit up at the top here, as we could perhaps be in with a three-way battle for the final podium position here at Road America, with over 120 minutes, let me do some maths quickly, 80 minutes to go. Time is closing down, but ample time for a battle is still present, as perhaps round the outside, Turkka Häkkinen is trying to defend, and it looks like Moritz Mel not quite getting that position down. But, no, in fact, that was the LMP2, and look at this, it's getting very busy all of a sudden as we head through this right-hander now. Pretty much toe-to-tail are these hypercars going around the Porsche, up past the Aston Martin, onto the main straight once again. Moritz Mel and Turkka Häkkinen coming under a bit of pressure from behind of Moritz Mel, but also flashing through the Ferrari, trying to get past Janssen Bintz. Janssen Bintz doing well to hold on for the moment, especially through that quite close-knit section of various GTs and LMP2s. This battle's far from over. A bit of a kick out from the rear there on the back of the number 19 car. Around they go, and this battle seems to be far from over.
So here we go, coming down towards turn 5. You can see that prototype directly behind it is the one that Häkkinen is trying to defend from, while trying to directly attack the prototype directly in front of it. So, yeah, Häkkinen, here we go, coming through turn 7 and 8 now, and trying to use as much of the slipstream as possible from the Seawolf Net Race car ahead. It's definitely starting to get darker at Road America, coming through the carousel now. This long right-hander, that front left tyre starts to scream, and Häkkinen going a bit wide to the centre of the corner there.
And the radius of that corner is it just keeps going round and round, and it seems like there's never going to be an end to it, hence the tyres suffering. But they do finally get to the end of it, and there's the Team Iris number 37 car just in front, so they're going to have to navigate past that. I think around this track it's a little bit harder to get through those LMP2s, because although they're not as powerful as the hypercars, they aren't so mismatched for downforce. because they are so light, and it makes it a little bit more difficult for the hypercars to get through. Could be opportune here as they come across on the main straight, which is a bit more advantageous, not having to try and navigate through when you're equally matched to downforce. As there goes Moritz Mel, just getting a little, getting a little bit of slipstream off the back of the Team Iris car. He's not had the opportunity to go through, and that plays into Jansen Bint's hands. He's going to make this chance while they're all stuck behind an LMP2 to try and increase the gap once more and just give himself a little bit of breathing room that he didn't have just a moment ago when he was under some severe pressure.
Yeah, so here we go, coming down towards turn 5, half a second. Once again, the gap between Hackney and that Seawolf car, this Go Team car is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, essentially directly under the rear wing of the MH10 car, coming through turn 6. And really, this section of the circuit you can't overtake on. You've got to hold on and wait until you get down towards Canada Corner, unless the car in front makes a big mistake.
Yeah, you can see you're probably getting a face full of exhaust fumes, but as long as you're staying close enough behind you, you can just pounce on any little opportunity that might present itself. And given the length of the race has been so far, those opportunities do appear, and you see it time and time again that simply by following nice and close, you don't even have to fight for the overtake yourself. Sometimes it just falls into your hands, but look how much is going on right there. Off in the background was a GT3 onto the grass, kicking up loads of dust, managed to avoid going any further off track. But once again, as you said, we've got Tug Hagnon with Moritz Mel pretty much filling his rear view mirrors, I imagine, is what the view is from the cockpit of that NH10 car, heading back up the hill. And this battle is very close, but it doesn't seem to be heading in one direction or the other. They seem to be at a slight stalemate, and it looks like they need something to happen. And I think these GT3s that we're coming across in just a moment's time could be that little bit of spice that we need to add to the mix of this battle.
Indeed, look at all of these cars streaming down towards turn 1. The net race car gets ahead of the GT car before turn 1, and the other two manage to do it before turn 3. But yeah, there is more traffic ahead now. I think this is LMP2 traffic they're lapping.
Yeah, no, you're right. It was just one GT3 that held up Hakkinen just a slight bit, but a lot more LMP2 traffic than perhaps they had a bargain for. It's taking a sniff of the inside line, goes Hakkinen, he can't quite get his nose in just in time. The door is shut quite firmly by Jansen Bintz there. But it does seem that that MH10 car is looking for a move to be done as soon as possible. And look how close the three of these guys are, all fighting for that third place podium position in the overall result of the race. Is there the McLaren slightly in the way for Mitchell Hoy? It's going to have to close the radius of his entrance, and this could be the chance that's needed by Moritz Mels. He looks to the outside but still can't quite find a way through as they make their way around the carousel. Tug Hagnin's lost time out in front just a tad, as you can see the rear kicking out a little bit more, and the battle is going to carry on in this way. And look at that, just about avoiding the Aston Martin was Jansen Bintz as we continue through, and you can see the battle there for third in the bottom right. The gaps are just so minute that it's amazing they've been able to keep so close for such a long time.
Indeed, and here we go. This could be the point for the Go Team car to make that move into fourth. It was very close coming out of Canada Corner, but coming to the final corner now, and we'll of course have that double slipstream, almost the treble slipstream from all the cars ahead.
That's going to put him in good stead as they head back along the main straight. The LMP2 though, forcing him side to the right. He can't quite make the most of Tug Hagnin's slipstream, who is following very closely behind now. He got stuck behind a GT3 this time on the last lap. Not quite the same as we come up towards the Arnage competition car. That's going to be placed right in the way of everyone. That big Mercedes, as they do try and make their way through. The headlights shining a little bit more now. As you can see, dusk is beginning to close up on this track, making their way back down the hill. No move has been successful yet, but that could change on this lap.
Here we go, coming down towards turn 5, and I think the number 4 car was just perhaps putting a nose in, at least having a small look in towards the inside of the net race car, but not able to make a move. But of course, particularly for Hakkinen, every time a move as well, I say that went very wide there, and perhaps allowing the Go Team car an opportunity to take that fourth position.
Just looking for an opportunity. No opportunity is forthcoming yet, as you say, and it doesn't seem like Tug Hagnin is although he is pushing hard, he's not pushing to the extent that a mistake made will cost him the 4th place in his battle for 3rd. So it's a balancing act for him, stuck in the middle of these 2 cars. It's going to be hard work, but at the same time, he's doing a good job of it, and the gap's getting a little bit wider at this point, as I think they calm down ever so slightly, but I don't think they're going to stay calm for long. It's just the traffic that they need to come across. That'll bunch them up once more, and they can continue fighting, and hopefully we'll see fairly soon who comes out on top of this battle for 3rd, or in fact, hopefully we don't find out fairly soon, and this battle continues to rage for a long time yet.
So, yeah, look at this. The Seal of Nervous car gets a little bit of a breather as it stands, only up to a 2nd, that gap. However, it is a little bit of a breather. But Hakkinen now has to focus on this Gotin car behind and focus on that major defence move that has been pretty successful over the past 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's been quite a strong defence put on. No real chance to get through, and you have to give it to these drivers. They all seem pretty closely matched, although I say that Turk Hakkinen, he's dropped back a little bit, and he's found himself really quite under pressure from Moritz Mel, who's had quite a fun time right up the gearbox of that hypercar just in front. The number 17 CMT Go Team racing car really keeping that pressure up, and it doesn't seem that he's going to be relenting anytime soon. I wonder when the next phase of pit stops is, and maybe this battle goes from being out on track to being one of tactics when they decide to pull in, because down below the number 222 Racing Zone car with Ben's Pankatai at the wheel has just pulled in to the pits. Perhaps that's a marker of what is going to come for the rest of these hypercars. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, as you said, it's slowing down a little bit as they get over the bumps, and we'll have to wait for perhaps a chance to arise, because at the moment it doesn't seem that pace alone is going to get anyone an advantage in this battle.
So here we go across the start finish line once more. One of the prototypes ahead came into the pits. I'm not exactly sure which one that was. But yes, a lot of slipstream now for this Go Team car. Coming down towards turn 1 this time round, and indeed through turn 3, and look at all this traffic that they need to deal with.
It's absolutely chock-a-block out there, as you say, and I don't know if Turk Hakkinen is going to be able to get through in good time. He's lost a lot of time up ahead. That gap's now up to 3 seconds, but just behind is 0.3 of a second. Flying through goes Moritz Mel. He is not letting up at all. But once again, all making it through the traffic pretty much unscathed, and well, that could have been an opportunity there. Well, it's good news for the 3rd place car, the number Seawolf Net Race, the Seawolf Net Race 5th, number 5. But at the moment, it seems to still be in a state of deadlock, despite the traffic being so intense just there.
Here we come through the carousel. Yeah, it appears that at least the Seawolf Net Race cars managed to break free. The Team Iris cars came in the LMP2 field from, what would that be, 2nd or 3rd position? I'm not quite sure. But is now down to 4th after that pit stop.
Yeah, it seems that it's all so out of kilter in LMP2, especially that we don't really know who's going to find himself, who's going to end up or where between them. But for the moment, anyway, it seems that nothing can be done here, although that McLaren Ferrari rather, could pay an advantage to the following car at the moment. Just look how close they are. I think this is the closest we've seen them along the main straight. So right-hander into turn 1. Will Moritz Mel pull to the inside of Turk Hakkinen? Yes, he does. Heading down through the braking zone. The door is just about shut, and just in front stays Turk Hakkinen by the skin of his teeth at the look of it. Just not enough room for them to go side by side there, and the inside line just doesn't allow you to carry the speed to really find a way through, it seems.
Down towards turn 5, and yeah, the Go Team racing car, these two teams, perhaps a little bit of a lead coming down with turn 5, but these two cars appear to be very, very evenly matched, surprisingly evenly matched.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be an advantage in anyone's court, apart from the mere fact that Tucker Hakkinen is in front in the number 19 vehicle. So yeah, as you say, it seems like no one can really get the upper hand on the other. I think a third factor will have to come into play. But what is interesting is the way the dynamic of this battle has changed. We've gone from following Tucker Hakkinen on his quest to take third place to now watching him trying to retain it after coming from under attack rather, from behind. So it doesn't seem to have worked out quite the way I think the MHT10 team wanted when they arrived in this fourth position and started closing up. But they have got to work hard to hold on to it now, especially going past all of this traffic. And look how close the two of them are up the hill, going around the Ferrari and onto the curb. In the rear goes Morris. That's going to take him off the track, into the gravel, perhaps into the wall. I'm not entirely sure. No, he's avoided the wall. It looks like in the background there. But I think it was just a rear tyre onto the less grippy portion of the circuit, and that's sent him spinning. And unfortunately, that's brought an end to this battle.
Yeah, as you said, he's got a little bit too wide there on turning there. Yeah, that gap is up to 10.2 seconds now.
It's a real shame. I think that was just probably a product of the sheer intensity of the last sort of 15 minutes of just straight battling, where they've been separated by less than a second for the whole of it. Finally coming there with a mistake, bringing the tension of the race at that point down a little bit, but at the same time, Moritz Mel has got it back going and is going to try and close up that gap once again. We know he's quick. I think if you're Tucker Hakkinen, though, you can take a deep breath, a bit of a sigh of relief as well, because now he can just focus on what's ahead. And I think that was what was perhaps dragging him away from the challenging Jensen Bins for third position.
Yeah, a little bit too much focus on the rearview mirror, perhaps. Yeah.
And as well, having to defend really detracts from the your opportunities and your ability to attack, because it does just slow you down a little bit more, having to take those alternative lines, and as a result, just losing a little bit of time. But we'll see whether Moritz Mel is able to recover the time that he's just lost. It's going to take a little while. There's only just over an hour of this race left. 10 seconds, of course, is definitely recoverable, but it's a lot more than the about 10 or 8/10 of a second it was before the incident. So it's going to be slightly demoralising, but fifth place is good nonetheless, and there's still plenty of time left to make something more of the current position for them.
Especially when you consider how evenly matched those two cars were.
Yeah, most certainly. Like, it didn't seem to be going either way, and it'll be interesting to see whether actually Moritz Mel is able to close up those 10 seconds when it couldn't get past and was going at pretty much the same speed. But we'll move away, I think, from the hypercars who have dominated the last moments of the broadcast. And we're going to move down to Nico Barkley in that Wanaco Porsche. We were watching them earlier when they were being chased down rather by Simon Prince, but up ahead the gap is just a second and a half to Dennis Zetak. Although I wonder if this car, the number 96, owes anyone a pit stop.
Yeah.
So we'll see what's made of this. We've got brief yellows in Sector 1. You can see the racing line there, using as much of the track and not track as possible. But did you see there's an LMP2 there facing the wrong way just on the exit of that turn? I think it's gone for a full 360.
The car that's in 12th in the LMP2s, which would be, let's have a look, Alex Sturman, the 250 Ace Racing car. I believe it would be this one. But it doesn't appear to have any damage there. I think it was that car. It looked particularly slow there at turn 5.
Yeah, that was very odd. Just following the Wanaco car around, and it was just a LMP2 facing the wrong way. It looks like, I imagine, just lighting up the rears on the exit and going for a cheeky spin. But
I imagine so, yeah.
Nothing too disastrous. And of course, I think being very careful not to embroil anyone in an incident when returning to facing the right way. But Nico Barkley, at least, you will have seen that he's been able to carry on completely unhindered. 2.5 seconds there is the gap, so it's gone up actually by about a second since we joined this little battle. We'll see if he pulls into the pits as he draws towards the end of this current lap. because we do wonder if he owes us a stop. He's going to carry on for at least one more lap, but we'll see how long that lasts for.
Yeah, I'm just wondering when that car will come into pits next. I agree with you on that front because, as you said, we saw it so close to our Arnage Competition car not too long ago. But the question is, did the Arnage car need to make one extra stop, or does the Monaco car still owe us one?
Yeah, that is the question. It's an hour and 5 minutes to go before the end of this race, and I think pitting just outside the hour would be less optimal because it drives you more towards needing to make a splash and dash. I think GT3s tend to be able to make it roughly an hour on a fuel tank before they need to stop. So we'll see what the nature of that sort of change in position is.
The thing is, Road America is such a full throttle circuit. You wouldn't necessarily get that 60 minutes out of the car.
It's a valid point, actually. Yeah. So I think perhaps being driven more towards Splash and Dash is the Arnage Competition. They will definitely have to make another stop if they are a stop behind, which I can only imagine that's the case for them. But we can see them just ahead there. Kamal Nawi at the moment in the Black Hawk trying to make a pursuit and take that 6th position.
He did coming down towards turn 1, less than a second is the gap between this Black Hawk car and the Arnage Competition coming through turn 1 and using as much as slipstream as much of the pavement on the outside of turn 1 as possible before coming into turn 3 and accelerating this long straight down towards turn 5 to possibly the biggest braking zone on the circuit.
Yeah, definitely, and just had a Steinhangraf talk about what happened to that number 35. It seems that it was a technical issue and was just keeping out of the way, so not spinning out necessarily, but just having a rather unfortunate turn of events for that vehicle. Hopefully they get back out and going, but of course that's the nature of the number 35 Geeks Energy. That's the nature of racing, or online racing at least, that the technical difficulties are able to present themselves. So we'll keep an eye on this battle here. That gap closing down quite rapidly, already down to about half a second.
Remembering the carousel, the section of the circuit where the dirty air affects you most, and then coming towards the kink now, right on the edge of grip through this right-hander as well. On the left-hand side there, you can see where the motorcycle circuit is. But yes, coming down towards kind of the corner now, we'll get a little bit of a slipstream, but too far back to make any use of it, I think.
Yeah, it seems that not quite an opportunity there as through goes one of the hypercars. In fact, I think there we go, not too much time lost for either of them, but taking slightly alternative routes, I think, as a result around those corners. As looking up the inside now is Kamal now. He can't quite find that position, that gap to get through as they go back up onto the straight. There's going to be a bit of slipstream here, and you can only imagine that Mercedes is punching a quite large hole through the air that's going to play into the hands of this Aston Martin.
So down towards turn 1 once again, braking hard, and yes, Noy still not close enough to make a move. Half a second still. That gap as the car from 6th position comes. But while we're looking at this one, there is simultaneously the battle in the LMH class. Hakkinen and Bintz, they're about half a second apart as well.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So we've got a bit more all emerging back out on track. Dirk Hakkinen, having been able to focus less on his defence, is able to return to his attack on that 3rd position, trying to make something of it and get up into the podium places. That last lap, about almost 0.8 of a second quicker, was Turkka Hakkinen, so he's able to close up. He's closed up fairly rapidly, all things considered. It was about 3.5 seconds, the gap, about 10 minutes ago. So we'll see now whether he's able to make work what he wasn't able to last time he was in this position behind Janssen Bintz. So this is once again a battle that we're going to have to watch, and it's going to have quite significant implications, not just for the outcome of this race, but also for the championship as a whole, as the higher the position, the more points that you get for them.
Here we go, coming up the crest of the hill towards the start-finish line, 4/10 of a second, the gap, and we'll be getting as much to slipstream as possible. Will this number 4 car, before braking hard for turn 1, just like we saw the GT cars do a few minutes ago, and then down towards through turn 3, and that gap just extending slightly through that braking zone.
Yeah, it does seem that we see across all the classes a similar sort of factors acting on the way these battles are fought. But one thing to notice is it is beginning to get just a little bit darker. I don't think we're going to end the race in full darkness, but I think at least the sun is certainly setting. You can see that the headlights of these cars are lighting up the track a bit more as we enter the final hour of this 6-hour race. And there's some traffic in front. That's not going to be good news for Jansen Vince, as around the carousel, it's going to actually, not the carousel, sorry, through that right-hander. Also, grass goes to the BMW, but that's going to slow Turkey Hakkinen up just a slight bit as they move on further. And through the carousel, now they go. Bit of dirty air perhaps in front for Jansen Vince as he finds himself stuck behind an LMP2. That's going to give Turkey Hakkinen once again an opportunity to close up the gap a little bit more, but he's going to have to find his way through the traffic himself as more dust being kicked up. Seems to be quite a common state of affairs there, as a tiny bit of contact perhaps made between the P2 and the GT3, but nothing significant, as once again there's nothing in between Turkey Hakkinen and Jansen Vince, so that's probably not going to stay that way for long.
Indeed not, as 7/10 of a second the gap as they're coming through the back section of the circuit, empty through that final corner and up over the crest again. That gap appears to have extended slightly over the last lap, so perhaps Hakkinen just falling back a little bit now. Yeah,
it seems that although Hakkinen's able to close up, not so able to keep those gaps very low. Or perhaps he's just letting up a little bit more, knows that a pit stop has got to be coming up soon for these hypercars, and perhaps deciding now that if it can't happen out on track, then at least he'll be able to try and make something of the pit stops, try and make a strategic overtake if that's possible, as there's yellow flags out once again. Hopefully nothing too drastic, though we have seen here and there different incidents occurring around this circuit.
I think it's for the car in 18th in the LMP2 class, which would be the 245's visceral of Muscala. I think it's this car.
Not entirely sure, but we're going back to this battle here with Cameron Naui as well. So there's Andre Muscala in the visceral car, as you were just saying. There's Cameron Naui at the moment following behind that Arnage competition car, still not able to get through. We are seeing them close down. That gap is even smaller than it was before we left to see the battle up at the top. So this could be quite entertaining as we head on with the rest of this lap.
Coming down towards turn 5, 0.2 of a second. That gap, as you said, but not making a move this time around, is that number 81 before coming up over the crest of the hill through turn 6 and braking for this blind left-hander directly under the rear wing.
Yeah, there you can see getting very close indeed. I'm being told that the number 245 was hit by a Ferrari, and that was the cause of the yellow flag. But it seems that everyone is back underway. I can't actually find the number 245. There we go, the Visceral Esports car, the LMP2 with Andre Muscala. Yeah, the one you said was hit by a Ferrari, but it didn't seem damaged as it hadn't pulled into the pit lane and had carried on. So it seems that a slight incident, but everyone is able to continue not without too much difficulty, hopefully.
Hopefully not too much damage on either of those cars that were involved in that incident. As you can see, the cars in 4th and 5th in the GT3 class are coming in for what could be their final stops of the race. Yeah,
we are definitely getting into the closing phase or phases of this this event, where the pit stops start to become the final pit stop, and then everyone sort of figures out where they actually stand with the other cars in their class, and that from there have to work to try and work out. They have to basically from there just raced all the way to the end without anything else coming in the way. You can see on the left there would be the Monaco car just leaving the pit lane. Is running a little bit wider to come out now, who's appeared to drop back a little bit from the Arnage competition car, as that Black Hawk racing vehicle is not quite able to find a way through into 6th position for the time being.
And coming down towards turn 5, and that gap is extended slightly over the past couple of sectors. But going back to this battle in the hypercars, Hakkinen and Binz once again, they were a little closer at the previous sector. Actually, they were down to under a quarter of a second, but that gap now out to 8/10.
Yeah, Hakkinen, he seems to be closing in and then dropping back, and closing in and then dropping back. So it doesn't seem that he's able to get close enough behind to just keep that pressure on consistently and try and force an error or force an overtake to happen. Whereas back down here, we've got a sort of similar affair affecting the Black Hawk Racing car in 6th place. I wonder if perhaps Kamanawi has dropped back a little bit, trying to just preserve his car a little bit further, and perhaps put this battle on hold until the final phase of pit stops. Up at the top though, we've got our race leaders into the pits, so that's something just to keep an eye on. In fact, the top 2 are now in the pits, so that's going to be at least one more stop, I believe, for the hypercars.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Short stop.
Yeah, they won't be able to get all the way to the end. So getting towards the final stages of the race, there's still a long way to go. There's still 53 minutes and at least one more stop for most of these drivers. We're just waiting on the GT3s then to begin making their final stops, and we will really know who is where.
Right, no, yes, indeed, just falling back slightly, 7/10, 8/10 of a second now, and perhaps just waiting for that final stop and doing, as you were saying before, the slightly more strategic, trying to jump them in the pit stop phase as the MH10 car comes in from 4th position.
There we go. So getting a fair few stops up at the top, and we'll see how that all plays out. Perhaps what they might do is work out how much fuel they need to get to the end of the race, and then just doing partial fueling for both this stop and the next one to try and force a change on track. We'll have to see whether that happens. But Jansen Binz, that number 5 Seawolf car that is in a net third, has not come into the pits yet, whereas behind Turka Hakkinen has. So that's an advantage of being able to just go that extra lap, make that final stint just a tiny bit lighter. Could quite well work out for the Seawolf team, but we'll have to see whether that does really occur for them. But the race clutch car, that is the net leader, currently sitting in 3rd place, while that is going to take a while to sort itself out, I think.
Yeah, it will take a little bit of time, I think, so just see what will happen when that final splash and dash happens. Because that MH10 car will come out with, 52 minutes to go? I think that's just a few minutes too long.
Yeah, I think anything really above 50 is certainly too far. Around this track, perhaps above 45 as well. Not the biggest fuel tanks in comparison to the GT3s to these hypercars have, but that means more pit stops, more drama for us. So we can't complain too much, I don't think. But for the time being, we'll keep an eye on these GT3s who have the ability to go a bit longer. They're a bit slower. They're their own vehicles, very much so. They are very physically and characteristically distinct from the hypercars, more so than anyone else. We just saw Jansen Binz, they put into the pit lane there. He's in net 3rd. We'll see where he comes out in relation to Turka Hakkinen. I think once his pit stop's complete, that'll be interesting to see what different strategies they might have taken into this pit stop, or whether they're pretty much making the same strategy. That could be quite interesting. I think Turka Hakkinen will be hoping to get past without actually having to make a move. It's a bit like Sun Tzu said, the best way to win a war is without fighting. And of course, that's what these drivers, much to our disadvantage as observers, will be trying to do, I imagine. But regardless, he's making his way out of the pit lane quite soon, so we'll keep an eye on that timing screen.
Here we go over the crest of turn 6, and that gap is now visibly smaller, isn't it? Under half a second. So the question is, and again, it comes back to what you said earlier. This gap almost, Noi, or in the case of the hypercars, it was Hakkinen, essentially closing up the rear wing and then falling back to about a second, then closing up again, and then just this cycle just repeating.
Yeah, it doesn't. It seems like this track, more than others, it's hard to follow behind at close distance. And as you say, we've been seeing that for a big portion of the race so far, especially in the battles we've been observing recently. And just having a look, that Seawolf car is still in the pits, and I wonder if they're putting on tyres as well, because now they're dropping significantly behind the number 19 MH10 car. And that's going to be interesting for the end of the race, because I don't think anyone else put on new tyres. So maybe that might be why they were able to keep going. But I don't know. That's very interesting and could have quite severe implications. I don't know if these other hypercars will need to put on new tyres before the end of the race. But within the last hour, it would seem a little bit late for that.
That's true. You do put on one for the final stint, but that's only really if you're trying to chase down someone who you know is perhaps double stinting their tyres. But of course, you've got to balance this against knowing how much time you'll lose by changing those tyres.
And maybe it's a result of the strategy so far, in that they've ended up just off kilter with everyone else on tyres. But the result of that is that losing about 20 seconds extra, 25 seconds changing tyres, means that they've lost on-track position. And if the other guys don't need to change tyres, they're going to have to recover all of that time in less than an hour and then make the move work. And we've seen quite often around the last hour and a half or so of racing that overtaking is much easier said than done on this track. And I think what we have on screen is an example of that sort of maxim that's been applied to this race for a large portion of it, at least, anyway.
Here we go through the carousel now, just falling back a little bit as the Visceral car comes in for the lead of the GT3 class, and I think that will be its last stop. 48 minutes should be fine for a GT3 car.
And most certainly the GT3s do have that ability to go pretty much, or maybe just under an hour on tracks like this, but for the most part they can usually go the full hour on a fuel tank. So if the leader's in, I imagine these guys won't be too far behind. But you have to give it to the Visceral Esports 1 and 2, but especially that 58 car placed first in class. Over a minute ahead before this pit stop were they in the lead. Yao Sensao just absolutely rapid alongside his teammates as well. So looks to be quite a dominant performance for them. As into the pits goes Kamal Nawi, whereas the Arnage competition car is going to continue for at least another lap. So we are definitely arriving at the stage of the race where we get that final salvo of pit stops, at least for these GT3s.
And indeed, it's interesting how Nawi is the first one to come in out of this battle between the Arnage competition and this Black Hawk number 81, as the other Visceral comes in from second position. So yeah, it definitely appears to be the last raft of pit stops for the GT3 class. Having a look, excuse me, at the hypercars, that their final stops have kind of came out, and yes, it is still a great tab. It is this one. It is still that race. Sorry, it's the Go Team car in the lead of Morris Mail, but 11 seconds behind is Peter Burlack in this number 1 race clutch car. I imagine will retake the lead once the timing hasn't yet updated. Peter Burlack is now in the lead of this race by 8.2 seconds, and I imagine that lead will stay unless something catastrophic happens to that number 1.
No, you'd expect that they are able to continue this strong performance and further extend their lead, not just of this race, but of the championship as a whole. The number 1 car currently 15 points ahead of second place, and about to make that even bigger by the looks of it. So a strong performance from these guys. That Scarlet livery dominated last season and is doing very well this season too. And yeah, very noticeable car. No one else seems to quite run a Scarlet livery at the moment, so you can always pick them out. There's the Team Iris behind in their distinctive purple. But yeah, as you said, unless something drastic happens, looks to be that this is going to be the result that they're looking for, with 3/4 of an hour left and a 10-second gap behind to the number 2 Simfream eSports car, Christian Malguera, at the wheel of that, and then a further minute all the way down to Turka Hakkinen in the number 19, who is in 3rd place, but will be, I expect, coming under pressure from Janssen Bintz towards the latter phase of the race. But I don't know, as some odd strategy happening over at the Seawolf garage.
Yeah, fairly interesting. Not exactly sure what's happening there, but yeah, we'll wait to see what happens once of the strategy shakes out.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the close of an endurance race, is that you get all the stories that sort of diverge as the race goes on, and then it all finally ties together at the end. You see where everyone is, and you see the fruit of everyone's work throughout the course of the race. Especially if there's been some very unique strategy calls, it sort of comes together, and then you can see whether it's paid off or whether it hasn't. And especially when it does pay off, it makes quite the story. But here is Turka Hakkinen, currently in 3rd place. He fought hard for it, couldn't quite get hold of it, and then finally inherited it when the 3rd place before him, that Seawolf car, dropped back in the most recent phase of pit stops. Still 43 minutes to go though. Another pit stop is on the cards for every hypercar left. But if they start pitting relatively soon, such as the 44 Hyperion in LMP2, they'll soon be doing their final pit stops. So that's something to keep an eye out on at the moment. But everyone's pretty drawn out. Here's Tony Jukic though in the undercover Rising car. We were following this about an hour ago, as it was providing some entertainment, but currently sitting in 8th place.
Yeah, 8th place, 3.5 seconds back from Pascal Gross in the 230 car. That 230 car being the rFRO SimSport car. And yeah, about 3.5-4 seconds back as it stands coming across the underneath the pedestrian bridge and down towards turn 5 in this undercover racing car, as you said. And you might just be able to see the car in front. Indeed, it's the prototype just going over the crest of the hill there. Is the one that Ukic is trying to chase down.
Yeah, it's the rFRO number 230 SimSport car with Pascal Gros at the wheel. It looks like a triple French driver lineup for this vehicle. Tony Jukic behind, trying to find a way through, getting all over the runoff on the right-hand side of the track there as they head around the carousel, keeping those tyres under constant tension. A little bit further back goes Francesco Geniale into the pit. But at the moment, on the last lap, about 1.5 seconds quicker was Tony Jukic. So you expect that he's got the pace advantage for the moment. He should be able to find a way through. But he's closed up and closing up and then pushing through are different things. And we've seen a lot, and we keep making the same point, that overtakes on track seem to be a bit more difficult around here than perhaps we saw at Daytona, for example.
Yeah, that's indeed. Despite the fact that they're both high-speed tracks, you really act differently, don't they? When it comes to racing, this is a lot of stop-start. Does Road America, a lot of big braking zones, whereas Daytona is a lot more flowing almost.
Yeah, and I think Daytona and this track are so vastly different. Daytona's on the flattest tracks on the calendar, apart from perhaps Sebring coming up quite soon, whereas this is among the more hilly circuits that we visit. And as you said, lots of braking zones, and there's fewer straights. Daytona has that long banked final turn out onto the main straight again that allows for just slipstream and finding a way through, whereas such luxuries aren't afforded so much around here. So we'll just keep watching at the moment and see what Tony Jukic is able to pull off. He's got 40 minutes to try and get through into 7th position, but when it comes to racing, those minutes will tick down quite quickly.
Indeed, and here comes Ukic through the carousel, 1.8 seconds, so definitely appears to be faster at this point, as you were saying not too long ago.
Yeah, we'll keep watching as this continues to unfold, but at the moment you can see it's still getting a little bit darker. I think we are going to be fortunate enough, or at least for the drivers and our sake, being able to just see who's where. We're going to avoid racing fully into darkness, but the chance of dusk playing a role is still reasonable around here, and that setting sun could blind a little bit more. You can see up into the top left, we're now within the final 40 minutes, so not too long to go, and Tony Jukic is in quite a position there. He's getting a little bit of slipstream, not close enough, I don't think, to attempt a move into turn 1, but it's certainly closer than this time on the previous lap, and you can see there the gap getting much smaller indeed. The getting dragged along in that hole in the air punched through the lead by the lead vehicle, really playing into his hands, but still at the moment not able to find a way through. Here we have Dennis Jordan there in 2nd place, and the Ferrari we haven't seen much of at all, have we?
Not really, because it's been kind of by itself in the lead of the race for a lot of the running. 14 seconds down on 1st place now, so it has to find a little bit of time in these final 39 minutes or so in order to regain that 1st position that's held for a long time.
Yeah, most certainly it's quite a strong position. 2nd place, it's decent points, and it's a long way up into 1st, over 18 seconds to Luc Meunier with the 37 Team Iris is down the inside of I think that's Andrew Kaminawi, who we saw earlier battling with the Arnage competition car, just moving past on the straights, getting that position made up, and you're running on board, and you can see just the line being taken as we go back up the hill. This is always an interesting part of the track. You're pretty much full throttle there, and sparking away, hitting the really undulating surface of the tarmac, and just continuing on. But I think Dennis Jordan and his teammates are probably quite satisfied with where they are at the moment. Obviously, everyone wants 1st, especially if you're the championship leaders like these guys. But 2nd place, it can always be worse.
It can always be worse, this is entirely true, and especially with the Ferrari car being in the lead of the championship as well, you know, just protecting that lead a little bit as well when it comes to the points.
Yeah, no, certainly just keep dragging it out a little bit further. Of course, Team Iris are their competitors, so as a result of the standings as they are at the moment, presuming no pit stops or any other affairs happen, that gap will close, as there's still 3 races left after this one is concluded, so it's far from decided championship, and it's good news for the other guys, although I say that into the pits goes Luc Meunier with Team Iris. So returning to 1st position is this Ferrari, and as you said, extending that lead and just trying to get as many points as possible, so that if you do it's almost acting as insurance that if something does happen outside of your control in a race and you lose more points than you anticipated, at least you're covered a little bit more by a greater gap.
Then lead by about 5.7 seconds. Now these pit stops have shaken through and cycled through even, and indeed having a look behind, it's Luc Meunier, I believe, in 2nd. Oh no, it's now Felix Neuberger's back in that Team Iris car.
Yeah, so a change in drivers just in the last 35 minutes. That's an interesting decision, but of course, may as well get all your drivers going, and perhaps that was part of the plan all along. But we're going to go up to the 2nd place Hyperion Esports car. 7 seconds is the gap in front to 1st place, but 70 seconds is the gap behind. So a reasonable position there for these guys who are looking to make their way further up the championship, where they currently sit 4th.
Yeah, good chance to get a great haul of points today, and there is this battle happening for 6th position in the hypercars. It's Janssen Bins trying to chase down Martin Margolay, 2 seconds separating the two of them, or approximately 2 seconds.
Yeah, Janssen Bins was that car that had been sat in 3rd until reasonably recently. And now, after the previous set pit stops, looks like he changed tyres, and the Seawolf car came out a little bit further behind than where we expected them to after that set of pit stops. But as you said, 2.2 seconds, trying to make some time up and get back into a fighting position. So we'll see what they're able to achieve. And you can see just ahead is that compared to their competition in the other hypercar that they're attempting to close up on.
So, indeed, just a couple of seconds. So, certainly within striking distance is the number 8 car. Coming down towards turn 5, 2.2 seconds still the gap, though. So, they appear to be fairly evenly matched at the moment, coming down to 1.8 now. So, a few tenths gained in that first sector, but it's starting to extend a little bit again.
Yeah, so it seems once again we've got these gaps sort of closing up and then suddenly being drawn apart once more. And at the moment, Seawolf Net Race, they'll be looking to do as best they can and keep that pressure up. We've got Alice Baver on screen at the moment, currently in 4th for GT3, and looking to perhaps get up into those podium places, putting pressure on Angelo Colavito just in front. That gap very small, but there go a large group of prototypes trying to slot their way through this traffic and avoid getting wrapped up in anything. There's a Ferrari just in front, but he's in the BMW as he tries to close up. There's a bit of contact up in front, as I think that was a hypercar getting a little bit in a bit of a tangle there with the LMP2 as it tried to make its way through, but nothing overly dramatic, at least for these guys.
Oh, you say that, look at all those prototypes making their way through this GT traffic. But yeah, Playba lost a little bit of time there due to all those prototype cars that gap up to 2nd now.
Yeah, it's very much a close little battle going on. And as you said, yeah, it was a significant amount of prototypes all trying to go through at the carousel as well. We've seen time and again that the carousel is just not the place you want to be coming across traffic. It's just the cars are right on the edge there. They're on the edge for a long period, and misjudging at the start can have just increased effects as you get longer and further around the turn. There's nothing you can do sometimes to avoid getting into potential collisions and the like. But Anna Splaver, though, still behind, trying to close up that gap a little bit more, get up into 3rd. It does seem to be getting a little bit shorter as neither of the headlights, oh no, they have got the headlights on, they just don't seem to be as bright as the prototypes. But nonetheless, keeping that pressure on as they start the next lap.
Indeed, there is a further battle happening up here in the hypercar class with Janssen Bins, indeed going back to this one that we saw. It's 8 tenths, 7 tenths of a second. That gap's going to extend now just because of catching that GT traffic in the wrong place.
And yeah, it seems that it's the old adage goes that traffic gives, but it also takes away, and it's evident that traffic is taking away here from the chances to get up. But we're going to move back again to this battle here. Alice Plaver really putting on the pressure, and the front of that BMW does look just so aggressive. That's one of the vehicles I think I'd like to see least in my rear view mirror, especially given the nature of BMW drivers if I was on perhaps the motorway. But there we go, carrying through. I do like it though, very much. Lots of edges, very aggressive, and perhaps a move to follow that sort of how the car looks. I'm not entirely sure where I'm going with this point, but no worries. As through down the hill they go once more, and the gap is it's hardly a gap at all as they're so close.
Yeah, so half an hour to go here at Road America almost, and yeah, this prototype traffic coming between the two of them now. As Pleva is still there in 4th position, as Janssen Bins has a penalty.
that's big news. Jansen Vince was the driver of the is the driver rather of the Seawolf Net race car, and I think that's going to dash their hopes of getting any better than 7th. A lap is the gap behind, so they're not going to lose 7th, but at the same time, no more positions can realistically be made in half an hour. But here we go, Alex Paver down the inside, under brakes into turn 1. He's going to be ahead before the apex. Can he hold it though on the exit? It looks like he's been able to succeed, and that's going to be 3rd place. So a change in the podium positions there in GT3 just as we enter the final half hour of this race, and I think Alex Paver will be quite pleased with that.
No doubt getting into that final podium position with Nico Barclay. It's Angelo Colavito will no doubt be trying to immediately respond in that Simframe car, but just appears to have fallen back almost immediately there.
It does seem that Alex Paver had a lot of pace, that he just wasn't quite able to deploy sat behind that Ferrari, and I think that might be why he's able to pull away quite so quickly. There is some traffic coming up behind, so that could play into Alex Paver's hands, but as you say, Angelo Colavito not really being able to keep that gap close after being overtaken, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to retaliate to that overtake. But at least 11 seconds is the gap behind, so there's not too much risk of Nico Barclay coming to claim any further places. But obviously you don't want to be losing a podium position this late in the race, but it does seem that Alex Paver has just so much more pace. He's able to just string out that gap very quickly within a lap, already up to over half a second.
And here they go, coming towards kind of the corner, and yeah, Colavito appears just to be falling back a bit there. But yeah, it appears that for now, this Hyperion car of Alex Paver has the podium position semi-secured. There's one hand on that trophy.
Yeah, and of course you don't want to start celebrating or making any conclusions too early, but certainly looking good for them. And at the moment as well, one thing to notice is over in the top, the number 8 Vincic car, currently 2nd place in the championship. As things stand, they'll stay in 2nd place, I believe, but really not having a great time of that out on track today. Under pressure at the moment from Jansen Vince, probably won't be actually overtaken given the penalty that's been applied to the number 5 Seawolf car in 7th. But either way, I think Martin Magudi and his team will have been wanting to find themselves a little bit higher up the order to continue challenging Race Clutch for the lead of the championship.
And yeah, really, it's almost a damage limitation at this point for this Winchick racing team, isn't it? But as I've said before, because there are 9 races in this championship, you can have maybe 2 bad races before you get out of championship tension.
Yeah, that's the advantage of having these extra races. You have the opportunity to redeem yourself if something doesn't quite go your way on a certain weekend, and it seems like this could be the weekend that happens. I remember, I think it was a few years ago, we had a very short season of only 6 races, I think it was.
6 races, yeah.
And there's just no breathing room in such a championship. If you make a mistake in a race and you lose a significant load of points, you just aren't able to recover from that as the other teams are able to. But at least, as you say, the extra races are probably helping, especially an extra 24-hour race and the extra value, the points added. I think it's 1.5 times the points you get for a 24-hour race in this championship. So we went from Daytona last time out, and we're closing up on Le Mans fairly quickly. It won't be until June, I don't believe. But given the rate we're progressing through the season.
First weekend. It's what, the 2nd and 3rd, I think, roughly. The first weekend of June, our 24-hour race.
Yeah, here we go. The 1st of June, 1st and 2nd is when that race will be run. So, as you say, pretty good on your dates. I'm rubbish at remembering those dates.
Don't worry, I've kind of made sure that's roughly in my calendar.
Ah, nice. At least.
But depending, I may not be here. Sorry, Jimmy. Did I say that now? I don't know.
It's just a bit late now, isn't it?
Yeah, so I say it quietly under my breath.
Well, hopefully we'll have enough anyway. I think it's roughly more or less when my exams are going to be, so that's going to be fun. But
Beautiful.
we'll not worry about
Beautiful.
that now. That's a problem for next turn, for me at least. But Martin Margulis there, still in 6th position, as that Seawolf car is still quite amicably behind. But you have to think, for either of these, I think the battle is more just about having fun in this closing 25 minutes, because it won't really mean anything. I'm looking down the inside is Jansen Vince. He's not going to make the move stick though, but he has got that penalty which he will need to serve, I think this lap, because he hasn't done it yet as far as I'm aware.
I don't think so. No, still 3/10. Excuse me, still 3/10 of a second back. So yeah, I agree. I don't think that's happened yet.
No, so for the moment, keeping behind, but you can see that gap as a result of some GT traffic, quite a busy portion of track, as it is still growing further darker. We've got Tobias Hoffmann at the wheel of the Arnage competition
And
car.
I was going to go here because it was going to be a battle, but then the car head has immediately come to the pits. So let's go and have a look at someone else. Let's.
It always happens that way, doesn't it? No, unfortunately, that's the way things seem to present themselves on track, as those headlights blaring. And there's Martin Margulis. He's got 15 seconds to the car in front. Unlikely in the next 25 minutes that he's going to be able to close that gap. But the Seawolf Net Race car is 3 seconds behind him and dropping back at a fairly rapid rate. Still not having served the drive-through penalty. I think they were quite recently, so we'll see what the result of that is. But around the track, everyone seems to be reasonably comfortable in their current positions, but things are always prone to change. And I think most of the prototypes, both LMP2 and Hypercar, are still awaiting a final short pit stop to take them over to the checkered flag.
Yeah, it should be fine. As long as you don't massively underfuel, it'll be fine. Maybe, hopefully, perhaps. But yes, having a look at Martin Margulis, you can see the Seawolf cars falling drastically off the back end. So perhaps Vince has realised that penalty will need to be served soon.
Yeah, and it sort of, unfortunately, takes all of the tension out of any battle that we are presented with on screen. There's a lot of dust kicked up there by Tobias Hoffmann, who we're just passing now with Gabor Hevesi in the CMT Go-Team car. We saw this challenging earlier for 4th position until a slight spin set that back a little bit. We've got a replay here of Jansen Vince and Martin Margulis running on board with the Seawolf car, moving to the left onto the grass. Ooh, very much onto the grass. He's taking a slightly rallycross line there, really
grass,
overcooking going very deep under brakes, not really allowing any retaliation by Margulis, as up into 6th place. And there we go. There's a bit of a spin there, and that's what's overdone it. So I think pushing it a little bit too hard was Jansen Vince. Got through, but he wasn't able to hold on to it, and into the pit lane now, so serving the penalty, but also still owing a pit stop, I'm pretty sure. So that's going to set them back even further.
Here's the battle for 4th position in the LMP2 class. Felix Neuberger in this Team Irish car, a couple of seconds back from that 4th position. That's the 32 car, Walter Stolz. Neuberger is chasing down, and Stolz is in the... Excuse me, is in which car is this? Is the... Whoa, came into the pits. There we go. It's the race clutch cars, DNF from first.
Oh. I can only imagine that's a disconnection. That's a...
Where's this one?
Yeah, Peter Brujak was at the wheel of that car. That's, in the last 25 minutes, quite a significant development for the team that were looking to conclude this race in 1st position. We're going to get a replay here.
Yeah, this is coming out of turn 1. That's a disconnect. Standard disconnect, yeah.
And that's that's just so unfortunate. They were dominating the whole race, and then for something that you can't really control, it's not an on-track incident, for that to bring your prospects of winning to an end is really unfortunate. I'm sure Christian Margera will not necessarily be pleased, but at least
we'll take it without fuss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a shame. That's a very big shame for Race Clutch, the current leaders of the championship as well, looking to extend that lead even further. Hopefully they can get going again, but yeah, it's not going to be much of a. It's not going to be much for them to get back in. It looks like a full, I think. Perhaps internet dropout.
Yeah, got disconnected from TeamSpeak as well, so it looks like it was an internet drop. Yeah.
Looks like he is going to be getting himself back into the car, but at the same time, it's going to be bittersweet being back out on track when they were doing so well. So we'll see how that happens. Perhaps getting back out on track before Dennis Duna, but either way, Moritz Mel inheriting the podium position as a consequence of that disconnection, and we push forwards into what seems to be, I think, the dusk of the race now in America. Dusk, quite literally, and also the final stages of the race as well, if you were to take it as a metaphor for a day, though it has only been 6 hours. There's not much of that left. We're quite a way in. I was going to come up with a percentage of how much is left, but I'm not sure my brain is up to the task. But 20 minutes is all you really need to know. And Moritz Mel going to push through for those last 20 minutes. 7.5 seconds is the gap in front. But behind, Gabor Hevesi is only 2.5 seconds with the team, the sister car, the number 7 CMT Go Team Racing. I doubt that they'll be allowed to fight each other properly, but you never know. Sometimes a bit of spice is what the teams want between their drivers.
Yeah, so an intra-team battle for that final coaching position between Moritz Mel and Gabor Hevesi. About 2.5 seconds separating the two of them as they're coming within the last 20 minutes of the race now.
Yeah, and
flashing the lights definitely to try and get the GT traffic out of the way.
So it seems that he definitely is quite intent on closing that gap. We've got news that the Race Clutch vehicle is back out on track at least, so we'll be able to get to the checkered flag, although not in the first place that they will have wanted. But Gabor Hevesi, though, you can see absolutely sending it around this track. The race may be nearly over, but his certainly isn't. In his mind, he's going to try at least to close up to third, perhaps challenge for the podium position. We'll have to see, but it does seem that the track is getting quite dark quite quickly now. As we go through the sort of foresty section, the headlights are having to do a bit more of the work on track. So that's something to bear in mind a little bit more. There was the question of whether we'd be racing into the darkness earlier. We might just get a little touch of it right at the end as the sun finally goes behind. I don't know what's in the distance around this circuit. I presume hills, but I don't think it's mountains or anything.
Good question. I have no idea.
It's a lot of trees, at least.
Oh, is the sun getting directly into the camera there? Oof. But look at this gap for second place. It's collapsed in both second to third and third to fourth. They have 3 cars being separated by only about 3 seconds.
Yeah, there's not much in it at all, actually, as we are in these closing stages. It seems that the hypercar drivers don't want to have a quiet close to the race. I said to Hagman, he looked fairly confident with the gap he had behind just a moment ago, but it looks like Moritz Mel has been closing up quite quickly and quite silently, and as you say, finding himself just 2 seconds behind a potential second place, 1.5 seconds. That gap is dropping rapidly, and I'm not entirely sure what's the cause of that. I think the traffic definitely playing a role there. It looks to be quite dense at this stage of the track as they go round the carousel, trying to weave through these GT3s and carrying on through the final stage of this race. And as you say, it's getting a little bit more heated as our visibility goes down a little bit more. This race is far from over, it seems.
Yeah, 16 minutes to go, maybe about 10-ish laps, but as you said, far from over. Moritz Mel is almost getting into the stage of having to attack and defend simultaneously, but not quite yet.
Yeah, not quite yet for the moment. It's getting dark so quickly around here. We're going to go to Alex Paver, who you can see there, just the first, between turns 2 and 4, it looks like the sun is directly in
And
line.
Colavito's got back past again.
That's a good point, actually. Paver had been in third, so this battle has switched over at some stage that we've missed. But Alex Faber is going to try and return to that third position. He had it. He wants it back as he goes round the outside of Colavito. There's a slight bit of contact between them. I think he pulled to the left a little bit too early. Fortunately, nothing drastic occurred as a result. But sliding through that left-hander rather, goes the Ferrari. Now in fourth place. There's still a chance to get it back into third, but that is going to close very quickly as there is not much time left. Flashing his lights, trying to distract the BMW, but look at this traffic coming up behind. There's about 4 prototypes, and they all get intermingled as side by side they go. They're essentially blocking Alice Faber and Colavito in their battle, have created quite the traffic jam. And through the carousel we go once again. There goes the MH10 vehicle around the outside, as do the CMT. In fact, I think that is the battle for second place that just got caught up in that.
I think
battle
it was,
itself.
yeah.
So it's all sort of coming together at this stage of the race, and Colavito there, look at that, the prototypes are all over the place as everyone's trying to take evasive of action. Everything's sort of happening all at once.
Yeah, so Plava's got back past Colavito, back into third place, having to go a little bit wide there due to the prototypes, but that gap will Plava's back into that podium position. As you were saying, having a look at Moritz Mel and that number 4 car, 0.8 of a second separating the two of them.
This is absolutely fascinating stuff to conclude our race with. They're going to go back up to Moritz Mel with the Go Team car. Look at that. The gap is not very big at all, up to number 19 there. Turk Hakkinen in second place. He's going to have to work hard to hold on to it. Meanwhile, Gabor Hevesi, the number 7 CMs, in the number 7 CMT, sorry, he's dropped back a little bit more, given the circumstances of what we just saw occur.
What we just saw, yeah.
The last lap, which was quite unique, I think. I don't know, it was very busy at least. But he's dropping back a little bit more. The same cannot be said for Moritz Mel, who is still putting on the pressure, but Angelo Colavito as well wants to get back into the podium positions. This is a very fun way to end the race as we enter the last 15 minutes of this endurance race here, the 6th round of the championship, I believe, here at Road America, to bring an end the second of 3 races of the American leg of the series. There's still lots of drama to be had and lots of excitement to be involved in.
Indeed, and it's going to be a fantastic final 3 races of the season, but we still got to deal with the final 12.5 minutes here at Road America. Colavito has just fallen back a little bit, but again, we'll go back up to the hypercar class, and Moritz Mel trying to chase down that number 4 car, and in 0.9 of a second, that gap.
Yeah, it's sort of ebbing and flowing once again. It looks to have got a little bit bigger, but there's more traffic coming up. It seems like the traffic has been playing a large role in all of these battles throughout the course of this race. So hopefully for Moritz Mel at least, that's going to once again benefit him in closing down this gap. But as we saw these 2 cars battling earlier, the CMT Go Team racing vehicle and the Need Racing, or the MH10 car, throughout earlier in this race, about an hour and a half ago. We're now back into a similar position. We know that they can catch up to each other, but we also know that Moritz Mel wasn't able to make an overtake work. In fact, he actually spat himself out in the process of the pursuit of what was at that point 4th position, is now 2nd position. So there is a bit of history to this battle, and I wonder if Moritz Mel is going to be able to achieve that overtake.
Perhaps, maybe, not too long to go to make that though. 11.5 minutes. Those laps and those minutes are rapidly decreasing.
Yeah, there's not much time left. It seems like only a few moments ago we had 35-40 minutes left of this race, and now we're almost into the final 10 minutes. You can see those digits going down and down. It's with to not even see the hour marked on the very left of the minute. So it is really crunch time for these guys. What happens now is going to determine the outcome of the race, and it's going to have impact. It's going to give them either momentum or whatever the opposite of momentum is into the next round, and just give them a little bit of just an extra motivation to fight even harder in these closing stages. And through goes the Go Team car past the Arnage competition Mercedes. You'd wondered earlier if we were going to be racing in the dark Vidir, and I think the question has been answered. It is getting very dark very quickly.
We might just a couple of laps in the dark to finish off the race. Not too many though, but Maurice Mail 1.1 seconds, not really being able to close that gap as we enter 10 minutes to go. But Mail needs to get a move on if they want to at least attack for that second position in the final couple of laps of the race.
Most certainly, and it seems that he's dropped back a little bit. He just doesn't quite have the pace that he seemed to have just a few minutes ago, when he was really piling on the pressure as they make their way past the McLaren and back out on there. And it seems like at least it's a less dense portion of the track than perhaps when they were trying to make their way past the battle for third in GT3. Speaking of which, Spaver is still in the lead of that little battle. Angelo Colavito is now 1.5 seconds behind him, so it looks like that's getting a little bit more solid in terms of where these guys might finish, but you never can be quite sure. And we've seen just in the last few minutes as well who were the race leaders disconnected, so really anything can happen, and that's what we're keeping an eye out for, whether anything will cause further developments.
The race clutches rejoined. They're down in 7th position, which is of course far fewer points than they would have got should that disconnect have not happened.
Yeah, most certainly, and it's hard for them because they had been in such a strong race, and it wasn't a crash or anything, it was simply their internet disconnecting. But here we go, the 1 second gap remains between these two vehicles. So Hakkinen just trying to take it across the line in 2nd place, and it looks like he might be able to just about manage. A bit of slipstream coming into play there, but just being caught off the back of the GTs. But there's quite a few GT3s ahead, which are going to slow down both of these guys. That Ferrari there slowing down Moritz Mann. It's actually going to mean that he's closed the gap even further, but it's still not going to be enough for a move to be made.
No, it's
if
not,
it stays this way.
7/10 of a second, 8 minutes to go. That's just 1/10 of a second a minute. How hard can it be? But Mail coming across at the crest now at turn 6, and you can see that number 4 car directly ahead. These two cars battling for that 2nd position, and of course those precious points to lead us into the final 3 races of the championship. And coming round the carousel now, Mail will need to try and hold on despite the dirty air around this corner.
Yeah, and it does make it very hard, especially the carousel, probably the most downforce heavy corner on this segment. You see sliding a little bit on the exit. The dirty air does not make it easy, but then you get onto the main straight, and it's a long straight here, and sometimes it's switching just about enough for you to close up, but it goes both ways. This track especially, it's quite a long one in terms of just so many turns and very few opportunities to really take a breath. You're always going in one direction or another rather than just simply straight. Very different to Daytona. I think you can get 2 more different tracks in subsequent weeks if you really tried.
And then the next one is completely different again.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they've got cushions for their seats, because Sebring is a notoriously bumpy circuit, and that's going to be very fun, especially those guys using direct drive.
So here we go underneath the banner towards turn 3. We've got the GT traffic in the way though, the Juices car, that's going to hinder Mail, isn't it? I don't know, it's still 6/10 of a second, that gap. I'm not sure if that Juices car really did hinder.
No, it doesn't seem like it too much, and through they go once again into the left-hander. Moritz Mail still not finding a way through, just 6 minutes left now, so the time is ticking on very quickly. You can see blue flags flashing as that LMP2 really should just yield the position, but there's going to be a bit of wall banging between the two of them regardless. But yeah, lots of flags flashing. We've got the number 37 Team Iris car just ahead. That might hold up the lead, or the Turkka Häkkinen, just a moment as they go through the carousel. This could be to the advantage of Moritz Mel, as they're both now finding themselves in dirty air. As through they go once again, and the downforce between the prototypes.
Not going to be able to do it. This is Mel's chance.
It's now or never. As around the outside he goes, but the path is blocked there. They're pretty much one inside the other, as there's just nowhere for him to go, Moritz Mel. He's stuck behind. Very well defended there by Turkka Häkkinen. Just did not allow, using the Team Iris car to box in the Go Team vehicle, just did not allow any room to get through, and I think that was the chance, as you pointed out.
Say this though, Mel's now a lot closer actually to that number 4 car, therefore a lot more slipstream along these massive straights here at Road America. 5 minutes to go.
Here we go then, past 2 GT3s, stuck behind this Moritz Mel.
Yeah.
That McLaren, I think, misjudging exactly where the Go Team vehicle was going to be, and that puts the two Go Teams in quite close convoy, as you can see there, both in the single frame. But that's unfortunate. That's going to take some of the tension out of this battle, as the gap is brought up to about 1.5 seconds as a consequence of that. I'm not entirely sure what the McLaren driver was thinking as Moritz Mel, in fact, lets through Gabor Hevesi. I think perhaps to give Gabor Hevesi the final 4 minutes to have a crack at that third position.
I'm just wondering, in the standings, is the number 7 ahead of the 17?
No, that's a true point, actually. Yeah, the 7 is ahead. The 7's in 4th, the 17th in 6th. So that could also be a factor in that switching of the order, yeah.
I think so, maybe. And of course, give the 7 a chance, as you pointed out.
But there's a very requires a lot of humility from your drivers. Moritz Mel fought hard to get into the podium positions, but unfortunately having to relinquish it to their teammates. But nonetheless, it's obviously for the championship as a whole. We've got Christian Malguera here, the leader of the race, inherited it when Race Coach disconnected not too long ago. The number 2 Simframe Esports car trying to get up into a higher place in the championship. Race Coach will probably leave Road America still at the top of the championship. However, that gap is not going to be as comfortable at the end of this race.
Yeah, indeed, and it's good to be a comfortable-ish win, especially after what transpired about 25 minutes to go for this number 2 Simframe Esports car, but they will not be complaining at those extra points in the championship.
No, certainly not, and that's the nature of racing. Things that you can't control will always have an impact, and as a consequence, that's the situation we find ourselves in at the moment. Just having a look now, Gabor Hevesi seems to be putting the fight towards Turkka Häkkinen just in these last couple of laps of the race. And I wonder if he's going to be able to find a way through. We're going to be with Gabor Hevesi at the moment, 0.4 of a second. I'm not sure if there's enough time left, perhaps one more lap to make the move, and that's going to be it. But there's a bit of traffic up in front, and that could perhaps be to the advantage of the Go Team vehicle. We will have to see as we go through the carousel now for what is probably the penultimate time. And onto the grass goes Turkka Häkkinen. In fact, that's going to let both of the Go Teams through. Onto the gravel as well. That's really unfortunate. Some sort of mistake, I think, made there by the MH10 outfit. Is going to cede both positions, and that's going to put both Go Team vehicles onto the podium.
A mistake at the worst possible time for Turkka Häkkinen. And now that podium position looks like it's going to be no more for that MH10 team.
Absolutely devastating, and I'm not entirely sure what caused that. There was a bit of traffic, but I didn't see any contact between themselves and this vehicle. 5 seconds is the gap in front now, and I think that might be the end of the podium bid for Turkka Häkkinen, and you have to feel sorry for him, but that's just so unfortunate. With less than 2 minutes left of the race, to lose that position is devastating.
It looks like it's going to be 2 laps to go, because I'm wondering if this will actually allow the 2 Go Team cars to start to go at it when it comes to that position. But as we saw, there was a little bit of team orders beforehand. Perhaps this will continue.
Yeah, I don't imagine
indeed,
the Go Teams
Males
are going to fight
definitely.
each other.
No, Male's ahead of Hennessy now.
Oh. Maybe in that case, the swap was to fight for the position held by Turkey Hackman rather than for championship points.
As we're going on to the last lap now, 20 seconds to go, and Christian Malguera has just crossed the start-finish line, that number 2 Supreme car.
And we go then to start this final phase of the race. This is going to be the final lap, as there's yellow flags in sector 2. It doesn't seem that there is going to be a quiet end to this race at all, as just 0 minutes to go then. It will be the checkered flag and the end of the race when Christian Malguera gets to the end of this lap. And what a race it's been. What a conclusion it's been. Full of drama and excitement. It's been absolutely fantastic. And keeping one eye on the scoreboard, as Turkey Hackman is finding himself within a second of Gabor Hevesi. But we'll keep an eye on Christian Malguera and the Simfream car, number 2 there. Also driven by Schindler, Wunsch, Kienek and Beji, as he heads through the carousel for the final time. And he edges closer towards the conclusion of this race.
Indeed, we'll just have a quick look at Hakkinen. And up into 3rd place, has passed that Go Team car.
I think Hevesi's returned that position.
Interesting. Not sure why that would happen, but yes, here comes Christian Malguera through the final sector and through the final corner now. Just a little bit of GT traffic to navigate, but then accelerating hard up the hill, and this means it is the victory for the number 2 Simfream Esports car.
Wow, what a race. We've got a replay here, I imagine, of what happened to
White.
Yeah,
Turn 1, yeah.
running wide. Yeah, it must have been, I'd say it wasn't ceding the position, it was simply a mistake. Although, yeah, Turkey Hackman closed down very rapidly. It's really strange, I think, that there. But either way, this is Dennis Jordan at the Scuderia Ferrari Esports taking the win for LMP2. And here is Yao Asensio with Visceral Esports. They've been an absolutely dominant force throughout the whole course of the last 6 hours.
Yeah,
it looks like it won't quite be a double podium for them, as the 74 Simfream has found its way back onto the podium. But nonetheless, a good result either way. But here comes Dennis Jordan then, as he edges further around the track.
Is Jordan finished, actually?
I think he might be, actually, yeah.
I think he might be finished, yeah.
Wow.
Indeed. So, yeah, as you said there, John, and we haven't really talked about the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car, mainly because, well, it's been in the lead and not really been challenged by anyone.
No, we haven't really needed to, because they have been simply, it seems, unstoppable. They've finished way in front of the next best car. That would be the 44 Hyperion. And just took it comfortably across the line, I think. So silent but effective, and I think that's sort of what you want when it comes to a championship race.
Well, yeah, I would definitely say so. That is exactly what you want when you want to try and maintain your lead and indeed extend your lead in the standings as well. Which is exactly what this Ferrari Esports car has done.
Yeah, most certainly, and I think in fairness, that's good news for them as they head towards the conclusion of this race. You can see everyone pulling now into the pits.
Yeah, and then the Visceral Esports car that you saw there, Harry Asensio in this 58, I think it won by about 100 seconds.
Yeah, an obscene gap, I think, all the way in front. They yeah, absolutely rapid was this car. You can see flashing its lights all the way around the track. A good cause to celebrate. Such a dominating victory in this class as well. But these are the results of the race. In first place was Christian Margera and Simfreem Esports. Second, CMT Go Team Racing. Third was the MH10 Sim Racing team. Fourth, Vinstick Racing. Fifth, CMT Go Team Racing. That car dropped 3 positions right at the end of the race there. Seawolf Net Racing 6th, Sim Racing for Holland 7th, 8th were Race Clutch after an unfortunate disconnection from the lead, and 9th were Racing Zone Team. Scooter Ferrari Esports though came top of LMP2, 10th overall, followed by Hyperion Esports, Team RS rounding out the podium, then Arm Cyber, Sean Clark Racing, Team RTR, Undercover Raijin, RFRO Simsport, Netrex GP, On-Off Racing, and Seawolf Netrace with George Weiss at the wheel, followed by Arm Cyber, CMT Go Team Racing, Ace Racing, Ramada Motorsport, Valor Corsa, Geeks Energy Sim Racing, Netrex GP, and Visceral Esports rounding out LMP2, followed by GT3, Yao Asensio, and Visceral Esports dominated. Then Blackhawk Racing came second, with Dennis Zetak taking it across the line. Third were Simfreem Esports, just about finding themselves back on the podium at the end of the race. Then Visceral Esports, Wanaco Racing, Blackhawk Racing, Arnage Competition, Jesus Motorsports Club, Tomeli, ERT, Scuderia Leone, Satellite Racing, followed by their sister team, also Satellite Racing, the Sula at the wheel of that car. Undersea United came at 41st overall, followed by Caspian Motorsport and Blaujul Esports and Juices Motorsport and RKT Competition. Only 3 DNFs were Gold Racing Esports for LMP2, then 2 GT3, Satellite Racing, and MC Motorsport. MC Motorsport actually disqualified from the race. Next up, we have Sebring on the 9th of March. That's going to be a 1,000-mile race and should be an absolute corker if today was anything to go by. It's been a fantastic race. I've been joined by Vadir Heatley. I don't know if you've got any comments to say just about the conclusion there.
No, it was a fantastic race, and there was battles for positions right down to even the final lap, and it was an absolutely fantastic 6-hour race that we saw here at Road America. Of course, as Hugo said, in 4 weeks' time, we shall be at Sebring for the 1,000 miles, so make sure to join us for that. But indeed, Hugo Bravo, myself, have been rounding out this broadcast, and of course, we were joined by Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney earlier in the broadcast.
Yes, we were, and we look forward to seeing you all again at Sebring. This has been the 6 hours of Road America with the VEC.